Chapter 382. Since Tianfang Films took over, they had taken in a few famous celebrities. For example, Li Wei, a B-list celebrity in the film industry. There was also a C-list male celebrity and two singers between B-list and C-list celebrities. Just taking in these celebrities would cost a lot. That was why Chen Qinghong borrowed money from Qin Bao, and Qin Bao discussed it with her brother. On the one hand, she wanted to use the opportunity to educate her best friend. On the other hand, she really had no money. Now, these celebrities were on the right track and developing well. The company tried to allocate resources to them, but it felt like something was missing. Qin Zhe lay on the sofa and fell into deep thought. During this period, he had been thinking about the development path of Bao's company. Now, it seemed like Tianfang was the main development target. After all, he had a mission. Just then, his phone started ringing. It was a piece of entertainment news: blockbusters are gathering in April this year. He clicked on it. The content was roughly like this: famous director Zhang Chu's new work is coming, September New City, will meet you in April. Popular Queen XX is teaming up with popular teen idol XX, fantasy masterpiece, soul-breaking song, will be released in April. Famous director Ku has been preparing for his new film for 6 years, martial arts master, will meet you there. It was a software advertisement promoting the movie in April. He scrolled down. There was no more. The article was not long. Half of it was beautifully made promotional posters. Just looking at the posters, it was indeed interesting. Comments: 999 plus. Qin Zhe casually browsed through the netizens' comments. I'm looking forward to it. There are so many movies based on novels. It's just IP. Basically, every movie is destroyed. Only the novelties and ethical movies are worth watching. Fantasy movies, the special effects are awkward, and the plot is awkward. Even so, even if they keep scolding, there are still a lot of people going to watch it. Let's wait for April. Damn, I've waited for more than a year. It's finally going to be released. There's still 1.5 months left. April. I feel like it's going to be good movies. Awesome. XX, this sissy. Teen idols nowadays dress up as flirtatious as women. Disgusting. This is the trend brought over from South Korea. I'm looking forward to Martial Arts Master. I feel like it will be a very hot-blooded martial arts movie. Qin Zhe was looking forward to it. Blockbusters were indeed gathering in April. There was going to be something to watch. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Tianfang might be missing 1 or 2 works that could become classics. Songs didn't count. Songs were more representative of a person. For such a large entertainment company like Tianfang, it wouldn't be right if they didn't have at least a few classic movies that they had invested in. For example, Star Art Entertainment had to invest in a lot of movies every year. Some made money, some lost money, but overall, it was profitable. Not only did it make money, but it also supported the artists under the red flag. There must be a lot of movies in the system store. He could take his time to look through them. It wouldn't be difficult to find classic movies. Just think about it. The #1 fast shooter in the music industry, the current god of stocks, had transformed into a famous scriptwriter that shocked the entire country. TSK, it felt so good. Ding! New mission: host, please rely on your own abilities to shoot a movie with a rating of 8.5 and above. There are no restrictions on the theme. If you succeed, you will be awarded 5,000 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount of points. Qin Zhe calmly picked up his teacup and smiled. System, stop fooling around. Once is enough for this kind of joke. I won't fall for it twice. This time, the mission was issued according to the proper procedures. This is not a drill. Host, this is not a drill. The system's serious voice sounded. Pfft, Qin Zhe spat out the tea in his mouth. System boss, are you trying to play me to death and then change the host? Qin Zhe said angrily. Of course not. The system was very calm. I've never shot a movie before. You want me to shoot a movie with a rating of 8.5 and above? Relying on my own abilities, I can't use points to exchange for it, right? Qin Zhe scratched his head. Do you know that our country's trolls, the moon is round in foreign countries? They will also give high scores for bad movies. Domestic movies, if there's even the slightest flaw, they will curse and slander. This is not good. So, cancel the mission. I'm sorry host, but the missions generated by the proper procedures only have completed and incomplete. There is no option to cancel. Although I am an AI system, I have my own principles. Qin Zhe, F***CK. A bolt from the blue. Why don't you just let me shoot a movie and compete with a blockbuster movie in April where the big bosses gather? Accepted. The system's voice was cold. Ding. Mission added, the movie box office in April will be in the top 3. If successful, you will be rewarded with an additional 1,000 points. If you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted. There were some things in the world that couldn't be reasoned with. For example, low-level systems. Host, I'm still a gentle system. If it were those despicable systems, they would have 100 ways to force the host to work hard. Right now, I just want to paint the wall with feces and then paint you on it too. At this point, the most important thing was to consider completing the mission. A movie with a rating of 8.5 and above was undoubtedly a huge challenge. It was not like those rubbish ratings on social media platforms. For movies, there were special rating websites. They were more authoritative and picky. Secondly, competing on the same stage in April meant that he only had slightly more than a month. Time was tight. The next day, the first day of work during the Chinese New Year holiday, Qin Zhe did not go to Baozi. Instead, he drove his sister to Tianfang and called for an emergency meeting. They started work at 9 a.m. The meeting was at 9:30 a.m. In the number 1 large conference room, the higher-ups of Tianfang, as well as the person in charge of the production team, were all present. Qin Zhe sat at the head of the table. On his left was Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao was twirling the pen at her fingertips, looking bored. She was the big boss of Tianfang in name, but everyone knew that the real boss was the man behind Qin Baobao, her younger brother. Today, I'll talk about my purpose for calling this meeting. Qin Zhe looked around at everyone. I plan to make a movie. I want to release it before the end of April. The time is a bit tight, but I hope to ensure the quality. Does anyone have any suggestions? Below the stage, more than a dozen faces were stunned. But since the boss had spoken, the underlings could only follow the topic. The general manager, Jianghu, was the first to speak. CEO Qin, this is too rushed. Usually, from the preparation of a movie to the official start of filming, it takes a long time to prepare the script, crew, actors, etc. Isn't Tianfang a professional? They don't lack props, professional staff, and a director, right? Qin Zhe frowned. Although the crew is there, there's a lot of preparation work to be done. Choosing actors and scripts is troublesome, and the scenic spots are even more time-consuming, one of the leaders analyzed. Qin Zhe slammed the table, scaring Qin Baobao who was beside him. He said, "That's why I called for a meeting. I want to hear your thoughts, and not shirk responsibility and complain. You guys get millions of yuan a year. Do I raise you guys just to hear you say, this won't do, or, this is very troublesome?" Everyone was stunned. This was the first time Qin Zhe showed his boss's fangs and behavior. In the past, he was smiling and approachable. In front of his employees and leaders, he lacked love and dignity. But a boss was still a boss. Just because he didn't show his fangs, it didn't mean that he didn't have them. Qin Bao Bao watched the show from the side, thinking, brother is so domineering today. Moi. 3. An experienced filmmaker said, Chairman Qin, if we have to release it in April, then the movie's theme will be very limited. I suggest we film some suspense, youth, literature, romance, and other low-budget movies. These kinds of movies can be shot quickly. Qin Zhe nodded. Continue. He had hit the nail on the head. The filming period of a movie could be as short as 10 days to as long as a few years. The key was the theme. Suspense, mystery, literature, and other such movies would not pay attention to special effects or scenic spots. The whole movie would probably be repeated on a few occasions. The filming time would be shorter. Some mystery movies about locked-room murders would be filmed in villas. The cost was very small, but the movie was exciting and the box office was very high. These kinds of movies had very high requirements for the script. As for some historical movies and adventure movies, special effects and scenic spots were very troublesome and expensive, and the filming period was also very long. In terms of the script, I suggest we adapt the novel of the same name. This way, we can save a lot of time, the experienced filmmaker said again. Qin Zhe thought for a while and nodded slowly. This can be done. Do you have a suitable novel? It was a great idea to adapt the novel of the same name. Not only would it have a very high fan base, but it would also save the time of writing the script. It was convenient, affordable, and cost-effective. Therefore, it was popular nowadays to adapt novels into movies and television dramas, and then the scriptwriters would polish and modify them. It would greatly save the filming period. However, it also caused a phenomenon. Almost everything that was filmed was destroyed. It was very rare to restore the original work to its original state. It was because the production team was too unskilled and did not put much effort into it. It was also because the scriptwriters could not get the charm of the novel and modified it beyond recognition. Chapter 383. The senior filmmaker smiled and said, "That's not difficult. There are many novels with high traffic online. Boss Qin, you can ask the marketing department to contact them. If there's a clear direction, we can choose it today." In this day and age, efficient filming was the last thing to be afraid of. In today's society, everything was about efficiency, including making money. No one in the domestic entertainment circle would do something stupid like preparing for 8 to 10 years for the sake of art. As long as they could make money, they didn't care about what art was or what moral integrity was. The fastest he had ever shot a movie was 2 months. The fastest film he had ever seen only took a week. It was a literary film about a down-and-out man who was betrayed by his wife. He entered a pawn shop with pink lights to save a woman who had lost her footing. The male lead performed 108 poses in a small house and exhausted his vitality to save the woman. The two of them smoked cigarettes and chatted. They talked about their experiences. The man said he was pitiful because his wife took all his money and ran away with another man. The woman also said she was pitiful because she had to pay off her gambling addict husband's debts. Most of the film was shot in a small house, interspersed with the memories of the male and female protagonists. In the end, the two tragic men and women seemed to have feelings for each other, but also seemed to have no feelings for each other. Literary films love to see flowers in the fog. 1.5 months was more than enough to shoot a romance or a mystery film. Qin Zhe clapped his hands and said, "Then I'll leave this to you. I want to read the novel before I get off work today. Is there any problem?" The filmmaker's face flashed with excitement. "No problem." "Right, what's your name again?" Qin Zhe realized he didn't remember this person at all. It was very awkward. "Boss Qin, I've been filming and studying outside. You haven't seen me much." The filmmaker smiled. "My name is Mou. You can call me Old Mo, get this done as quickly as possible. If you need anything, just look for General Manager Zhang." Qin Zhe looked at Zhang Fu. Is there any problem? Zhang Fu asked earnestly, Boss Qin, is there any problem with the cost? By the way, CEO Qin, MOU said, I suggest that we hire a popular young hunk to star in the movie to attract as much attention as possible. Although the little fresh meats have both praise and blame on the internet, no one is a fool. The reason why their pay is so high is because of the market demand. These words were quite interesting. They were referring to the trolls on the internet. They were scolding the little fresh meats, but at the same time, they were watching the movies and dramas of the little fresh meats. Qin Zhe waved his hand. No need. As long as we make a high-quality movie, we don't have to worry about the cost. MOU, take a look and find a little fresh meat with a good reputation. Don't look like a rat crossing the street. MOU nodded. I promise to complete the mission. Qin Zhe said, all right, dismissed. After the meeting, Qin Zhe and his sister returned to their big office. Qin Zhe lay on the sofa and closed his eyes. Sister, my head hurts. Help me rub it. Qin Zhe pretended to be pitiful. Qin Bao Bao lifted his head and gently placed it on her elastic legs. Her white fingers gently massaged his temples. Why did you suddenly think of making a movie? Even if you want to make a movie, you don't have to be in such a hurry. You're making me feel like you're in a hurry. His sister frowned. She realized that things were not so simple. Qin Zhe pondered for a moment and then sighed, I had no choice. What's the matter? Nothing. I just want to save enough money for you to spend for the rest of your life before I turn 30. Good boy. Qin Bao Bao smiled brightly. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. She patted Qin Zhe's head lightly. His smart sister could only be easily won over by Qin Zhe's sugar-coated bullets. Qin Zhe also closed his eyes comfortably. His sister's long legs were too elastic. A woman's thighs were indeed the most comfortable pillow in the world. He finally understood why so many heroes like to lie on a beauty's lap. What about after that? What do you plan to do? His sister asked. I don't know how to make a movie. At most, I'll supervise on the set. If I'm not satisfied, I'll continue until I'm satisfied. Qin Zhe fumbled in his pocket with his left hand, took out a pack of Yushi cigarettes, and bit it in his mouth. Although he was now very rich, he was not willing to change cigarettes after he got used to it. Don't smoke. You don't take my words to heart. Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. Don't snatch it. I'll just bite it. Qin Zhe felt wronged. I only smoke 3 cigarettes a day. If I'm hungry, I'll bite one. Of course, I have to take my sister's words to heart. A's, let me be the female lead. My acting soul is burning. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were shining. She had acted in 2 movies since her debut. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach and The Legend of the White Fox. Both movies were popular. His sister suddenly became arrogant and felt that she was outstanding. Your acting skills are still lacking. Qin Zhe said. Nonsense. I'm a drama queen. Awesome. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks. Go ahead. Qin Zhe ridiculed, and his head was hit hard by a hand knife. My acting skills are not good enough. Dance to make up for it. Qin Bao Bao pushed his head away, took off her high heels, and spun on the spot. Her figure was plump and tall, and she was as graceful as a swan. Look, so hot and beautiful. You have a good figure. You can play all kinds of roles. I feel that I'm a natural drama queen. Qin Bao Bao was infinitely arrogant. Huh. Am I wrong? How's my figure, okay? Qin Zhe glanced at her round and perky buttocks and gave her a thumbs up. Round, wonderful. Let's see how it goes. Read the script first. You can act in a literary film, but you're not allowed to act in a romance film. You can also act in a youth film. Do you want to watch a lot of kissing and bed scenes? Qin Zhe said. There's nothing wrong with kissing and bed scenes. Just think of it as a dedication to art. His sister smiled playfully. I'll kill you. Qin Zhe stared at her. Oh, the little red guy is jealous. Qin Bao Bao sat on his lower abdomen and smiled. Qin Zhe mercilessly straightened his waist and pushed her to the ground. It turned out that Qin Zhe could push anyone away without a seamless joint. So far, the only one he couldn't push was Su Yu. After all, the screw was screwed into the screw and the two became one. Qin Bao Bao certainly wouldn't let him go. She gritted her teeth and came back, sitting on him and strangling his neck with both hands. The sister and brother didn't fight for a long time, and the sofa became their battlefield. At first, Qin Bao Bao stood on the advantage of the position and suppressed the little red guy. But soon she suffered a loss because of her weak physical strength. She panted and was turned over shamefully by her brother. She was lying on the sofa. Face the wind. Qin Zhe sneered. As a result, there was a rapid sound of slapping in the office. Slap. 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 Qin Bao Bao, whose martial prowess was declining day by day, could not escape the fate of being Pa. Everything was calm and tranquil. Qin Zhe waved his hand, feeling refreshed. His sister covered her ass and huddled on the sofa. My ass is swollen because of you, sob. Qin Zhe, who heard this sentence, suddenly had a brainstorm. He knew that after a girl was upgraded to a woman, her ass would become bigger because she had been hit by a car for a long time. And his sister's big ass, was she slapped by him too much? After all, to some extent, his own slaps were the same as the old man's car. No, his slaps were more uniform because he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he fought, his left hand and right hand must move in slow motion. It must be so. Mou was very efficient. This guy had spent most of last year running around outside, so he was not familiar to the big boss. He was very frustrated. Familiarity with the big boss was very important. If the big boss wanted to set up an administrator, he would definitely choose a familiar ID. Now, the opportunity had come. He wanted to improve his favorability and familiarity in front of the two Qins. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Mou knocked on the door of the Qin's office. The two Qins were sitting on the sofa. One was playing on the computer, and the other was resting with his eyes closed. Mou said, Boss Qin, I found a suitable novel. Qin Zhe opened his eyes. What novel? Mou said, it's called If I Become Memories. Qin Zhe was stunned. He felt that the name was very familiar. Mou said, it was a popular novel last year. It has already ended. I happened to read it too. There were 3 reasons for choosing it. First, the author's original intention was to sell the copyright. Therefore, it is very convenient to adapt it. Moreover, it can show the original novel in the movie. Second, I just called to ask. The movie copyright of this novel is still available. It has not been sold. Third, this is a romance novel that combines literature, school, and youth elements. The plot is very rich. Qin Zhe nodded. Sounds good. But I want to read the novel first. Mou said, it's a pity that there is no physical book. Otherwise, I can go and buy one. Qin Zhe said, is there an electronic version? If there is, I will read it on my phone. Also, from the name, it seems to be a tragedy. There is an electronic version. Mou nodded. Of course it is a tragedy. The theme of this novel is, I hope that all the lovers in the world will eventually become siblings. What did you say? Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. Actually, the novel's setting is very old-fashioned. However, the writing is good and the plot is good. Mou said, the male and female protagonists are long-lost siblings. They have the same father but different mothers. This is the plot that often appears on TV. Actually, he is your older brother, younger brother. Although it is a little melodramatic, it has cheated waves of tears. It has a lot of fans. Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 384. The mission given to Qin Zhe by the system was to shoot a high-quality movie with his own ability. He really didn't know why the system would give him such a mission. Perhaps Qin Zhe had been a salted fish for too long and was unwilling to accept it, so he wanted to clear his name. In any case, the movie in the point store could not be exchanged for. Time was tight, so adapting a novel was undoubtedly the fastest and best choice. However, this novel made Qin Zhe speechless and nervous at the same time. I don't think it's appropriate. How can a movie like this pass the censors? Qin Bao Bao frowned. No problem. This is not a taboo novel, Mou said. The siblings looked at each other. For some reason, they saw stars in each other's eyes. This is not a taboo novel? Then what the F***ck is a taboo novel? This kind of theme is very popular in Korea, but it's also very popular in our country. Duan Gongzi's novel is still being remade. There's also a famous novel by a certain big shot in the Republic of China. It's a novel disguised as art, and it's about lovers becoming siblings in the end. Mou said confidently, this is a youth sadomasochistic novel. The wrong time, the wrong person, and it inexplicably tugs at the heartstrings deep in your heart. Qin Zhe said in his heart, someone, come and press down on old Chow's coffin. Also, President Qin, this novel is in the top 3 best-selling novels. The fan base can be converted into box office sales to a certain extent. The key is that it's relatively short, ending at 300,000 words. It's not like other novels that can easily reach millions. From the scriptwriter's point of view, this is the best choice, Mou said. Qin Zhe turned and asked his sister, do you still want to be the female lead? Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and thought for a while. I'll read the novel first, okay? Qin Zhe said, discuss with the production team and confirm the cast list as soon as possible. Also, if we look for little fresh meats, will it affect our reputation? Qin Zhe pondered. This was a problem. Little fresh meats were the product of market demand. Even if their reputation was bad, it was fine as long as they could make money. However, his movie had a rating requirement. It couldn't be lower than 8.5. In fact, if the little fresh meats show off their acting skills, they'll be able to get better reviews. In this regard, we need to check it out ourselves. Many production teams don't actually have high expectations for the little fresh meat's acting skills. That's why there's a bunch of lousy movies. But even if it's a lousy movie with little fresh meat's acting in it, it's still profitable. On this point, Qin Zhe felt that he could keep a check. If the little fresh meat did not act well in the production team, his scalp would be shaved off. Alright, hurry up and do it. Qin Zhe said. Mou nodded and left the office. Qin Zhe and his sister were reading novels on their phones. If this novel were to be placed in an online novel, it would be a proper female-themed novel. The main character was a female. However, a female novel was the best choice for television adaptation. It was easier to film than a male novel that could easily destroy the world. Qin Zhe basically didn't read female novels. Women would enjoy the intrigue of the otaku family, but men would think, damn, so boring. However, when he really immersed himself in this novel, If I Become Memories, he found that the writing was unexpectedly delicate. The plot was not exaggerated, and the delicate writing style was humorous. It was very good. Qin Zhe went online to check. The author was a very famous female writer from the 1980s. She took the traditional route of physical publishing. No wonder her writing was so solid. Qin Zhe finished the 300,000-word novel in 2 to 3 hours. The female protagonist was called Wuxia Xianxia. She was born in an ordinary family, but she grew up to be beautiful. She said, "The red flowers I got in kindergarten can circle my home twice. The boys who had a crush on me in junior high can circle the field 3 times. The boys who confessed to me in high school can form the 300 Spartans. But, I'm so outstanding, but I don't have a boyfriend even when I'm in university. It's tiring." When Qin Zhe saw this sentence, he felt that it was quite funny. He subconsciously turned to look at his sister. This character setting was similar to his sister's. When the female protagonist was in her second year of university, there was a crazy cool boy among the freshmen. The description of the novel: he was 1.8 meters tall, straight and tall. He had a face so handsome that it made people despair. His facial features were deep. Qin Zhe's brain twitched. "Sister, don't you think I'm handsome?" Qin Bao looked at her phone with great interest. "Handsome? Is he handsome enough to make you despair?" "Crazy. It seems that the distance between the male protagonist and me is only the word despair." Such a handsome male protagonist immediately attracted the attention of countless girls. He was named as the school beau. On a certain afternoon when one was thinking about eating and eating. No, thinking about eating and eating, the female protagonist and her roommates went for a walk in the field. They found that the basketball field was surrounded by many girls who were screaming excitedly. Her roommates also screamed, "Mo Chenfeng, he's playing basketball." Mo Chenfeng, the male protagonist's name. Sure enough, a name like mine can't be the main character. Qin Zhe pursed his lips. The female protagonist was dragged by her roommates to watch the male protagonist play basketball. There was a psychological description here. The female protagonist was amazed by the male protagonist's handsomeness, but the female protagonist wasn't moved at all. She was very calm. The female protagonist with a heart as calm as still water. Female protagonists were all like this. They had the ability to clear their hearts. Then, a ball flew over and hit the female protagonist's roommate. The male protagonist came over and said coldly, "Are you okay?" The roommate was instantly infatuated. "I'm fine." The male protagonist picked up the ball and turned to leave. The female protagonist's brain twitched. She stuck out her chest and said, "Stop right there. What's the matter? You're not going to apologize after hitting someone?" The male protagonist's face darkened. It was as cold as ice, but it made the girls' hearts beat faster. Facing such a charming man, the female protagonist didn't move at all. She was really determined. "Then, I hit you? You should apologize for hitting my friend." "Boring." The female protagonist scolded angrily, "Scumbag, shameless." She dragged her roommate away. The male protagonist looked at her back silently. "This woman is a bit interesting." He smiled evilly. "Sister, look at me," he said. Qin Bao looked up. "What's the matter?" Qin Zhe smiled evilly. Qin Bao. Qin Zhe smiled evilly twice. Qin Bao. Qin Zhe smiled evilly 3 times. Qin Bao, is your face cramping? So, what was the meaning of this evil smile? Qin Zhe's mind was full of crap. The whole novel was more than 300,000 words. Qin Zhe finished reading it in 2 hours. The plot in the early part was shallow, but it got better in the middle and later part. After reading the ending, he was actually quite touched. Even he, who didn't read romance novels, felt that it was good. There was a reason why this book was so popular. "Sister, this book feels good. Why don't we film it?" "Okay." Qin Bao looked up. "Why are you crying?" Qin Zhe asked. "It's too touching. You only know how to make me cry." Qin Bao sniffled. Her eyes were red. "I want to play the female lead." Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Okay. The novel was not bad. It was not as dirty as online novels. The theme was youth, love, and school. The character design was very similar to his sister. It was not a problem for her to play the role. Qin Zhe thought to himself. It's decided then. If this novel was filmed well, it would definitely make his sister famous. Anyway, I'm not the male lead. I can film it as much as I want. It's better than filming the bloody battle at Shanghai Beach. If my parents want to watch it, I can take them to the cinema. As long as it was not too bad or awkward, a movie with a slightly sad tone would have a good reputation. This was the route that literary films took. Similarly, the quality of the actors would also increase. However, a movie that was not popular did not suit his mission. The system's mission was to call it good and then call it good. Therefore, the filming method of this movie could not be too literary. It had to suit the tastes of the public. He had to make this clear to the director. It was not that there were no youth romance movies that used a small budget to achieve a big box office. There were such examples in the past. 2 days later, the revised script was out. At the same time, the actors were basically gathered and the crew was officially established. The male lead was a popular young hunk. He was not as handsome as Qin Zhe but was more beautiful than Qin Zhe. Inexplicably, Qin Zhe thought of a saying, "You're different from those flirtatious sluts outside. You're more flirtatious than them." When the young hunk heard that he was going to work with Qin Baobao, he was very happy and happily accepted the movie. Before signing the contract, he had to read the script first. Besides the male lead, Qin Zhe left the other supporting roles to the artists under Tian Fang. However, just a day before the filming officially started, Mou, as the director, had just finished mobilizing the actors. There was a problem with the actors. The young hunk's manager requested for a raise before the filming started. Otherwise, he would not sign the contract. Mou asked him how much he wanted. "Raise it to 100 million. The little fresh meat's manager replied on the phone, his tone full of conviction. Mou did not agree or reject him. He said that he had to ask his superiors. Mou told Qin Zhe about this and said, "I heard that a production team wanted to sign him. They offered 100 million and the other party agreed. They really have all kinds of idiots." Qin Baobao frowned. In the current market, there were not many young hunks who dared to ask for 100 million for a movie. This was definitely not a price that a young hunk should have. In the film industry, a few $100 million investment was considered a blockbuster. It was not like you were the only one filming the movie. There were other actors, crew, post-production, and other miscellaneous expenses. If the box office was not high, it would be a flop. Mou, CEO Qin, do you want to increase it? Qin Baobao, let's change it. Mou, but the other young hunks, A-listers, all seem to have their schedules. Those who are not A-listers are not as good. Also, the pay is high. Why don't we use this? Qin Baobao was about to say something when Qin Zhe waved his hand and said loudly, "Ask him to get lost." Mou, then we can only delay the filming. I'll see if there are any suitable male leads. Qin Zhe frowned. At most, delay it for a day. Time is points, money. We can't delay it for too long. Although he did not know why his boss was so anxious, it was too difficult to find a suitable actor in a day. Those who could not fulfill his boss's test would not get a raise or a promotion. Mou pondered. The filming was going to start tomorrow. Where could they find a popular young hunk? It was not easy to sign a celebrity. They had a lot of work to do and needed to contact their management companies first. Then, the management companies would help them screen or ask for their opinion. Therefore, it was very troublesome to sign a young hunk in a day. How good would it be if Tianfang already had a popular young hunk? Chapter 385. Mo suddenly realized something. A popular young hunk? Wasn't there one standing right in front of him? He was a popular young hunk who knew how to write songs and compose piano pieces. He was also a famous stock god who had countless fans who wanted to bear his children. Moreover, he had experience in movies. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was the #1 movie at the box office. Mo had seen it before. His acting was 999 likes. Boss Qin, why don't you play the male lead? Mo suggested. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up immediately. Me? Qin Zhe paused. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not an artist. Mo smiled. Didn't you act in the Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach? Your acting is good. You found a suitable male lead in one day. Boss Qin, it's not that I'm kicking the ball, but it's really difficult. I don't think so. Qin Zhe shook his head. I think it's possible, Qin Bao Bao said. Qin Zhe looked at her. His sister was calm, but there was excitement in her eyes. This black-hearted maggot wants to drag me down. Qin Zhe shook his head. Boss, it's not like you don't know how to act in movies. Why are you so reserved? Moreover, you have a good reputation. Not only do you not attract negative comments, but if the movie is good, you'll get a bonus. When you were in the Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach, the netizens said that you were just playing around and had no acting skills. The more they looked down on you, the more they praised you. Qin Zhe thought about it. It made sense. Ratings were one of the requirements of the mission. But it was still inappropriate. Sister, it's not good for us to act in this movie. If Mom and Dad see us. Qin Zhe leaned in front of his sister and whispered. Are you stupid? Just don't take them. It's not hard to do what you did last time. I don't think it's very reliable. Trust me. It's fine. Okay. The two whispered for a while. Qin Zhe nodded. Okay, tell him we don't need him. I'll be the male lead. He remembered that he swore to himself that he would never act in a movie with his sister again. Once again, he set a death flag. He had to change his bad habit. Most importantly, acting in a romantic movie with his sister was very exciting. Last time, her sister had a stomachache and her period, so she brushed it off. This time, it's my turn. Why don't I try Uncle's pain? Mo was stunned. He had prepared a long speech to convince his boss, but in the end, he suddenly agreed. She nodded too quickly. Didn't she disagree? Wasn't she very reserved? Inexplicably. Fudan University. The words, Fudan University, first appeared on the screen. Then, the camera zoomed out to show a bird's-eye view of the school gate. Groups of students pouring into the school gate and the cars coming in and out were all reflected in the mirror. It was the start of school. As a pure black luxury car drove through the school gate, the camera followed it as it entered the campus. The car stopped, and a handsome, long-legged Appa got out. He was like the brightest star in the night sky, attracting the gazes of the girls. Who is that person? So handsome. Which department is he from? I've never seen him before. This car costs at least $1 million. The girls nearby whispered to each other. Mo Chenfeng was such a flashy man. From the beginning, he was the center of attention. However, his face was indifferent and he did not smile. Okay, cut. Mo felt that the opening was not amazing, but it was impeccable. The opening was mainly to set off the handsome and arrogant character of the protagonist. Qin Zhe also acted very well. Mo had always been puzzled. Someone who had never received acting training actually gave him the aura of acting from head to toe. The university in the novel was chosen to film in Fudan University. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao decided unanimously. Qin Bao Bao was an alumnus of Fudan University, so the school leaders readily agreed. Before filming, there was a chaotic fan meeting. Hundreds of students surrounded the crew, asking Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao for autographs and asking all sorts of questions. The students were very excited to see Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe filming a movie. There was no news about it on the internet. Fortunately, the students of Fudan University were very good. After the novelty, they were busy with their own things. At most, they would watch the filming from afar. The biggest advantage of the school was that there was no lack of extras. The second scene was set in the girls' dormitory. The morning sun was warm. Baby Qin, who had a slender waist and perky breasts, was drying clothes on the balcony. She was wearing a white knitted sweater, blue jeans, and a pair of running shoes. Her curly hair was straightened, and the chestnut color was dyed back to black. She looked more innocent and less charming, which was more suitable for the temperament of a college girl. Li Wei played the role of the second female lead. She was also the female lead's roommate and best friend. Her name was Xiao Yu. She was Mo Chunfeng's #1 fan. Lying on the bed, she browsed the campus forum with her laptop. When she saw Mo Chunfeng's new student photo, she was completely infatuated with the handsome male lead. Xiang, I found a high-quality handsome guy. Xiao Yu shouted on the bed. Which grass did you see today? Chu Xiang, who had finished drying clothes, replied casually as she swept the floor. He's really handsome. Which faculty is he from? Luxurious car. Is he a rich second-generation heir? Mo Chunfeng? Why haven't I heard of this person? Her two roommates went over and discussed. He's a new student last year. After registering, he took a semester off. He just started work this year. Xiao Yu said, someone already found out about him in the post. Chu Xiang was curious. She took a look and was slightly stunned. He seemed to be, indeed, very handsome. Cut. This scene is over. Mou was very satisfied. Everyone is in good shape today. Let's try to shoot more scenes. The next scene is on the basketball court. Under the accompaniment of the school teachers, they cleared the set, found extras, and started shooting. The plot of this scene was the first meeting between the male and female lead. The first meeting between the female lead and the first meeting between the male lead were a little similar. Either the female lead hated the male lead or the male lead hated the female lead. However, the hated one would be inexplicably curious about the other. But this simple scene had to be res hot 8 times. Director Mou was not satisfied. Mr. Qins, both of you have some flaws. First, the female lead. Her roommate was hit by a ball. Her first impression of the male lead was very bad. Her eyes should be filled with disgust and anger. This emotion should be expressed through her eyes. Mr. Qin, your eyes are too gentle. Also, Mr. Qin, you should smile evilly. But your smile is too warm and peaceful. The two Mr. Qins reflected deeply. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, how can I hate him? Brother's face, it's hard for me to hate him. Qin Zhe thought to himself, damn, how can I smile evilly? In his mind, he imagined a big-breasted and long-legged sister lying on the sofa, crying and showing a scared expression. Then he raised his hand and slowly approached. Qin Zhe's lips curled up. Yes, that's the smile. Mou clapped his hands. An evil and cold smile. Perfect. They continued shooting. The basketball court scene was res hot. Cut. Mr. Qin, your expression is still not right. It's not you, it's you. Mou frowned and felt irritated. He comforted himself, she's the boss, I can't get angry. The first, you was Qin Zhe, the second, you was Qin Bao Bao. Sister's expression was still not right. They took a 3-minute break. Qin Bao Bao wore a coat and sat on a small chair by the field. Her face was gloomy and her lips were pursed. Qin Zhe walked to Mou and said, "Director, just call my name and Qin Bao Bao's name on the set. It's easier to remember. Also, I'll talk to her. If it doesn't work, we'll pass this scene." Mou smiled bitterly and nodded. Qin Zhe held 2 bottles of mineral water and squatted on his sister. He comforted her. "It's okay. If it doesn't work, we'll pass." Qin Bao Bao felt wronged. "I can't grasp the details in your eyes." Qin Zhe curled his lips. "Useless." Qin Bao Bao was stunned. She wanted to hear her brother coax her with gentle words. Qin Zhe sighed. "Sister Ziwei is so smart. If she acts, she'll get the hang of it quickly." Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She looked at Qin Zhe in disbelief. Qin Zhe continued to fan the flames. "I like Sister Ziwei the most." With that, he got up and left unhurriedly. "Director, let's do it again." Qin Zhe deliberately shouted, "Let's do it again, straight through." The scene was quickly shot and the ending was unexpectedly perfect. Mou felt that Qin Bao Bao had brought the scene to life. There was anger in her fierceness and hatred in her anger. Perfect. Life was wonderful. Some things were predestined when they first met. Just like Wuxia Xianxia and Mo Chenfeng in novels. The first time they met, Wuxia Xianxia didn't leave a deep impression in Mo Chenfeng's heart. He just felt that this girl was interesting. The second time they met, it was in the quiet library. The afternoon sun shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows and shone on the campus students. Wuxia Xianxia bought a cup of coffee and planned to read while enjoying the peaceful afternoon. Opposite her, the handsome Mo Chenfeng sat at the brown solid wood square table. The young master also came to the library to read. The girls around him secretly sized him up, but they didn't dare to approach him because of the schoolboy's cold temperament. Mo Chenfeng was so handsome, but there were also people who secretly looked at him. For example, the girl opposite him. She sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and the warm sunlight was her background. To like a girl, it probably only needed a casual touch. For example, the girl sitting in the library reading under the sunlight was demure and elegant. Her fingers were crystal clear under the sunlight. Mo Chenfeng gradually became infatuated. The camera gave him a close-up. His gaze had to be interesting, as if he had discovered something new. The smile at the corner of his mouth was exquisite. It was the kind of smile of a CEO. "Wuxia Xianxia. Let's have dinner tonight." Mo Chenfeng took the initiative. But the female lead ignored him. She glanced at him, ignored him, and continued reading. "Is this your coffee?" Mo Chenfeng asked. "Yes." Wuxia Xianxia replied. "I think it's my coffee." Mo Chenfeng took a sip. Wuxia Xianxia glared. "There's something on your face." Mo Chenfeng said. Wuxia Xianxia was stunned. She took out a makeup mirror from her bag and looked. There was nothing on her face. She glared again. "It's my gaze." Mo Chenfeng said in a magnetic voice. "Crazy." Wuxia Xianxia stuffed the book into her bag and left angrily. Mo Chenfeng's character was a combination of a domineering CEO, a cold CEO and a ruffian. Even with Qin Zhe's proficient acting level, it was difficult to act. He held the script and thought, how could there be such a perfect man in the world? He just got this character and there were no flaws. He hoped that he could maintain it. Okay, cut. Mou was extremely excited. Chapter 386. Good, very good. Mou clapped his hands and said loudly, "Now, let's split into 2 groups. One group will go to the KTV first and the other group will follow me to do some scenes." The filming of this movie was unusually smooth. The quality of each segment was good and the actors' acting skills were on point. Before this, MOU had already prepared to train the actors' acting skills. Unexpectedly, there was no need at all. Qin Bao Bao could not be said to be perfect, but she was stable and flawless. What surprised him the most was Qin Zhe. Mo Chunfeng's character was cold and domineering, but he was not an abstinent male god. He was a rebellious young man. The character design was too complicated. Generally speaking, it was not possible for actors to portray such a character perfectly. At most, they could match a certain characteristic. But until now, Qin Zhe had brought this character to life. However, this was just the beginning. As the plot progressed, there were many places where the acting skills would explode. It was not certain if he could control it. When Wuxia Xianxia returned to the dormitory, she was still angry. She was about to complain to her roommates about Mo Chunfeng when she suddenly heard cheers in the dormitory. She pushed the door open. "What are you so happy about?" Xiao Yu came up and danced. "Our dormitory is going to have a social gathering. Dormitory number 2, you definitely won't be able to guess who it is. Dormitory number 3, it's Mo Chunfeng's dormitory. They just contacted us." Wuxia Xianxia, she did not want to go, but she was forcefully dragged by her roommates and went. Wuxia Xianxia was a gentle and obedient girl. She was surprisingly resilient. Otherwise, she would not have chosen management as her parents' request and not her favorite history. The social gathering was, of course, Mo Chunfeng's treat because he was the one behind it. The eating scene between the two dormitory mates passed quickly. The main point was that Mo Chunfeng was cold and did not like to talk. Wuxia Xianxia sat upright and did not look at him at all. It showed that their relationship was very awkward. The main point was singing in the KTV. Mo Chunfeng changed his cold arrogance and became a microphone hog. In novels, songs were not just mentioned. The author described the song name, but it could not be used here. Or rather, it was inconvenient to use it. Because even if Qin Zhe sang a few lines casually and put it on the big screen, it would involve copyright issues and he would have to pay copyright fees. "Can't you sing a new song?" Qin Bao Bao asked expectantly. Everyone in the room turned to look at Qin Zhe. "There's no new song. How can it be so easy to write a song?" Qin Zhe righteously refused. "Am I seeing things?" Everyone was curling their lips. His voice was very magnetic, thick and heavy, but it also had the texture of a cold collision. To hell with the adjectives. Anyway, that was how it was described in the novel. When Qin Zhe tried to mimic the voice of his ideal character, everyone was stunned. The female lead, the supporting characters, the lighting technician, the director. MOU even forgot to shout, "Cut." Qin Zhe put down the microphone and looked around. He thought to himself, this operation is a little tricky. The skill book, ventriloquism, wasn't wasted. "Director, wouldn't it be too much to film the entire song?" "Do we need to cut it?" a staff member asked. "No, there's no need to cut it. Let's just give the audience time for one song." MOU waved his hand. In the room, the dazzling lights were turned bright and the music was turned off. MOU walked over. "Next is the kissing scene. Do we need a stunt double?" "No, get lost." Although Qin Zhe wanted to say that, it wasn't good to blatantly ask for a kissing scene with his sister. He had to be reserved. He looked at his sister. His sister met his gaze and blushed. Qin Zhe was speechless. "Hey, why are you blushing? You're making me anxious." "There are so many people watching," Qin Zhe said, "there's no need for a stunt double. As an actor, I shouldn't use a stunt double unless it's absolutely necessary. I don't want to be like those little fresh meats who only know how to copy pictures and use stunt doubles." With such a noble reason, the staff was in awe. Qin Zhe was indeed not an ordinary little fresh meat. He was a little fresh meat with professionalism and integrity. The dazzling lights flashed and the noisy music played. The camera was aimed at the door of the room. Mo Chenfeng, who had drunk a lot, pushed the door open and walked towards the washroom. After a while, Chu Xiangxiang came out and they bumped into each other at the washroom door. Chu Xiangxiang's face was stiff. When they brushed past each other, an arm wrapped around her waist and she bumped into a firm and warm chest. Beside her ear, a voice reeked of alcohol. "Woman, has anyone ever told you that you're very good-looking?" The hot breath was mixed with the smell of alcohol. Her brother's gaze was aggressive, sharp, and domineering. The way he looked at her seemed to be saying, "Woman, don't run away. You're mine." Qin Bao Bao blushed, her heart thumping wildly in her chest. She knew that other men would never be able to give her this feeling. Therefore, when Qin Zai's hot lips were sucking on her soft lips teasingly, Qin Bao Bao went soft in his arms and hugged his neck out of habit. "Cut. You quickly stopped them. This part won't do. The female lead definitely doesn't have a good impression of the male lead. CEO Qin, if you were kissed by a strange man, would you hug his neck and kiss him so intensely? I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that you have to resist and be angry." Qin Bao Bao stuck out her tongue and said softly, "Last time when we were filming, sister hugged the little pervert like this too. I'm used to it. It's different this time. This time, you're acting as a pure girl from a humble family. You're not pretentious or flirtatious." Qin Zai said, "Then, let's do it again." Qin Bao Bao nodded. Qin Zai turned his head and said, "Director, we're ready." Mou waved his hand and asked the staff to prepare the clapper. "Ready, action." With a bang, the clapper started shooting. Mo Chenfeng hugged Chu Xiangxiang's waist, his gaze aggressive. "Woman, has anyone ever told you that you're very good-looking?" As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed her. Chu Xiangxiang twisted her body in his arms and found that she couldn't break free. She went soft in his arms and kissed him. Mou silently covered his face. This scene definitely couldn't be done. They had to do it again. In his heart, he thought that this wasn't a forced kiss. This was clearly a golden couple hitting it off. "Cut." Mou said, "No, it's not done. CEO Qin, you can resist more violently. You can't break free from a man's embrace even if you twist your body. Clapper ready, action." "It's still not done. How could you hug his waist just now? You said you were going to resist." "Action." "Cut, it's still not done. CEO Qin, you should resist. You're being kissed by a strange man. You should punch his chest with your little fists." A 2-minute scene had to be shot repeatedly for 40 minutes. Mou's heart was about to break down. The KTV company had already come to negotiate with them several times. The opening time was delayed again and again. The crew had no choice but to pay more. Qin Zai and Qin Bao Bao kissed until their lips were numb. Qin Zai glanced at her moist and bright red lips. They were slightly red and swollen. He said, "It's about time. Are we done with this scene?" Qin Bao Bao also felt that it was enough. She was satisfied. She replied with an N and pretended to be ashamed. "I'm sorry, director. I'm not very familiar with kissing scenes. I promise to complete it this time." This time, Qin Bao Bao struggled with all her might. In order to make it more realistic, Qin Zai kissed her slightly swollen lips with all his might. She probably felt the burning pain. She struggled even harder and punched his chest with her little fists. Mo Chenfeng stepped back. He covered his mouth and frowned in pain. He was bitten hard by Chu Xiangxiang and there were traces of blood. This was something that didn't happen in novels. "Very good, this scene is done." Mou shouted, "Cut," and revealed a relaxed smile. "This is very good." It's more perfect than expected. At this moment, he saw Qin Bao Bao's slightly red and swollen lips. He immediately ordered the crew. Hurry up and bring ice water to Chairman Qin. Hurry. Mou was in awe. Although Chairman Qin wasn't a professional, his professionalism and persistence were something that no young person in the entertainment industry had. He could rely on his face to make a living, but he relied on his ability. Chairman Qin was more hardworking than he thought. That's it for today. Everyone, pack up your things. Mou ordered. Today's filming was over. He turned around and saw Qin Zhe pass him a cigarette. He quickly accepted it and the two hid in the toilet to smoke. How was it? Qin Zhe asked. He lit the cigarette for him. Mou was flattered. He lowered his head and sucked on the cigarette. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. He didn't pat his chest and promise anything. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Currently, it's not bad in all aspects. The more low-budget a romance film is, the more details and plot are important. If you want to sell it at the box office, you have to work on the details. The plot of the novel is indeed tear-jerking, but it's important to let the audience feel like the novel after it's adapted into a movie. Many movies and TV dramas adapted from novels of the same name have good acting skills, but the audience's response is very poor. In the end, there are only two reasons. The actor's temperament doesn't match the character, the director and scriptwriter didn't grasp the spirit of the novel. After filming, let's go through all the scenes and try to nitpick," Qin Zhe said. Yes. Mou agreed. At night, Qin Zhe was driving his sister home when he received a call from Grandpa Qin Zhe. It was his sister who answered. "Dad, Ace is driving," Qin Bao Bao said. "Bao Bao, I heard from a student today that you're filming at Fudan University?" Grandpa went straight to the point. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. She subconsciously looked at her brother. Qin Zhe felt inexplicably guilty. It seemed that his sister felt the same. The company is preparing to film a new film. It's a movie, Qin Bao Bao said. What kind of movie? Grandpa looked very interested. We're filming a school-themed movie. Qin Bao Bao stammered. Do your best. When it's released, bring me and your mom to see it. Grandpa chuckled. Qin Bao Bao's hand shook. She almost dropped her phone. Qin Zhe held the steering wheel with both hands. He drove steadily, but his legs were shaking. Chapter 387. I can't bring you to the movies, not in this lifetime. After his sister hung up, Qin Zhe was worried. Hey, sister, I suddenly thought of something. Will Dad come to Fudan University to watch us film? Fudan University was very close to the University of Finance and Economics. No way. Qin Bao Bao was shocked. She frowned and pouted. Don't jump to conclusions. You're pissing me off. She slapped Qin Zhe's face twice with her small hands. Qin Zhe was speechless. It was easy to like someone, but it was hard to like someone deeply. Mo Chenfeng really fell in love with Wuxia Xianxia on the way back to school. It started to rain. The spring rain was as precious as oil, but there was a chill that seeped into the bones. Wuxia Xianxia was at the flower bed outside the girls' dormitory. She broke the bread she bought from the convenience store and carefully fed it to the stray cats covered in mud. Mo Chenfeng, who saw this scene from afar, was in a daze. As for Wuxia Xianxia, she fell in love with Mo Chenfeng. There was no reason for him to save the damsel in distress, nor was there any reason to take care of her when she was sick. It was just that under his tyrannical and unreasonable pursuit, she went from disgust at the beginning to reluctantly accepting his advances. Her heart fell little by little, and when she looked back, she realized that she had already fallen in love with Mo Chenfeng. Under Wuxia Xianxia's reluctance, the two started dating. They read books in the clean cafe, studied in the library with floor-to-ceiling windows, ran in the KTV battlefield, and ran in the field. Occasionally, Mo Chenfeng would take advantage of her. He would hold her hand and kiss her. Chu Xiangxiang started to like Mo Chenfeng's figure on the field. She sat by the field and the warm spring sun shone on her. "Do you want some water?" Mo Chenfeng sat beside Chu Xiangxiang with a bottle of mineral water and passed it to her. "Thank you." Chu Xiangxiang took it but did not drink it. She held the bottle with both hands and lowered her head slightly. Beside her, Mo Chenfeng was supporting himself with his hands behind his back. He looked up and narrowed his eyes. Perhaps because he was too quiet, Chu Xiangxiang said, "What are we eating tonight?" Mo Chenfeng did not answer. He tilted his head and smiled. This smile was a test of acting skills. In female novels, there was always such an adjective: his face was like frost, his dark eyes were like a deep pool, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Mo Chenfeng had such a smile, and the camera gave him another close-up. Mo, you like to do close-up shots of Qin Zhe. He felt that his facial expressions were perfect for portraying the male lead. "I'll eat you." Mo Chenfeng flipped his body and pressed Chu Xiangxiang against his body. Both of his hands propped her up and the two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Beside the two of them, the cameraman was squatting and lying on his stomach, constantly taking close-ups of the two of them. Next was the kissing scene. According to the script, they were to have a French kiss in a crowded field. The reason why the novel was so sweet in the early stages was that the male lead would kiss the female lead on different occasions. Under the glow of the street lamps at night, beside the white walls of the library, and on the playground where the spring breeze blew, it was very romantic. The frequent kissing scenes made Qin Zhe feel that he had used too much strength. Although his sister's lips were soft and fragrant, he accidentally kissed them until they became swollen. Although he had warned the crew not to reveal anything, there were many students in the university, and it was inevitable that someone would take photos. His sister's lips were often swollen, and it was very likely that she would be targeted by unscrupulous online media. Qin Zhe could even guess the title, "Shocking." Qin Bao Bao kisses her swollen lips repeatedly on set. Is it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality? Stay tuned tonight at 8:30 p.m., enter Qin Zhe. With that thought, Qin Zhe glanced at the crowd to see how many people were taking photos. Then, he saw the old man standing in the crowd. "Nanny? What? Excuse-me." Qin Zhe bounced up from his sister's body like a spring, experiencing the pain of a sudden cardiac arrest. "Dad, why are you here? Hey, why didn't you say anything?" Qin Zhe was flustered. The calmness and enthusiasm on his face were all supported by his proficiency in acting. Life was like a drama. Without acting skills, it was easy to die. "I don't have classes in the afternoon, so I came to watch you guys film." The old man waved his hand. "Continue, I'll just watch, I won't say anything." "Qin Zhe, how can I continue kissing my sister when you're standing there?" "I can't continue, or you'll soon see your son biting your daughter." "Absolutely not, I'll be done for." So, what was the old man's mentality now? Had he collapsed? Had he noticed the follow-up kissing scene, or had he been too excited to pay attention? "Oh, my dear father, why are you here?" His sister rushed over with a smile. The woman was indeed a natural actress. Her expression and posture were impeccable. "I don't have classes in the afternoon. Many students from the University of Finance and Economics came to watch you guys film, so I came to watch too," the old man said with a smile. In the distance, a group of students was surrounded outside. The old man was initially blocked outside. The professor from the University of Finance and Economics said casually, "My surname is Qin. I'm here to watch my son and daughter film." The staff was in awe and decisively let him out. The old man showed his power in front of the people without leaving a trace. "Mo, you came over. Boss Qin, shall we continue? As soon as he finished speaking, he was cut by the daggers hidden in the eyes of the two Boss Qins. He suddenly froze. Did I say something wrong? Qin Zhe thought to himself. This King ignorant thing should have said, Boss Qin, let's take a 10-minute break. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, he doesn't know what to do at all. Do he still want to work? Qin Zhe smiled and said, I'm a little tired. Let's get a stunt double. Qin Bao Bao glanced at him and said with a smile, it seems that you're really tired. Isn't this kind of plot done by the stunt double? Qin Zhe was stunned and suddenly understood. Yes. Elder sister's awareness is still high. Elder sister is really witty. Qin Zhe turned his head and said, Dad, my sister and I are done with our scenes. Let's leave it to the stunt double. He moved a small chair and let the old man sit down. He and Qin Bao Bao sat on both sides of the old man. Mou looked at them strangely and thought that they wanted to talk to their father, so they let the stunt double do it. He waved his hand and called the stunt double over. A man and a woman, two stunt doubles, were overjoyed. Damn it, it's finally my turn. I've been sitting on the bench for 2 days and haven't earned a single cent. The stunt double of a big star had a much higher appearance fee than an extra. After a few scenes, the income was very good. The stunt double looked at each other affectionately and the two started to kiss. Yes, a French kiss. Qin Zhe took out his phone and sent a message to his sister. Sister, I was so scared that my legs turned to jelly just now. Qin Bao Bao replied, Brother, I was so scared that I almost peed. Cry, Qin Zhe said, Our father is such a black-hearted maggot. He didn't even tell us that he was coming to the set. Qin Bao Bao said, Maybe he's just here to take a look and see how we're filming. I told you not to put flags on the set. You're a black-hearted maggot. You have to take the blame. Qin Zhe said, It's all my fault. I won't put flags on the set even if I'm beaten to death. He realized that he was like an old general on the stage recently. Anyone who put flags on the set would die. The siblings secretly broke out in cold sweat. Just now, it was so close. They almost kissed. No matter how open-minded their father was, he would still collapse when he saw his son and daughter kissing each other and then his son kissing his daughter's lips swollen. The old man didn't collapse. He was watching with great interest. The siblings knew that the old man was probably just here to watch the show and see how it was filmed. However, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's mentality collapsed. They felt as if there was a thorn in their backs the whole day, and they felt uncomfortable all over. The quality of the filming was extremely bad. Then, you couldn't stay calm. Since the start of filming, this was the first time that both the male and female leads' acting skills collapsed. The future of this drama was unpredictable. At this moment, the camera followed the male and female leads. They were obviously a couple, but they kept a safe distance from each other. The most they did was to hold hands and hug, but things like that were thrown to the stunt double. The stunt double was surprised and confused. What was going on? Could it be that the investors felt that they had neglected them for 2 days and felt bad, so they went easy on them to make up for it? They looked back at the camera afterwards. Qin Zhe said, yes, this part is not bad. He was referring to the scene where the two of them kept a safe distance from each other and wandered around the campus. Qin Bao Bao said, yes, this part is not bad either. She was referring to the scene where the female lead fell into the male lead's arms. But, what did this have to do with you? It was clearly done by the stunt double. Mou's mentality collapsed. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the old man, who had been running around with the crew, was satisfied. He told the siblings to focus on filming and said goodbye to the director and scriptwriter before leaving. The siblings heaved a sigh of relief and felt that their bodies had been hollowed out. Director, cut all the scenes today. Let's do it again. Yes, I think the stunt double was not involved enough in the kissing scene on the lawn. Let's do it again. The two of them said. MOU, the assistant director, the cameraman, the scriptwriter. 3 days later, they entered the first exciting scene of the drama. After a period of warming up to each other, the male and female leads naturally went to get a room. The female lead walked into a luxurious 5-star hotel suite with the male lead with a nervous and expectant mood. Chapter 388. At 10:00 at night, after a sumptuous dinner, Mo Chenfeng sat at the desk in front of the window, smoking and pondering. The dim light from the table illuminated the outline of his face. The door of the washroom opened and steam floated out like a veil. Wuxia Xianxia's tall figure was wearing a bathrobe, her waist was tied, her chest was perky and her beautiful face was flushed. A picture of a beauty coming out of the shower. Mo Chenfeng was stunned. He suddenly got up and hugged her. His breathing was rapid and he threw her on the soft bed. Are you nervous? Mo Chenfeng propped himself up with his elbow and looked down at her. Wuxia Xianxia blushed and nodded. First time? Her face turned redder and she nodded again. It's my first time too. Mo Chenfeng's voice was like a bomb. Wuxia Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes. Surprised? Yes. Mo Chenfeng revealed a rare warm smile and said, Do you regret it? Regret it? Wuxia Xianxia asked herself in her heart. At this moment, the inside and outside of the movie seemed to merge into one. She shook her head and said softly, I don't know what will happen in the future, but I know that I don't regret it. After that, her eyes lit up and she stared at Mo Chenfeng. Thousands of words, all turned into one sentence. What about you, do you regret it? Mo Chenfeng was in a trance. He should not be in a trance. It was not written in the script, but he was indeed in a trance. And the director, MOU, also forgot to shout cut. The light was soft and the fragrance of shampoo floated in the air. One sentence, one question. It was obviously very simple, but it was hard to speak. Silence. Silence. After a while, Mo Chenfeng finally opened his mouth. It was no longer the sound of ice, but a hoarse voice with a meaningful expression. He said, No matter in the past or in the future, I won't regret it. Their lips met and the two were entangled on the bed. But when Mo Chenfeng's hand pressed on the belt of the bathrobe, Wuxia Xianxia woke up from her dream and pressed down on his hand. Her voice was soft but firm. No, I'm not ready yet. The camera stopped on Mo Chenfeng's face. He was stunned and at a loss. He frowned slightly and finally smiled. Then I'll give you the time for one song. Very good, one take. MOU shouted. The staff in the room sighed in relief. The assistant director asked, Not a retake? Many of the lines are wrong. It's good that you were wrong. MOU closed his eyes and recalled the scene just now. That feeling, the feeling of acting, is even better than the original work. It was too perfect. With just a few glances and a few words, there was actually so much conflict and so much trouble. What I want is this kind of puzzling and profound scene, because after this, the plot will have a turning point. Qin Bao Bao took off his bathrobe, revealing a V-neck low-cut sweater. His trousers were rolled up to his calves, and he dressed up as if he had just come out of the shower. She put on her outer robe, her expression somewhat gloomy. After acting for so many days, she was deeply immersed in the role of Wuxia Xianxia. To put it simply, she was a little too immersed in the role. He even imagined her to be another Qin Bao Bao. Why was she depressed? Why was this the turning point of the movie? In fact, according to the conventions of women's literature, under such circumstances, it was more than enough to omit 500 words if it was not suitable for children. However, there was none here. Wuxia Xianxia had rejected him, and this in itself explained many things. Readers who were familiar with the rhythm of female genre novels would frown and realize that things were not as simple as they seemed. At this time, the dormitory door was already closed. Fortunately, Wuxia Xianxia's house was very close to the university, and Mo Chenfeng drove her home without turning on the GPS or giving directions. He had sent Wuxia Xianxia several times. There was a street full of sycamore trees outside Wuxia Xianxia's neighborhood. As usual, Mo Chenfeng parked the car, and the two strolled under the sycamore trees, slowly walking towards the neighborhood. Mo Chenfeng wore a dark black short jacket, looking cold and silent. Wuxia Xianxia held his arm, and their shadows merged together, elongated by the streetlights. There was a slight accident today. The two of them were at the entrance of the neighborhood, and Mr. Chu, who had just returned from drinking at his old friend's house, bumped into them. Wuxia Xianxia let go of Mo Chenfeng's arm in a panic and shouted in panic, "Dad!" Mr. Chu looked at them for a moment, and was unexpectedly calm. "How long has it been? You look quite handsome, what's your name?" Mo Chenfeng held Wuxia Xianxia's hand, and said in a voice that sounded like ice cubes hitting each other, "Hello, uncle. I'm Mo Chenfeng. The Chu family." Mo Chenfeng sat on the sofa, and opposite him was Wuxia Xianxia's family of three. The obedient girl snuggled up to her mother, and Mrs. Chu and Mr. Chu looked at Mo Chenfeng, their eyes sharp as if they were merchants choosing goods. It was said that the more a mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more she liked him. But here, it was the opposite. Mr. Chu liked him more and more, and Mrs. Chu was more and more shocked. This young man looked very much like an old friend of hers. Very, very similar. "Your surname is Mo, what does your family do?" Mrs. Chu asked. "My family runs a company." Mo Chenfeng's tone was calm, without any hint of nervousness. Mrs. Chu reached for the teacup, and said in a casual tone, but her eyes did not leave him. "What company?" "Mo Corporation." Mrs. Chu's hand trembled, and the teacup fell, and the hot tea spread along the coffee table. "Who is Mo Enian to you?" "My father." Mo Chenfeng answered honestly. "Schwa." Mrs. Chu stood up abruptly, and her face was pale. The three of them looked up at her. Mrs. Chu did not explain, and her body swayed a little before she rushed into the room. Wuxia Xianxia had never seen her mother lose her composure like this, and was at a loss. "Dad, what's wrong with Mom?" Mr. Chu looked at Mo Chenfeng, and seemed to have thought of something. His expression became complicated, and he said, "I'll go in and take a look." After a few breaths, the emotional voices of Mrs. Chu and Mr. Chu could be heard, mixed with crying. Mo Chenfeng listened attentively, and vaguely heard a few sentences. "He is Mo Enian's son, they can't be together, what a sin, now is not the time to talk about this, let's first ask the children what stage they are at," and other words that he couldn't hear clearly. Mo Chenfeng's heart sank. Soon, Mr. Chu came out of the room, and his face was ugly. Wuxia Xianxia asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Mr. Chu sat down and said in a low voice, "Xianxia, what stage are you two at?" Wuxia Xianxia's face turned red, and she did not know how to answer. Mo Chenfeng went straight to the point. "Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it." Mr. Chu looked at the ceiling and did not speak for a long time. After a while, he sighed. "Xianxia, I have something to tell you. Actually, I'm not your biological father." A bolt from the blue. The camera panned to Wuxia Xianxia, and her face was filled with shock, and confusion. "Dad? What are you talking about? I'm not your biological child." "Then whose biological child am I?" Mr. Chu looked at Mo Chenfeng and said word by word, "He's your half-brother." Mo Chenfeng felt like he was struck by lightning. Mr. Chu told the story. Back then, Mrs. Chu and Mr. Mo were lovers, and they promised to be together forever. However, because of the opposition of the man's parents, they broke up. After they broke up, Mrs. Chu found out that she was pregnant. Mrs. Chu was lucky to have a childhood sweetheart who always loved her, and that was Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu asked her to give birth to the child and raise him as her own. Mr. Chu said dejectedly, "Originally, you would never know about this. But fate made fools of people." Cut. The moment Mou shouted cut, everyone present, whether it was the crew or the actors, breathed a sigh of relief. They shot this scene a total of 9 times. There will be a crying scene next. "Let's try to finish it today," Mou said. Qin Zhe teased, "Why are you crying?" "Director, can I cry? My sister is best at this." Ouch. He was kicked by Qin Bao Bao. Mou's heart skipped a beat, and he changed his words. "Let's try it first. It depends on CEO Qin's condition. If it doesn't work, we can continue it tomorrow." For professional actors, crying scenes were not difficult. However, for non-professional actors, they might not be able to cry even if they tried for a long time. Representative, hold down Bei. However, crying out loud and crying well were 2 different things. Qin Zhe's words reminded him. Mou felt that the crying scene next was not very likely to be successful because it was too difficult. Despair, sorrow, and pain of being completely disheartened. Unwillingness that could only be hoped for. How could Qin Bao Bao understand the despair of the person you love the most is actually your brother? Therefore, they could only test the waters for this scene. Chapter 389. Boss Qin, please read the script again before shooting. Try to figure out the character's psychology. Mou asked someone to pass the script to her. The other staff members entered the room and started to set up the scene. Qin Bao Bao nodded. This was one of the most touching scenes in the novel. It was written in a tear-jerking manner, interspersed with many descriptions of the female lead's psychological activities and memories. Qin Bao Bao also shed a lot of tears for this scene. Qin Zhe personally went to the kitchen to wash the apples, cut them into slices and brought them to his sister. He also cut 3 slices of apples for the staff and 2 actors in the room. Everyone was flattered. The actors who played Mr. and Mrs. Chu were 2 veteran actors. The audience would recognize them at first glance, but they couldn't remember their names. His sister liked to eat apples and grapes. The reason was simple. Apples were good for her skin and grapes were anti-aging. From a certain point of view, women were quite tired, but beautiful women were even more tired. Qin Bao Bao ate her brother's apple of love and pondered over the script. After reading it, she closed her eyes and brewed her emotions in her mind. After about 10 minutes, she said, "Director, we can start now." Mo Chenfeng left in a hurry. Even though he was cold and aloof, he couldn't accept such a terrifying reality. No one knew what he would do. Perhaps he would vent his emotions or find a place to lick his wounds. Anyway, he left. Mr. Chu carefully thought about it and chattered on. Seeing that his daughter was dumbfounded and didn't say a word, he finally sighed and said, "All right, maybe what you need is some peace and quiet." Wuxia Xianxia walked to the room in a daze. The camera slid past her face and landed behind her. Her back view was bleak and lonely. In the room, Wuxia Xianxia opened her diary and started to write. Since they started dating, she would record every detail of her time with Mo Chenfeng in her diary. She would write about their good times in writing. She couldn't put her pen down. She sat in front of the table in a daze. In Wuxia Xianxia's mind, the time they spent together flashed past. After a long time, she tore a page and tore it into pieces. The second page, the third page, bits and pieces of good times turned into pieces of paper flying away like butterflies. The furthest distance in the world was not the distance between a bird and a fish, but the distance between a sister and her brother. As she tore the paper, tears came. First, a line of tears flowed down, then tears poured out. Cut. After crying for a while, Mou shouted, cut. Immediately, a staff member passed her a tissue. Qin Bao Bao wiped her tears and looked at the director. The others also looked at the director. Mou frowned. No, I owe you something. President Qin, what do you think? Qin Zhe rubbed his chin and muttered, not enough strength? No, it's not that. There are too few feelings. She cried very calmly, without that kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Mou nodded. That's right. Perhaps we still need more emotional input. When the book wrote this paragraph, it was filled with emotions. We can edit the scenes and use music to express the feelings expressed in words. But the most important thing is that we have to remember. The actor's emotional investment is the finishing touch. Qin Bao wiped away her tears. Then how should I cry? Do you want to read the script for a while longer? I think we can find some sad movie clips. How about some sad music? Let's leave the room and let Chairman Qin brew alone. The assistant director, and scriptwriter discussed. Qin Zhe sat beside his sister and thought for a while. After some hesitation, he said, why don't you try to jump out of this role? Jump out of this role? Qin Bao Bao was stunned and fell into deep thought. Jump out of this role. Jump out of this role. Qin Bao Bao tried. Yes, she jumped out, but what next? What should she do after jumping out? Actually, her crying scene just now was not bad. Although it would not make people praise her acting skills, it was still above average. Mou was an experienced filmmaker. He clearly understood that this kind of youth romance movie sold emotions and acting skills. He perfected the small details. The few finishing touches of the plot needed even more acting skills to make people cry. Otherwise, what was the selling point of this movie? Qin Bao Bao sat in front of the desk and thought carefully. Just now, she put herself in Wuxia Xianxia's shoes and imitated her sadness and despair. Naturally, she cried. Even so, the director still felt that there was a lack of emotions. Then, how could she jump out of this role? Qin Bao Bao couldn't figure it out. She flipped open the book on the desk. This apartment was rented from a relative of the crew because there was a sycamore tree outside the neighborhood. It matched the scene in the novel. The room was the daughter's boudoir. Now, the family was sent to a hotel for 3 days. The cover of the book in her hand was a cartoon boy and girl. They were very tall and cute. The boy was holding an umbrella while the girl was holding him. The two of them were strolling in the season of cherry blossoms. It was a romance novel. Qin Bao Bao flipped open the cover and saw a paragraph in the introduction, "Love without love will never turn bad. So, we flirt and flirt, but we should never fall in love." She carefully read this sentence and felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Jump out of this role. Was that what he meant? At this moment, memories surged like a tide. Sister, I wet the bed. Don't tell mommy. 2 long-nosed kings, or I'll tell on you. Sister, this question is very difficult. I don't know how to do it. 2 lollipops, I'll help you. Sister, your butt is bleeding. F***ck off. This is my period. Help me call it. In their childhood, Qin Bao Bao liked to bully her younger brother and take advantage of him. Like a little queen controlling her little followers. They spent the rest of their childhood playfully. In their youth, Qin Bao Bao's chubby face faded and became more delicate. The 2nd and 3rd year bosses fought over the prettiest girl in the school. They often caused a bloody storm on the lawn behind the school. If they won, they would treat the prettiest girl in the school. If they lost, they would be the sister-in-law. If they dared to think about the sister-in-law, they would be punished. After seeing the gangsters, it was impossible to stop. The bosses felt that to survive in the world, they had to have a woman behind them. If they didn't have a girlfriend, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of their followers. The prettiest girl in the school was, of course, the girl of the school bully. Therefore, there was a saying, the one who got Qin Bao Bao got the world. Then, one day, a little kid appeared in the first year of junior high. He called himself Qin Bao Bao's little boyfriend. This young boyfriend of hers was very stubborn. He had fought his way through the martial arts world from the south to the north. He had been beaten up by groups of people, beaten up by sticks, and beaten up by people with sticks. He had won and lost, but he had never admitted defeat. Until his grades were too bad. He failed to advance from junior high to senior high and left school. Qin Bao Bao's lips curled up slightly. Mou waved his hand and asked the cameraman to fill in the gap. He felt that Qin Bao Bao was brewing her emotions. That smile just now was so sweet that it made his teeth fall off. It would be perfect if she could cry out later. When looking at the notebook in a daze, she should smile first because she was reminiscing about the past. The staff in the room quickly entered the zone. There was a period of estrangement when Qin Bao Bao went to college and moved in with her, while Qin Zhe lived with his parents. Although they would see each other every weekend, the two of them were no longer as close as they used to be. His sister, whose fighting strength was declining day by day, changed her strategy and turned into a crying monster. The effect was very good. Later, Qin Zhe went to university and studied for another 4 years. Until now, in the 26 years of Qin Bao Bao's life and the 24 years of Qin Zhe's life, there were 2 deep traces of each other. They could not be erased or forgotten. However, important turning points in life would still come. For example, marriage and starting a family. Love without love would never turn bad. Therefore, we flirt, but we should never fall in love. This sentence could also be said, love without confessions would never turn bad. There was no awkwardness, contradiction, or hysteria. We could spend the first half of our lives together and the second half of our lives in silence. This was a bitter, humble, and laughable love. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao jumped out of the role of Wuxia Xianxia and returned to this role. Tears flowed out of her eyes like a broken dam. She cried until her shoulders trembled and she cried hysterically. Under the camera, Qin Bao Bao's bitter face was ugly and ugly. However, in the midst of this crying, the cameraman also fell silent. He had been silent all this time, but it was different from the silence when he did not speak. Now, he was silent with his expression and emotions. He also could not distinguish between the inside and outside of the scene. The room was quiet except for the echoes of the crying. The atmosphere was inexplicably stifling. No one could tell if Qin Bao Bao was in or out of the scene. Mou turned around silently and walked out of the room. This scene was over, but there was no need to stop. Sometimes, one had to consider the actor's mentality. Since they were crying, they should cry to their heart's content. The scriptwriter was the second, and the assistant director was the third. 7 or 8 people walked out one after another. Qin Zhe waved his hand and the cameraman also walked out. There was enough footage, but if the director did not stop, he could not leave. This made him feel very emotional. In the end, only Qin Zhe was left in the room. He was standing, Qin Bao Bao was sitting, he was silent, she was crying. Chapter 390. If I Become Memories, this novel would definitely be a hit if it was put in the male genre. If it was put in the female genre, this plot would be very touching. If it was adapted into a movie, the effect would be the same. These days, a relationship without any twists and turns would be difficult to resonate strongly with. A perfect ending would be delightful, but it would lack a heart. Therefore, many movies would take the tragic route. For example, in the market, some sweet and nostalgic school romance dramas would leave the male and female protagonists with regrets at the end. Would such a movie be good at the box office? Of course, it would be good. The youth craze that was popular a few years ago was an example. If you don't believe me, you can search online. Most of the high-rated youth romance films had sad endings. Therefore, Wuxia Xianxia and Mo Chenfeng broke up. Outside her neighborhood, on the street filled with sycamore trees. The familiar street. The sky was gray and it was drizzling. Neither of them had brought an umbrella. It was early spring and it was extremely cold. The wind blowing against his face was mixed with raindrops. It was cold, and the traffic and people flowed silently. As usual, they strolled along the street in the rain. Wuxia Xianxia stopped and whispered, "Let's not meet again in the future." After not getting a response for a long time, she raised her pale face and pretended as if nothing had happened. She said the words that she had prepared for a long time. When I watched dramas in the past, I always felt that such plots were ridiculous. I didn't expect reality to be so ridiculous. But it's good, there's still time. Let's just pretend that nothing happened in the past 6 months. Wuxia Xianxia bit her lip. Actually, this is quite good, right? My parents hope that you won't come and find me again. I have the same intention. Mo Chenfeng laughed softly. Woman, you're too self-righteous. His face was cold and calm as usual. Actually, I don't like you that much. To me, you're more like a game. It's just a matter of time. Wuxia Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought you would not let go. Mo Chenfeng said calmly, you're thinking too much. The two young people who loved each other hurt each other's hearts. Then you can leave. I'm going home too. Wuxia Xianxia walked towards the gate of the neighborhood. The moment she turned around, Wuxia Xianxia's eyes turned red. Mo Chenfeng's face was pale. He just stood there and watched as she walked into the neighborhood and disappeared from his sight. Crack. Behind Qin Zhe, Mou exhaled heavily. The production crew stepped forward to hold an umbrella for Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao came out of the neighborhood with an umbrella. It was cold in spring, and it was drizzling. Around them were passers-by who stopped to take pictures. Qin Bao Bao put her scarf around her brother's neck and said softly, "It's still cold. Don't wear so little." Qin Zhe was wearing a t-shirt and a thin jacket, which showed off his tall and straight figure. You get in the car first, I'll talk to the director. Qin Zhe rubbed his sister's cold hands. The onlookers were snapping photos. The chauffeur drove the nanny car over. Qin Bao Bao was escorted into the car by 6 bodyguards in black. I'm finally confident now, Mou said. I went through all the footage yesterday. It's done. How safe is it? Qin Zhe asked as the two of them walked towards the car. Picky people look at the acting skills. Young people look at the face. Mou said. The acting is too good. Especially you, CEO Qin, your acting is off the charts. In terms of the plot, it follows the novel completely. This is another guarantee of reputation. Moreover, one of you is the queen of popularity, and the other is a handsome young man. On the day of the premiere, the box office will definitely not be low. We'll maintain the standard until the end. There won't be a problem. I've been studying the popular teen movies from a few years ago, and it's more or less the same. Although I know it's impossible, it'll be perfect if there's a finishing touch at the end. What kind of finishing touch? Qin Zhe asked. I don't have a clue at the moment. Mou smiled bitterly. Not long after, Mo Chenfeng took a leave of absence. In the next 2 years, he didn't come to the university for classes. He only appeared for exams. The two of them only met then, and they didn't say anything to each other. Everything that happened yesterday was like water without a trace. What day is it now? You're already strangers. In the blink of an eye, they graduated. At the graduation ceremony, they organized a farewell party. Everyone drank too much and talked about their relationship, asking why they broke up. I don't like him or her anymore. the two of them said at the same time. After that, they didn't say anything to each other again. After the party, the two of them were drunk. Have you ever loved me? At night, Wuxia Xianxia sent a message. What about you? Mo Chenfeng asked back. After the message ended, they were silent. Neither of them replied. Not long after, Wuxia Xianxia completely lost contact with Mo Chenfeng. She heard that he went to another city to develop his career. Spring went and autumn came, and the years were peaceful. The wrong love was buried in their hearts. Neither of them talked about it, didn't think about it, and didn't feel sentimental. Just like that, 3 years passed. Then, Wuxia Xianxia found a reliable man. She was going to get married. The groom happily prepared for the wedding. His parents were all smiles, and his friends sent their blessings. The wedding was just around the corner. Wuxia Xianxia turned on her phone and found someone she hadn't contacted in 3 years. She didn't know if that person had changed his number. Wuxia Xianxia looked at the number that she used to memorize. She was silent. The camera gave her a close-up. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment. In the end, she didn't have the courage to call, so she sent a message. I'm getting married. The day after tomorrow. Are you coming? In the past 3 years, Mo Chenfeng lived in a strange city. His career was smooth. Everything was good. In the camera, Mo Chenfeng was in a spacious and exquisite meeting room. He was elegant and graceful. In the camera, he walked to every corner of the office. The eyes of the female employees followed him to every corner. The cold CEO was the best Prince Charming in the hearts of the female employees. But no one could walk into his heart. On such a day when everything was going well, he received a message. Blue sky, white clouds, and sunshine. Mo Chenfeng stood on the street in disappointment. The camera kept zooming in. The crossroads, the bustling crowd, and the traffic were all in the camera. In such a turbulent ecological map, Mo Chenfeng became an unmoving black dot. Cut. Mo shouted from the director's seat that was more than 10 meters high. There are 2 more scenes. Assistant director, go and see if the wedding site is ready. The rest of you, follow me to the neighborhood. Mo slowly descended and arranged the work. The next 2 scenes, one was the wedding site, the other was the street outside Wuxia Xianxia's neighborhood. Mo Chenfeng came, but he didn't attend the wedding. He stood alone on the street filled with sycamore trees, reminiscing the sweet memories he had with Wuxia Xianxia. On one side, it was lively and festive. On the other, it was lonely and lonely. Director, come here. Qin Zhe called. Mo ran over eagerly. I suddenly have an idea. Qin Zhe said. What? Mo didn't understand. The finishing touch. The last scene. I have an idea. Qin Zhe smiled. What idea? Mo asked. I want to write a song. Well, we don't have to go to the neighborhood. Go back to Tianfang. I remember there's a nice piano room there. Qin Zhe said and strode to the car. Director, scriptwriter, come with me. I'll tell you my idea. The employees whispered to each other. We're not going to the neighborhood. Boss Qin said he wants to write a song. The last scene needs to be edited. What? Boss Qin is writing a new song? I've said it before. If Boss Qin can write a song in 3 minutes, the movie will definitely be popular. Ha ha ha. Tianfang Film and Television, Piano Room. Is it okay to edit this scene? Qin Bao Bao asked softly. Boss Qin, I still think the original scene would be more beautiful because there would be a sad contrast, the scriptwriter said. Let's film it first. Boss Qin, do you want to practice the piano for a while? You haven't even written a song yet. The director said. The cameraman in the piano room made a hand gesture, indicating that it was okay. The moment Qin Zhe stepped into the piano room, everyone went into filming mode. Warm sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, sprinkling on the teak floor. The air was heavy. He walked very slowly. His face was stiff, and there was sadness in his eyes. The sunlight flashed in his eyes, and the sadness was overflowing. Qin Zhe walked forward slowly, and the cameraman walked backward slowly. Finally, they came to the piano. He sat down, placed his hands on the black and white keys, and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Qin Zhe was not only Mo Chenfeng in the movie, but also Qin Zhe in real life. In fact, ever since his sister cried that night, he had an impulse in his heart. He recalled everything that had happened since the start of the movie. He recalled every bit of Mo Chenfeng and Wuxia Xianxia, and the time he spent with his sister. His sister's cries and smiles had never been so vivid in his mind before. At this moment, Wuxia Xianxia and his sister merged together. They were not the same person, but the same person. He was Mo Chenfeng and Qin Zhe at the same time. He opened his eyes, and his fingers danced on the piano. The sound of the piano flowed like water. Qin Zhe's voice, "You stopped at this street that we are familiar with. Read all the lines you have prepared. The street full of sycamore trees." That day, it was raining, and Wuxia Xianxia said they would never meet again. That was Mo Chenfeng's most desperate night, but he was not good at expressing his feelings, so he kept all his emotions in his heart. He pretended as if nothing had happened, and said he didn't care. But he watched her leave, frozen in the wind and rain. "I'm still trying to be brave, lying. I don't have the ability to block the direction you went. At least when we broke up, I was magnanimous. Later, I chose to avoid that street. How I wish I could meet you on another street." He couldn't forget. Half a year of dating, he spent 3 whole years pretending that he had forgotten. But he knew that he couldn't forget that person. For 3 years, he was single. "I'm still trying to be brave, refusing to forget. It's my fault that I don't have the ability to follow the direction you went. The more you love, the more passive you are, the more magnanimous you should be." A message, a marriage message. 3 years later, he only received a message from her that she was getting married, and the groom was someone else. The piano lowered, and the singing rose. "What do you want me to do? Your sudden message is enough to make me sad. I don't have the ability to forget, you don't have to remind me. Even if the ending is like this. What else can I do? What else can I do? In the end, I still end up in the position of a lover." In the piano room, the cameraman couldn't help but hold his breath. Outside the room, more than a dozen people were silent. "I'm slowly returning to my circle of life. I'm starting to get in touch with new people. Loving you until the end, it doesn't hurt." The message is arguing about who has loved before. I'm left with a look of no regret. The furthest distance in the world was not the distance between a bird and a fish, but the distance between 2 people who loved each other but couldn't be together. They didn't even dare to say, "loved before." Just like the 2 messages back then. Qin Zhe closed his eyes again, and his slender fingers danced on the piano keys. The singing was loud. "What do you want me to do? Don't be at my wedding. I got in the car after listening to your love song. I loved you, you're worth it. I won't go back to your wedding, I won't go to see someone else holding your hand and walking into the wedding hall. So, please don't show up at my wedding in the future. Spring goes and autumn comes, the years are peaceful, we live our own lives and leave the past behind in the wind, but, I don't want you to do anything, nothing. You can't forget the path I took with you. Because that was the happiest time of my life. I won't pester you, I won't disturb you, but please don't forget the time we spent together, don't completely erase my shadow in your heart. Even though that position doesn't belong to me anymore. My life after that was pretty good. I didn't end up lonely because of you. One night, I had a dream. You had white hair, you said you would take me to wander. I still didn't hesitate, I followed you to heaven. No matter what, I can accompany you until dawn. Everyone was silent, listening to the song, and the movie scenes flashed through their minds. When they heard the last line of the lyrics, they all thought at the same time, loving you can only be in dreams. That was the biggest obsession of Mo Chenfeng's character. Qin Bao Bao stood in the crowd and stared blankly. In the piano room, under the sunlight, the young man sat upright by the piano, his hands dancing on the keys. His figure slowly merged with Mo Chenfeng's. The song ended, and so did the song. Everyone was speechless, and Mo forgot to shout, "Cut! Is it okay?" In the silence, Qin Zhe stood up and turned around with a smile. No one could answer him. At the wedding venue, the shooting of the last scene was delayed by more than an hour. Mo said, "Wait, I need to slow down. That song made me, the director, a little too immersed in the scene." After the scene in the piano room ended, the other female staff in the production team secretly wiped their tears, and the sister cried a little. In private, she punched his chest with her little fists, and the only thing missing was the dubbing, "You're cold-blooded, you're cruel, you're unreasonable." At the wedding, everyone was happy. The groom was happy, he finally married the goddess he had been chasing for so long. The groom's parents were happy, their daughter-in-law was beautiful, had a good personality, and was virtuous. The bride's parents were also happy, their daughter married a good man, young, handsome, and had a successful career. There was no one more suitable than him. If that person back then was not surnamed Mo. Friends and relatives gave the newlyweds their blessings, and everyone's faces were full of smiles. But what about the bride? What about the bride? Was she happy or regretful? She looked around at the wedding, until the groom held her hand and walked to the side of the priest. Her hopeful eyes finally dimmed. The priest said, "Groom, are you willing to take her as your wife, for richer or poorer, for better or for worse?" The groom said, "I am." The priest asked again, "Are you willing to take him as your wife, for richer or poorer, for better or for worse?" The bride was silent. The priest asked again. The bride was still silent. Was she expecting something? She had been a good Bao Bao since she was young, and did not have the courage to resist her parents and the rumors. But she still hoped that that person would come to her wedding. Perhaps if he came, she would have the courage. She hoped that he would rush into the church and reach out to her, but no, he did not come. The groom asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" The bride shook her head. So the priest asked again. She was still silent. Just as the groom was frowning, a crystal-clear teardrop fell. "I do." "Good, cut." Mo's arms shook, and he shouted excitedly, "Perfect, this is perfect. This teardrop is simply a stroke of genius. The original plot was not like this." After the bride was sad, she got married. But when Qin Bao Bao was acting, she could not say it. She was too immersed in the role, so she hesitated. The groom and the priest were very anxious, and they kept looking at the director. The groom thought to himself, "Director, the bride is crazy, this scene can't be filmed." Then he squeezed the back of Qin Bao Bao's hand. Qin Bao Bao woke up from her dream and said reluctantly, "Yes. If I Turn into Memories" had officially wrapped up filming at this point. The crew had to eat in the evening, and the two main actors, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao, naturally could not be absent. At the banquet, the two main actors, the director, the assistant director, the scriptwriter, and a few important actors sat at the same table. The other crew members sat at 3 tables. In today's society, drinking was very popular. Not only did people drink themselves to death during social gatherings, but employees also drank themselves to death during company gatherings and ran over to drink with the leaders at the table. The driver was definitely a clear stream at the banquet. He did not touch a single drop of alcohol, but it was not that he did not like to drink. He could not drink even if he wanted to. President Qin, I think that this film has a chance of winning the Golden Horse Award. Your Best Actor award is also not a problem. You drank some wine and began to float. Yes. The scriptwriter said, the more literary, tragic, and emotional the easier it is to win an award. If the box office is high, it will be a sure thing. The assistant director agreed. President Qin's acting skills, TSK, I have nothing to say. President Qin, I think when promoting the film, we can write. His face was red and his eyes were bloodshot. He stuttered, if I become memories, a heart-wrenching love between a sister and a younger brother. Shocking, it actually stars Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe was speechless. The title is too long, it does not suit the style of the shocking party. Li Wei laughed. Then let's write it like this, shocking. Sister and brother in love, if I become memories. Qin Zhe, Mou waved his hand. The era of the shocking party is over. Now it's the era of the shocking party. The title should be like this, Qin Baobao's new film reveals the love between her and Qin Zhe. Looking at the group of people discussing excitedly, Qin Zhe suddenly had an ominous premonition. The film would definitely be promoted. In this day and age, in order to hype up the film, there was no lack of shocking parties and shocking parties. Could he really hide it from his parents? I obviously didn't think of a perfect plan. Why did I agree to act in a forbidden love with my sister? What's wrong with me? Qin Zhe's current mood was the same as when he woke up that day and found that he had slept with Su Yu. 3 words, shocking. He didn't think about going in and out of Su Yu's body. Similarly, he didn't think about acting in a blatant love between a sister and a younger brother. If his parents saw it, how worried they would be. Looking at his sister next to him, his sister was so drunk that her face was rosy. Didn't she worry about this at all? Was his sister so stubborn? Or, did she plan to let him take the blame from the beginning to the end? Qin Zhe panicked. I'm really a salted fish. I started to be afraid after the film was finished. In the evening, the crew drove the sister and brother back and parked the car. He himself took a taxi back. Qin Zhe held his sister, entered the password, fingerprint, and opened the door to go home. It was 11:45 in the evening. The living room was dark. Sister Ziwei must have fallen asleep. Turning on the light in the living room, he carefully put his sister on the sofa and took off her high heels. When Qin Zhe returned with the cotton slippers, his sister slumped on the sofa like a salted fish and fell asleep. Come on, go back to the room. Qin Zhe held her. Go away. Qin Baobao opened her eyes and looked at him. She was about to cry. Go away, I hate you. Qin Zhe? Was elder sister drunk and crazy? Qin Baobao's eyes were blurred and she cried. You heartless and bad thing, why didn't you come to my wedding? Why did you leave me alone? Believe it or not, I'll die in front of you. She seemed to be very sad and started to cry. Qin Zhe, was she too deep into the role or too drunk? Should he give her 2 slaps and shout in her ear, don't be silly, go wash up and sleep? Impossible, my sister is so cute, I can't do such a thing. Otherwise, she will kill me when she wakes up. Little fool, why wouldn't I come to your wedding? No, you're thinking too much. Any man who dares to marry you has to go through me first. A movie is just a movie, it doesn't exist in reality. Qin Zhe coaxed his sister. Sister twisted her body and said, I don't believe it, you're lying to me. Unless you kiss me. She was so pretentious when she was drunk. Qin Zhe said, of course I'm not lying. As she spoke, she kissed her sister's tender cheeks. Sister twisted her body again and pressed her index finger on her bright red lips. She said, I want to kiss here. Qin Zhe thought to himself, since there's no one here, there's no harm in kissing her. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard a click in the corridor and the door opened. Then, the corridor lights turned on and Sister Ziwei walked out in her pajamas and teddy bear cotton slippers. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were drowsy. "Aze, you're back?" Wang Zijin rubbed her eyes. "Where's Bao Bao?" Qin Zhe said. Before he could finish, a pair of lotus arms reached out, wrapped around his neck, and pulled him down forcefully. Qin Zhe, the moment he kissed his sister, he thought, I have to think of a perfect reason later, otherwise Sister Ziwei will kill me. Chapter 391. There was a smell of alcohol in his sister's mouth. Not only did it not smell bad, but it was also a good experience. Soft, moist, with a faint smell of alcohol and fragrance. 999 likes. Wait, what am I thinking? Now is not the time to taste her lips. Qin Zhe pried his sister's arm away and straightened up. Then, he saw Sister Ziwei standing by the sofa, watching this scene with a hopeless expression. Qin Zhe imagined that hopeless because Sister Ziwei's face was expressionless, and her oval face was stiff. It was so awkward. Even the air became awkward. It was not because he felt guilty, but because he felt that it was very embarrassing to be seen kissing his sister. This was different from filming. If this scene was seen by his parents, he would be dead meat. That. My sister is drunk again. Qin Zhe pretended to be distressed. Ha. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. Ha. Qin Zhe laughed. Aze, how could you do that? Wang Zijin said faintly. Qin Zhe also drank a lot, so his way of thinking was a little different from usual. When he heard this, he subconsciously thought, what do you mean? I didn't help my sister. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Sister Ziwei, actually, we were revising our acting skills. Wang Zijin was stunned and said seriously, that's why you're a biological sister. A biological sister and a biological sister were not the same thing. At this time, his sister made a scene again and shouted, get out, I've been waiting for you at the wedding for so long. Why haven't you come yet? His two long legs were kicking in all directions. Qin Zhe shrugged at Wang Zijin. See, I told you we were acting. Wang Zijin knocked her best friend's head and said angrily, that's why you're a biological brother. A biological younger brother and a biological younger brother were two different things. Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes and shouted, it's none of your business. Wang Zijin said angrily, you kissed my man. Qin Zhe trembled. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. You're already so drunk. Wang Zijin muttered, we're different. Qin Bao Bao was not convinced. What's the difference? Did you grow up eating shit? What a terrible line. Qin Zhe silently covered his face. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. Qin Bao Bao moaned twice, and with a coquettish expression, she fell asleep again. After a long time, Wang Zijin sighed. Don't just stand there. Take her back to the room and sleep. Okay. Big sister is cute. Carrying his sister into the room, Qin Zhe said, Sister Ziwei, the movie has been completed, but my sister seems to be a little too engrossed in the role. The wedding she mentioned just now was the ending where the female lead marries someone else, and the ending is too heart-wrenching. Wang Zijin nodded. I know. I've finished reading the heart-wrenching novel these two siblings wrote. When the movie is released, let's go watch it together. Qin Zhe pretended to be calm. Watch you kiss Bao Bao? Wang Zijin said faintly. Qin Zhe was speechless. Can't we have a nice chat? Wang Zijin helped her best friend take off her jacket and was about to take off her pants when she turned around and glared at Qin Zhe. What are you standing there for? Get out. I didn't want to do it. You're always wronging me. Qin Zhe left the room, feeling wronged. Wang Zijin gently tucked in the blanket and patted her best friend's face. "You're hopeless," she whispered. "Bao Bao, let me ask you again. Who is your favorite?" She had asked this question before, and the answer she received at that time almost made Wang Zijin doubt her life. Now, she wanted to ask it again. Magic mirror, tell me who is the prettiest in this world." Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes and laughed out. "Of course, it's Qin Bao, my master." Wang Zijin's face darkened. "Qin Bao Bao, who is your favorite?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. "Why should I tell you?" Wang Zijin was shocked. "You're not drunk?" Qin Bao Bao rubbed her head immediately and mumbled, "My head hurts a little and my body feels weak. But I'm still conscious." "Right, why are you asking me this question?" Qin Bao Bao was puzzled. "No, nothing. I just want to know if you're planning to fall in love." Wang Zijin said hypocritically. "Io, what love? Of course, the person I like the most is you, Zijin." Qin Bao Bao said hypocritically. Wang Zijin sneered. She was lying through her teeth. "What do you like about me? You can't live without tissue every day." Wang Zijin, I hate this name. Qin Bao Bao drank a little too much and said a few words with difficulty. Then, she fell asleep. Wang Zijin closed the door and left the room. She happened to bump into Qin Zhe, who had just come out of the shower. "So fast?" "I've always been fast. I'm multitasking," Qin Zhe said. "Then, drink with me?" Wang Zijin thought to herself. As expected of a fast shooter. "I drank a lot today. I can't drink anymore," Qin Zhe said. "Then I'll drink by myself," Wang Zijin complained. "Or, you can drink a little more." The two took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, mixed it with green tea, and sat on the soft single sofa on the balcony. They tasted the wine, chatted, and enjoyed the night view. "Sister Ziwei, is it really okay not to go home for the new year?" Qin Zhe said. "Of course." Wang Zijin curled her lips. "But I'm in the rebellious period after all. I don't care about that." Qin Zhe, this sister seemed to have not figured out her age. Sister Ziwei was 26 years old, not 16. "You and Suyu are two extremes." Qin Zhe smiled bitterly. "Why do you say that?" Wang Zijin picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Qin Zhe roughly described Suyu's situation. "She has a bad relationship with her parents and is alone. Sister Ziwei has a headache and left home because her family arranged a marriage." Wang Zijin expressed her sympathy. "Two extremes, but both are pitiful." Qin Zhe thought to himself that Suyu was not pitiful now. She was happy now and living under his crotch. The two talked about the interesting stories of the movie. Qin Zhe talked and Wang Zijin listened. Hearing that Qin Zhe finally wrote songs for this movie, Sister Ziwei was very envious. You wrote so many songs for Bao Bao. When will you write one for me?" Wang Zijin said. She said sadly, "Bao Bao is so lucky. If you want to be a star, you write songs and start a company. Whatever she wants, you'll satisfy it. And she has such a good figure and big breasts. I'm always envious of her." She said these words in front of her boyfriend without any pressure. "Sister Ziwei, I suddenly want to write a song for you," Qin Zhe said. "What song?" "Sad Pacific." Sister Ziwei's chest size was similar to Suyu's. In fact, this size was very good. After all, most of the women's chest size in our country was between A and B, and C was already the best. A D-level big boss like her sister was very rare. But there was no harm without comparison. Every time Wang Zijin saw Qin Bao Bao's weapon, she felt inferior. In front of Qin Zhe, this kind of inferiority would be expanded. Sister Ziwei drank and drank, from drinking wine to drinking green tea, and then most of the wine went into Qin Zai's stomach. Sister Ziwei, I can't drink anymore. Drink some more. I'm in a good mood today. But I really drank too much. Don't think about playing with your sister all day. Pay attention to your empty nest girlfriend, you bastard. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat. Sister Ziwei wanted to have sex while drinking? It was very likely. She was very conservative in this aspect. Normally, it would be very difficult for her to be honest with him, so she planned to get him drunk and then do it shamelessly. Could it be that today I have a chance to test Sister Ziwei's depth? Thinking about it made him excited. Qin Zai tilted his head and pretended to be drunk. It was not an act. He was really drunk and dizzy. But his body was strong and his liver was very good, so it was very good at sobering up. Therefore, he would not be drunk to the point of unconsciousness. A few minutes later. A's. Wang Zijin called a few times. Qin Zai murmured as a response. Her cold hand touched his cheek, and Wang Zijin called a few more times tentatively. Qin Zai responded, but his brain was not sober and he responded instinctively. He was so excited in his heart that he wanted to die. He definitely liked Sister Zijin very much. Wang Zijin's personality determined that the two of them could get along. They could not laugh and play like their sister, nor could they be as shameless as Suyu. But it was like the ancient saying that they should treat each other with respect. Wang Zijin thought, he's finally drunk. Let me test him. A's, can you hear me? Sister Ziwei? A's, let me ask you a question. Hey, A's, who's your favorite person? Wang Zijin revealed her true intentions. Qin Zai thought, what's the meaning of this? Before having sex, she wants to confirm it to reassure me? Sister Ziwei is so naughty. Sister Ziwei. Qin Zai pretended to be tongue-tied and mumbled, I like Sister Ziwei the most. Wang Zijin stared blankly for a moment before a bright and beautiful smile appeared on her face. It was not the name she thought it was. Very good, very good. Ding! Congratulations player, you have shot a Cupid's arrow and successfully hit Wang Zijin. In a few minutes, she will transform into a juicer, full marks for this maneuver. A's, it's cold here. Let's go back to the room and sleep. Wang Zijin held Qin Zai, and Qin Zai leaned on her softly. After entering the room, he took off his pants, clothes, and shoes. Wang Zijin covered him with the blanket and kissed Qin Zai shyly on the lips. Good night. Then, there was no more. Footsteps came from the distance, and the door closed with a bang. Qin Zai, ding. Player, you have shot a fake Cupid's arrow. Please, Sister Ziwei, I've already taken off my pants. You just want me to sleep? I really want to write a song for you. Really? What kind of woman are you? What kind of woman are you? She watched me sleep but didn't ask me anything. Chapter 392. The post-production of the movie was completed very quickly. Qin Zai and Qin Bao participated in the whole process. During this time, Qin Zai recorded the song, What Else Do You Want Me, in the studio and used it as an interlude for the movie. When the movie was released, he definitely couldn't use his original song live. The piano room part was done very well. His figure appeared in the camera from different angles. His side profile, front, back, and his slender fingers dancing on the piano keys. The production team added in the clips from the movie. It was a very poignant MV. They originally planned to use it as a trailer, but MOU rejected it after watching it. When he heard this song in the piano room, he was stunned. If this feeling was exposed in advance, it wouldn't have the effect of palpitating heart when watching the movie. It would reduce the viewing experience. When the time came, the more stunned the audience was, the higher the rating. This way, there was another problem. They had an interlude, but they didn't decide on the theme song and ending song. Director MOU and the music director argued. According to MOU's idea, they just needed to find a passable song. With an interlude that added the finishing touch, as long as the ending song wasn't bad, it would be a good thing. But the music director disagreed. Instead, he felt that with an interlude, if the ending song was too bad, it would be a mistake. The two argued many times because of this. When the movie was nearing the end of production, they argued again in the meeting room. I can guarantee that no one will sit in the theater and listen to an ending song. So, this is not important, MOU said. This is the first time I heard someone say that the theme song is not important. Don't forget, the movie is not only released in the theater. You have to understand that it will be sold to the major online media outlets, the music director retorted. But it's useless. After it's sold, the click rate of the movie has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with the theme song. MOU couldn't help but raise his voice. But the trailer is very important. Whether the theme song in the trailer is good or not directly affects the movie's box office, the music director said loudly. I think it won't affect much. As long as we promote it well, with two boss chains as the gimmick, the popularity won't be low. At this time, an employee of the post-production team raised his hand. Leaders, there's no need to argue about this. We can ask Boss Chin to write another song. It's very difficult to write a good song in a short time. But if it's a fast shooter, it shouldn't be a problem. MOU and the music director were both stunned. He hadn't expected this. He had been too tired from working overtime, and he had neglected the fact that his boss was a fast shooter who was as productive as a pig. MOU wondered if he would leave a bad impression if he went to look for Chairman Chin so directly. He might misunderstand that they were all treating him as a fast shooter. The director fell silent. The music director wondered what CEO Chin would think if CEO Chin asked him for a second song after he had just finished writing a song. These people all think I'm a fast shooter. Although the whole world knew that Mr. Chin was a fast shooter, he seemed to avoid it. If he had this kind of association, his impression of me would decrease. A few seconds later. Good idea. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, young man. You should talk to President Chin about this. The staff was speechless. What was the meaning of this? Why did he suddenly feel like disaster was falling from the sky? The employee braced himself and went to the office to look for Chin Zhe. He politely knocked on the door, and Chin Zhe's voice came from inside. Come in. He pushed the door open and saw the two Chins sitting together on the leather sofa facing the door. He saw the charming CEO Chin pull down the hem of her shirt and rub her buttocks secretly. What's the matter? The other CEO Chin Zhe, asked. The employee calmed himself down and said, the director and the music director aren't very satisfied with the theme song. They want CEO Chin to help write another theme song. Chin Zhe slapped his head. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Ask them to come over. The employee left decisively. CEO Chin didn't seem to think too much. What a good boss. Can't your song be the theme song? Chin Bao Bao looked at him from the corner of her eyes. That's an interlude. We still need an ending song or theme song. The director thinks that song is too amazing and it's not suitable for the trailer, Chin Zhe said. Oh. Chin Bao Bao nodded. She suddenly kicked her brother and puffed up her cheeks. You black-hearted maggot. Before the unlucky employee came in, the brother and sister quarreled. The sister, who was not as good as the other, was pressed down on the sofa. The slapping sounds could be heard in every corner of the office. Chin Zhe ignored her. He took out a staff from the drawer and started writing the song and lyrics. When MOU and the music director knocked on the door and came in, Xianxia had already finished writing the accompaniment and was writing the chorus. "Give me 5 more minutes." CEO Qin didn't even look up. 5 minutes later, he threw the song to the music director. "Finish the accompaniment. I'll record the song tomorrow." The music director and director Mou looked at each other and felt a sense of admiration. He was really a fast shooter. It was 2F** King fast. They couldn't think of the leader that way. Maybe the leader had already prepared it a long time ago. Mou glanced at the score and said in surprise, "What if I become a memory? It has the same name as the novel." CEO Qin really did prepare a theme song. The music director added, "CEO Qin, can you sing? Let us hear it first." Xianxia nodded and cleared his throat. Qin Bao Bao said, "Wait a minute." She got up and ran to the back of the CEO's desk. She took the guitar hanging on the wall. This guitar was bought by Qin Bao Bao for Xianxia. Because Wang Zijin bought a guitar for Xianxia as a birthday present, the sister secretly competed and bought a guitar too. She didn't bring it home and left it in the office. Wang Zijin bought a wooden guitar, but she bought an electric one. In some aspects, women were really childish and ridiculous. After a while, Xianxia's voice and the sound of the guitar could be heard. "Tired, trying to stay awake as usual. Also thinking of you as usual. So scared, sleeping in peace. My heart doesn't listen in my dreams." Then it stops. This song didn't fit the theme of the movie, but it didn't matter as long as it sounded good. It was enough that there was an interlude that fit the theme of the movie. If there was another song, it would be superfluous. The music director was excited. "This song is good, this song is good." Mou was convinced. CEO Qin's standard is unquestionable. Qin Bao Bao said in her heart, "Of course, my brother is the best." The theme song was decided just like that. The music director hurriedly left with the score. Mou also continued his work. After the film was completed, it had to be sent to the SARFT for review. In the past few years, the SARFT style of doing things had become stricter and stricter. If there was even the slightest problem, the SARFT would be stopped. Considering the company's leader's connections with the SARFT, there shouldn't be any big problems. However, he still had to use his connections, so there was still a lot of follow-up work. "I have to stay with Tianfang for a few days. The investment company is preparing to expand its business. So you can't handle it alone. Is it okay to leave Tianfang to you?" After the two of them left, Xianxia said, "The stock market crashed too fast. I once wanted to take advantage of this bull market to expand my assets to more than 30 billion. I thought too much. Don't look at how much money I made in half a year. That's because I just happened to keep up with the trend of the times. In the future, the pace of making money will slow down. Don't worry, sister is so great. No problem. I will keep an eye on the follow-up work of this movie. There's no problem with the publicity work." Qin Bao Bao patted her chest grandly. "I thought you only knew how to sob," Xianxia complained. Qin Bao Bao pouted. "You just look down on me, sob." Xianxia, there was no saving this sobbing monster. Speaking of which, his sister was still very capable. She was not as scheming as Wang Zijin. Her knowledge was not as deep as Su Yu's. She was afraid of hardships and fatigue and did not have much tenacity. But if it was something she should learn, she would focus on it. Half a year ago, she was still an ordinary person with a perky chest and a slim waist. Today, half a year later, even without Xianxia, she could still manage Tianfang well. Her connections in the entertainment industry had also expanded. 1/3 of the company's business was brought in by her own connections. An A-list singer, a female celebrity that advertisers loved the most. 1/3 of it was Xianxia's connections. The current Xianxia was rich and powerful, crossed out. The rest was what Tianfang had accumulated previously. Qin Zhe drove straight to Baoza Investment. There was a meeting in the afternoon. All the middle and upper management of the company were present. The stock market had weakened. The company definitely had to find another way out. They could not continue to invest all their financial resources in the stock market. It was time to develop other businesses. Not long after Qin Zhe left, Qin Bao stayed in the office and put on a face mask for 10 minutes. Then, she went out to inspect the work. The post-production team was very diligent. They were afraid that they would speak too loudly, so they whispered to each other about work. The crisp sound of Qin Bao's high heels could be heard. They all looked up and greeted her. Qin Bao nodded and asked casually, "When will the trailer be ready?" "As long as the theme song is recorded, it will be ready immediately," a staff member said. "What about the publicity?" Qin Bao asked. "The movie posters are already out. We can release a batch of them tomorrow and the day after." "The marketing department said that we will start a bombing campaign at the end of April," another staff member replied. A mature and on-track company did not need the boss to handle everything personally. The other leaders could handle everything well. The boss's existence was to make the final call on important decisions. "Let me see the movie posters." Qin Bao was excited. The staff member in charge of the art department pulled up a few posters on the computer. The first one was of a slightly bleak street in early spring. Both sides of the street were filled with sycamore trees. Qin Zhe stood by the street and looked at the beautiful figure in the distance. It was beautiful and poignant. The second one was of a blue sky and bright sunshine. Qin Bao was lying on the lawn. Qin Zhe was lying on top of her. The two of them looked at each other affectionately. Their lips were very close to each other. The third one was of a corner of the campus. Qin Zhe was pressing Qin Bao against the wall. The sun shone from the side. Qin Bao's eyelashes were very long and caught the light. Qin Zhe lowered his head and kissed Qin Bao's lips. Their side profiles were very beautiful. Qin Bao's girlish heart was overflowing. She nodded enthusiastically. "Did you take these photos?" The staff member nodded vigorously. "Not bad, not bad. I'll give you an extra drumstick later." Qin Bao smiled sweetly. "Send these photos to my computer." She went back to her office happily. The staff member smiled happily. In the office, Qin Bao received the movie poster. She admired it over and over again. A sweet smile bloomed on her face. Such a perfect poster. It was better to share it with others than to share it alone. Wasn't the existence of chat groups for showing off? She logged into the chat software online and sent the poster to the group. "Oh, the poster is out. I'm so shy." Qin Bao chose to send it to this group for a reason. There were only 4 people in this group. They were Su Yu, Wang Zijin, and Nan Man Pei. The first 2 had been blacklisted by this Bao. The latter was vigilant and continued to pay attention. Chapter 393. About 10 minutes after the message was sent, the first reply was from Nan Man Pei. "Nan Man Pei, yo, a new movie." Qin Bao, "Yeah, A's and I just took a cute emoji." Nan Man Pei, "So, are you posting this to promote the movie or to show off your intimacy with your younger brother?" Wow, this question was so heart-wrenching. Qin Bao, who originally intended to show off her intimacy with her younger brother, didn't know how to answer. If she answered that she was promoting the movie, the disgusting effect would be gone. If she answered that she was showing off her intimacy with her younger brother, it would feel too demonic. Clearly, he only needed to understand it. Why did he have to ask? This black-hearted sister man, same question. "Su Yu, by the way, I'm going to act too, remember to call me next time." Qin Bao, "Can you act?" Do you think acting doesn't require acting skills? Do you think you can act just because you're pretty? Naive. Qin Bao Bao mercilessly attacked Suyu. Suyu sent a hee emoji. Does acting require acting skills? If you want that, half of the stars in the entertainment industry will lose their jobs. Suyu continued, also, aren't you relying on your beauty to survive in the entertainment industry? Why can't I? Qin Bao Bao, TSK, this teddy bear's words were so sharp. Qin Bao Bao attacked, isn't Baozi going to expand his business? How can you have time to act? Besides, Tianfang is mine, I don't like you. Suyu sneered, I also have shares in Tianfang. A small shareholder is also a shareholder. Bean buns are also dry food. Nanman Pei, are you serious? What movie are you going to act in? It's boring. Suyu, it's interesting, then I can kiss Qin Zhe. Nanman Pei, Sister Man thought to herself, you still care about kissing? You know Qin Zhe's strengths and weaknesses very well. Kissing, this kind of house thing, is not what you, Suyu, look at. Qin Bao Bao, ha ha ha. Damn that Teddy Su. Her ambition was clear as day. Suyu, ha ha ha. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. Then, Suyu and Qin Bao Bao fought again, mocking and ridiculing each other. Nanman Pei occasionally sent emoticons and ellipses, playing the role of an onlooker. Chat group, catfight. How interesting. At the same time, Sister Man was very confused. Wasn't Qin Zhe's girlfriend Wang Zijin? Why did she feel that Qin Bao Bao's sister was more like his girlfriend? Otherwise, why would she be so entangled with Suyu? On the contrary, Wang Zijin, who was his girlfriend, was very calm. She did not express any opinion from beginning to end. Nanman Pei, Qingqing Zijin, what do you think? Wang Zijin finally jumped out. Well, the novel is very good. I believe the movie will be great too. Was that all? Of course not. Sister Ziwei had already silently forwarded the picture to Qin Ma, Auntie, Bao Bao and A's new movie. This is the promotional poster. It will be released in May. You must go and see it. Those were the original words. Suyu, Qingqing Zijin, do you want to make a movie together? Provocation, Wang Zijin, not interested. Suyu, yes, we are different, there needs to be an echo here. After all, I am a woman who knows Qin Zhe's strengths and weaknesses. Wang Zijin, we're different, echo is needed here. Suyu is just a crazy woman. I am his real girlfriend. Qin Bao Bao chuckled. What's the difference? Which one of you grew up eating sh*t? Suyu, Wang Zijin, on the other side, Qin Ma stood in the living room, holding a mop in one hand and a cell phone in the other. When she received Wang Zijin's message, she was mopping the floor. She said that her son and daughter were making a movie again. There was nothing wrong with that. However, the 3 promotional posters made Qin Ma very sad. What do you want me to do? Your sudden message is enough to make me sad, Qin Ma, who was sad, immediately called her husband. Old Qin, a few days ago, you said that you went to the set to watch A's and Bao Bao filming, right? Old Master, yes, filming is quite boring. The same scene is repeated several times. There is nothing to see. I watched for more than an hour and then left. There was nothing to see and you watched for more than an hour? Qin Ma hesitated. You watched for so long. Then, you don't have any objections? They did that. You didn't even tell me? Old Master was confused. What do you mean? Qin Ma sighed. I'll send you a few pictures. She thought to herself, old man, you have to hold on. She sent the 3 posters over. A moment later, she called again. What do you think? You must beat them up. Old Master laughed. Not bad. Bao Bao is very beautiful. Ace is also very handsome. This is called beauty. My students are all using it. Qin Ma. What do you mean? Your son and daughter have shamelessly kissed each other. You only care about beauty? Qin Ma said in a serious tone, even if it is a movie, kissing is not good. Old Master, you are making a fuss. You don't know the power of technology at all. Making a fuss? You. Old Qin, you are like this. Qin Ma's sadness turned into a river again. I've seen it all. The kissing scene was done by a stunt double. They just showed up. Old Master's tone was calm. Qin Ma breathed a sigh of relief. It was acceptable if it was a stunt double. But it was his son and daughter who showed up. This made him feel sad. However, Qin Ma said in her heart, you don't know how terrible your children are. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ma held the phone in a daze. May, huh? I have to go and see. Qin Zhe arrived at Bao Zhe Company at 1:30 p.m., just after the lunch break. He immediately held a meeting. One of the two futures departments would be retained. The other two would be retained. The other would be developed into other financial businesses and set up new departments. Two team leaders were promoted. Qin Zhe had a good network in the entertainment industry. The stars who had tasted the benefits were all talking about buying their company's fund products. Therefore, even without the huge profits from the stock market, the company's profits were still thriving. The meeting ended at 3 p.m., Qin Zhe and Suyu went back to the office to rest. Suyu put on black-rimmed anti-radiation glasses and wrote the work plan of the new department in front of the computer. Looking at it this way, she had a bit of the temperament of a woman with glasses. What are you writing? Qin Zhe asked. Some things in the investment department. Suyu tapped on the keyboard. Husband, I'm hungry. Can't you be quiet? Let's talk about it at night. Qin Zhe was helpless. Suyu was stunned and blinked her eyes. I hate you, always thinking about things that are not suitable for children. I'm hungry. Qin Zhe, what do you want to eat? I'll go to the convenience store downstairs to buy it. A glass of milk, 2 hot dogs, a sandwich, and a banana. Suyu said. Qin Zhe helped her buy the things back. She was still writing, no, tapping hard on the keyboard. Suyu's mobile phone on the table vibrated and rang non-stop. Why don't you answer it? Qin Zhe said. Crazy bees and butterflies. Suyu said. What do you mean? Suyu said softly, Husband, it's a stinky man who wants to steal your woman. Speaking of which, Suyu was also a beauty at the goddess level in the workplace. In the hearts of countless male employees, my beautiful president and my iceberg beauty president could definitely write 500 chapters of male songs in their hearts. It was not surprising that such a high-quality woman was pursued. How dare they think about Hei's king's woman? Who is it? Qin Zhe frowned. Suyu was a little happy and said charmingly, You answer the phone yourself. Qin Zhe picked up the phone and said, Who is it? The other side was stunned, and a thick male voice, You are? If you have something to say it quickly. Oh, I'm looking for Suyu. She doesn't have time to answer the phone. She's busy. If you have something to say, tell me. Qin Zhe said. Who are you? Why do you have her mobile phone? The tone of the other side suddenly became bad. I'm Ju, right, luring, Jing, stem. If it were the system next door, there would definitely be such a prompt, from XXX's negative emotions, plus 10086. Unfortunately, his system was low-level. Suyu slowly opened the milk, took a sip, and deliberately said loudly, Well. My husband's milk is thick and delicious, and it's still hot. Qin Zhe's body shook. Suyu took a tissue to wipe her mouth and said sweetly, "Oh, you have a lot of goods." Qinzhe found that the other side silently hung up the phone. Qinzhe said helplessly, "Li Shizhen's skin." Suyu licked her lips. "My father has a son who is a family friend. I've seen him a few times at home. At first, he chased me crazily, but I'm not interested in this kind of man who is gentle and thrifty in front of the elders and is proficient in 48 hands behind their backs." As she said, she threw a fresh and refined coquettish look. "My husband, who is proficient in 365 hands, is what I belong to." Qinzhe said angrily, "Eat lollipops at night." Suyu pretended not to hear and focused on writing. "Eat lollipops at night." Qinzhe repeated. "I don't want to listen, you bastard." Suyu acted coquettishly. "This is very unmasochistic." "Eat lollipops at night." Qinzhe repeated again. Suyu curled her lips. "Oh. Well, this is the right style." Suyu finished the hot dog and sandwich, drank the milk, and burped comfortably. The banana took a small bite and said, "It's hard and astringent, not ripe, don't want it." "Then throw it away." "It's a waste to throw it away, husband, you eat it." Suyu put the banana over. Qinzhe just opened his mouth, and she poked it in. Qinzhe choked and held her hand. "Are you crazy? Do you want to choke me?" Suyu said righteously, "I'll return this sentence to you." Qinzhe. Chapter 394. At 6:00 in the afternoon, the sky was dark. It was the beginning of spring, and the sky didn't get dark so quickly. People living in the metropolis ended a busy day. Qinzhe and Suyu got off work on time and went to the vegetable and fruit shop near Suyu's house to buy groceries. Suyu held Qinzhe's arm and was in high spirits. She strolled around the small shop, which gave her the feeling of Nanjing Road pedestrian street. Qinzhe's patience was surprisingly good, because when he saw Suyu's happy smile, he remembered a very artistic sentence: "This world is very beautiful, because there are traces of you." So even if he was buying groceries, he was happy. The old driver Qinzhe personally cooked 3 dishes and 1 soup. Suyu ate happily. Qinzhe was good at cooking. His cooking skills were good. The dishes not only looked, smelled, and tasted good, but also had the feeling of home. Halfway through the meal, Suyu's feet under the table were restless and she tried to tease Qinzhe. Qinzhe glared at her. Not only was he not afraid, but he also threw a coquettish glance. "Don't make trouble. Do you want to play at the dinner table?" Qinzhe said angrily. Suyu blushed and answered shyly. "Qinzhe, your blushing makes me very anxious. My little teddy is getting more and more dirty." After the meal, Qinzhe washed the dishes in the kitchen. He told his sisters that he wouldn't go home to cook at night. His sister knew that he was busy recently, so she didn't pester him for the reason. She said, "Oh," and said, "Can't you eat pork without butcher Qin?" Qinzhe said, "What's with your attitude? Then you eat pork, I'll eat abalone tonight." Qin Bao said disdainfully, "It's not like I haven't eaten abalone before. What's there to show off?" Qinzhe sneered 3 times at that time. His sister was too naive. Suyu leaned against the door and made a seductive posture. "Hubby, you've worked hard. I'll reward you later." Qinzhe followed her words and said with a smile, "What reward?" Suyu made a smile that didn't sound like a good family and walked away with a twist of his waist. When Qinzhe finished washing the dishes, he saw her in the room. She had already washed herself clean and was wearing a maid outfit with a pair of cat ears on her head. Cat ears. This move was too much. When I bought it last time, there was a complimentary cat ear. I was embarrassed to take it out. Suyu's face was flushed. She had also overcome the shame in her heart for a long time to dress up like this. "Cat ears may be late, but they will never be absent," Suyu said. This is an indispensable part of the uniform series. Recently, she read a lot of shameless women's chicken soup on the internet. The chicken soup said that women should be able to go to the hall and the kitchen, fight against the mistress, beat the rogue. Suyu was not interested in these. She agreed with one of the sentences, women's modesty can add points, but women's modesty can't stay in bed. Suyu glanced at Qin Zai's tent and bit her lip. Go take a shower. Qin Zai snorted, wait for me. Keep an eye on the crotch. 9:00 in the evening. Qin Zai leaned against the headboard of the bed, comfortably smoking a cigarette. After smoking a cigarette, he was as happy as a fairy. Suyu snuggled up to him, her snow-white shoulders were exposed to the air, her hair was messy, and her face was flushed. Qin Zai, I want to show you something. Suyu straightened up and showed her snow-white and graceful body to him without any psychological barriers. Qin Zai stared at her fiercely. No need to see it. It's not the first time I've seen it. Suyu blushed and said, not this, bastard, it's the mobile phone. She lay on Qin Zai's body, stretched out her small hand, hooked it a few times, and took the mobile phone on the bedside table. Look, Qin Bao sent it in the group. Suyu showed him the mobile phone. It was Qin Bao's poster to show off. Qin Zai looked at it for a moment, and his head was full of black lines. Didn't I tell you to leave the group? Suyu pretended to be stupid, I took off my skirt, otherwise how could you come in? Qin Zai, damn it. As long as you're happy. Qin Zai said in despair. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about them. Live in the moment, have fun, and don't care about messy things. Next time there's a movie, ask me to shoot it, okay? Suyu raised her beautiful and refined face. I'm so hot and beautiful. Standing still is a scenery. It will definitely increase the box office. Let's talk about it later. The movie just finished shooting. How can it be so fast? Besides, I don't plan to shoot anymore. Qin Zai said. Huh? Suyu said angrily, how can you be like this? Oh, you only shoot a kissing scene with your sister. You're too biased. If you have the ability, write a novel. I'll help you change it into a script. You'll be the female lead, and I'll be the male lead. Qin Zai said in a bad mood. You don't say, my dream when I was a child was to become a writer. Suyu said, I'm best at writing sad rumors. I used to write essays that won awards. When I was a child, I dreamed of being a scientist. Qin Zai sneered, things like dreams are disdained by salted fish, because salted fish know that it's not reliable. She pinched him angrily. Qin Zai gasped and scolded, you don't know how to control your strength. Suyu said angrily, you don't love me at all. Qin Zai used his dragon claw to scratch her, does it hurt? Suyu was about to cry, it hurts, 9:30. Suyu said, you're still not leaving? Qin Zai hugged her, I'm not leaving. How about I stay with you tonight? Suyu frowned, how are you going to explain it to your sister Ziwei? Qin Zai, do whatever you want. I'm going to give up sooner or later anyway. Suyu said softly, then you'd better go, I'm used to sleeping alone. She turned over, wrapped the quilt tightly, and turned the back of her head to Qin Zai. Qin Zai felt pity in his heart. He hugged her from behind, buried his head in her hair, and whispered, sleep, I won't leave tonight. Sometimes I really hope you can be a little bit of a jerk. Suyu said. What? Qin Zai didn't understand. Suyu shook her head and said silently in her heart, compared to forcing you to choose one of the two, I'm more afraid of being abandoned by you. But Qin Zai's arms that hugged her slender waist were strong and hot, and that was a man's thick chest. He said that he would stay with her at night, giving her an infinite sense of security, so she kept this sentence in her heart. At this time, she also heard Qin Zai murmur, waist, sister, most admirable, so you didn't hear it all. Qin Zhe's original words, sister's waist is still the most comfortable. Tight, elastic, small waist with a mermaid line. Before going to bed, Qin Zhe sent a text message to Sister Ziwei and Bao Bao, saying that he would stay in the company for the night. The next day, Qin Zhe and Suyu were both late, both with dark circles under their eyes. Before Suyu went to work, she carefully touched up her makeup, but if one looked closely, one could still see that she was in low spirits. Last night, one of them was the one who made the first move. Maybe Suyu gave Qin Zhe an abyss gaze, or maybe Qin Zhe showed Suyu an iron rod. Anyway, in the middle of the night, the two of them fought again. They went to bed at 9:30 and woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning, full of energy. Then they fought until dawn. It would be strange if they were in good spirits. In the morning, after taking a shower and changing clothes, Suyu cried and complained, "The sheets can't be covered, and the sheets can't be used." Qin Zhe simply booked a room in a hotel near the company to let Suyu catch up on sleep. He was strong and could still hold on. There was still a meeting in the company in the afternoon, so Suyu couldn't ask for leave to go home. At noon, he brought food into the hotel to find Suyu for lunch. The two talked about the direction of the company's expansion. Suyu was more conservative and wanted to establish a firm foothold in the financial industry first. Qin Zhe, on the other hand, wanted to expand his territory and roll around in other industries. "Host, I have a good product here," the system said. "Long time no see, system boss." Qin Zhe was happy. "Do you have a product to reward me?" "No." The system sneered mercilessly, "Dream at night, keep your mind clear during the day." "Then what are you talking about? Your design drawings and whatnot are all sky-high prices." "I don't have enough points," Qin Zhe said. "TSK, the host is really a salted fish. Always thinking about doing business. Don't you know that business is harmful to the country and real estate is prosperous?" The system complained. "People all over the country want to beat people when they hear it." Qin Zhe ridiculed. "Of course, business things are expensive, but virtual things are very cheap," the system said. "What do you mean?" Qin Zhe was at a loss. "For example, the Internet. Now the Internet Plus is the mainstream development trend of society, and the Internet does not exist physically, it is just a virtual data," the system said. "I understand, you are talking about online games or something." "System, you want to support me to kill Penguin?" Qin Zhe was excited. "No, your points are not enough to exchange for large-scale online games, your points," the system said. "I looked at it for you. It's probably only enough to exchange for an antivirus software." Qin Zhe, "What the F***ck, can I use antivirus software to kill a lowly person like you?" The system said, "The Internet technology tree, antivirus software is only a part of it. You can use points to exchange in the future to slowly perfect the technology tree. There are discounts. For example, the online game you mentioned just now. Let me be clear, it is only an example. The production of online games is also a part of the Internet technology tree. If you exchange for antivirus software, you can exchange for other technology tree products in the future. You will get a 50% discount." Qin Zhe understood. That's it. In online games, you learn from a master, start with basic skills, and then slowly level up, from a rookie to a newbie. So be it if it's an antivirus software. The system's products must be the best. Who knows, maybe I can unify the country's antivirus platform. How many points? 2,000. Damn, Qin Zhe's balls hurt. He only had 2,800 points in total. "I'm not exchanging, I want to keep the points for missions," Qin Zhe said. "In fact, with your salted fish personality, missions are rarer than meteor showers. Moreover, you are already in the middle of a mission. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 6,000 points, and if you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted. There is no point in you keeping these points. If you fail, it won't save you. The system said. Chapter 395. In the end, he still exchanged it. If he abandoned the ambition of being the leader of the world, the system's golden finger was still quite powerful. You see, after exchanging a few songs, Qin Zhe was given the title of the first fast shooter in the music industry. You see, after swallowing a few skill books, hanging an awl over his head for a month, and sleeping only 4 hours a day, he achieved his goal of earning 100 million yuan a month. You see, the system gave elementary school students radio gymnastics, the times are calling. After practicing for more than half a year, it was not a problem to deal with a teddy bear, but his waist was a little painful. Qin Zhe wiped his bitter tears. Now, he has to use the hard-earned money of half a year to exchange for an antivirus software. This seems to be the system opening a way for him to dominate the internet industry. In fact, an antivirus software can at most set up a good internet company, right? Can you beat black cats and gray dogs, and penguins? Even in the internet industry, there are many unrivaled bosses. But since it was produced by the system, and the price was 2,000 points, 30 points is a fine song, 2,000 points, how can it be bad? It is impossible to help him reach the sky in one step, but it is still very appropriate to open a channel for him to climb slowly. Why don't you talk? Suyu ate the food in small bites, raised her beautiful face, and said sweetly, "Do you think what I said is very reasonable, and you have nothing to say?" The two of them were arguing about Baozi's future. Although Suyu was a little masochistic, in life and in bed, she was resigned to it. But in work, she was very opinionated, and even a little overbearing. "I do things, don't talk about it." Looking at her working style when she was in the company, she could delegate power to the manager, but she would never allow her half-brother Su Hao to dictate. "Let's do this, for the time being, follow your idea, but share a batch of funds." Qin Zhe murmured, "I want to register a network technology company." Suyu raised her head from the lunchbox, stuffed food in her mouth, swallowed, and was stunned. "What do you want to do? Venture capital is not as messy as you. Your major is finance, my major is also finance. Our milk, harmonious, blend is 1 + 1 is greater than 2. But the internet industry, do you understand? Even if you want to invest in the internet, you don't have to register your own company. You can just invest in venture capital. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Just treat it as me playing around. Anyway, I don't need to invest too much money," Qin Zhe said. "All right then, you're the head of the household." Suyu pouted. "I'll get someone to do it tomorrow." "Good girl, I'll reward you with a lollipop before you check out." "I'm not eating." Scram. After the meeting in the afternoon, Qin Zhe received a call from Huang Yitsong. "Qin Zhe, my company is investing in a movie and we need a second female lead. The crew is interested in Li Wei from your company," Huang Yitsong said. "Do I need you, the CEO, to make the call personally?" Qin Zhe laughed. "Of course not," Huang Yitsong said. "I found a very nice clubhouse a few days ago and made an appointment with a few friends. Would you like to have some fun?" "How nice." Qin Zhe's tone became sneaky. "I found 2 of the top 10 weapons in the pugilistic world. Don't you think it's nice?" Huang Yitsong chuckled. "Did you feed your little wife? She's bored at home and went to do business. Recently, she's been running around on business and enjoying herself. So you're having an affair behind her back? How can a man improve his martial arts if he doesn't have an affair? Have you seen a straight-A student who only knows how to solve a math problem? That makes sense. Address and time. At a clubhouse. The so-called high-end clubhouse was a place where the rich gathered to eat, drink, and have fun. There were many types of clubhouses. For example, women liked to go to beauty and fitness clubs. Men liked to go to unique clubs. They did not like to play sports, but clubs like golf, shooting, bowling, horseback riding, and so on. The clubhouse that Huang Yizong invited Qin Zhe to was a health club. There were massages, foot baths, massage, acupuncture, and so on. I heard that you and your sister just finished filming your new movie. Huang Yizong lay comfortably on the recliner, wearing a bathrobe and holding a glass of red wine. It's going to be released in early April. Qin Zhe also wore a bathrobe and drank red wine. They had just finished massaging and enjoyed the service of the female technician's soft hands. It's a big gathering in April, Huang Yizong said. Yeah. Qin Zhe nodded. Do you remember the number of the female technician who massaged you just now? Huang Yizong smiled and said, I specifically asked her to come. She's a famous weapon. You can take her away at night. Qin Zhe recalled the female technician's good looks, slim figure, and charming eyes. This trip was a social event between men and also a tour of the adult world. He was already a billionaire, but he had never been to a clubhouse. It would be embarrassing if word got out. Forget it. I don't like shared bicycles. I have my own car. Qin Zhe shook his head. If it was in the past, he might not be able to resist the temptation. Although famous weapons were good, they were like university and miss. They were used by people every day. Brother, I'm mainly here to learn from you, Qin Zhe said. Sure. As long as it's not about essence. Huang Yizong nodded. Is it about the entertainment company? No. Then is it 48 hands? Huang Yizong was interested. I've created 365 hands. 48 hands is too low end. I'm not going to talk about this with you. Qin Zhe said, aren't you experienced? You have a lot of women outside, right? How do you manage to keep the red flag at home and the colorful flag outside? Isn't this the talent of rich men? Why are you asking me this? Huang Yizong said curiously, besides, it's too early for you to think about this. Look at those rich bachelors now. They change girlfriends as easily as they change clothes. Besides, you don't have a red flag at home. Qin Zhe waved his hand. I'm different from those flirtatious sluts. I talk about relationships. Huang Yizong rolled his eyes. Pretentious. Qin Zhe was speechless. I have no experience in this area. My red flag doesn't know that I have a colorful flag outside. She thinks that she's the only flag under the sky. If I can make my red flag and colorful flag coexist, I won't have to play behind her back, Huang Yizong said. You might be a fake driver. Qin Zhe was a little disappointed. But my grandfather has experience, Huang Yizong said. Qin Zhe was stunned. What do you mean? I have 2 grandmothers. How did your grandfather do it? There's no skill involved. What do you mean? My grandfather used to be a landlord. It's normal for him to have 2 wives. My father is the silly son of a landlord. He also wanted to have 2 wives like his father, but he was suppressed by my mother. He could only have a mistress outside. Huang Yizong said, actually, in our circle, mistresses and whatnot are very normal. Which man with a net worth of hundreds of millions or billions would stay by his wife? Oh, you're different from us flirtatious sluts. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Zhe was not convinced. Those mistresses don't have feelings. They're all here for the money. Who said that? Haven't you heard of love grows with time? Huang Yizong retorted, I have a brother who failed in his investment and went bankrupt. His wife brought the children back to her parents' home and wanted a divorce. In the end, his mistress took him in and never left him. After he made a comeback, he married his mistress. The role model of the 3 realms. No, I'm asking how to live together harmoniously. That's hard to say. Some hide it, some tacit understanding, and some don't want to see it. But I've never heard of anyone who can live happily with a mistress, Huang Yizong said. I understand. Qin Zhe sighed. Huang Yizong glanced at him. Are you stuck between two women and can't decide? Yes. 2, 3, or 4. You want all of them? Yes. Then don't get married. Marriage means you have to make a choice. Just don't get married. I thought so too, but how many years can a woman wait for you? I also want to give them happiness. Then have you ever thought that it's your desire to make a choice that makes them feel insecure? Qin Zhe was shocked. Huang Yizong patted him on the shoulder. A marriage certificate can at most give a woman a sense of security. There was no such thing before. They're marrying you, not little notebook. To put it bluntly, they need a sense of security. As long as you give them a sense of security, they won't care about things like a small book. Oh, yes, a small book is not only a sense of security, but also property. No one wants to give birth to an illegitimate child who has no right of inheritance. Qin Zhe said, I don't have to worry about that. Whether it was Su Yu or his sister, they were all rich people. Sister Ziwei was even more so. She was the daughter of a rich family. As long as she was willing, Qin Zhe could give her whatever he had. If he didn't have it, he would find a way to give it to her. Hey, it seems that something strange has sneaked in. Sister, crossed out, pretend you didn't see it. Chapter 396. Seeing that he was deep in thought, Huang Yizong smiled and said, Isn't listening to my words better than studying for 10 years? Qin Zhe said, T, China's 9-year compulsory education can't compare to your words? Huang Yizong was speechless. Let's talk about the movie. I heard it's a romance between an older woman and a younger man. Huang Yizong said, Our company originally wanted to adapt that novel into a movie, but some time ago, the news was tight and the higher-ups were nitpicking. To be safe, we gave up. We plan to wait for a while and see how things go. I didn't expect you to beat us to it. The novel was very popular, but the movie adaptation rights had not been sold because of this reason. That's fine. Didn't young Master Duan make a few remakes? Qin Zhe said, If I slept with it, it would be a banned film. If I didn't, it would be a literary film. Your backer is really strong. Huang Yizong sighed. Yes, Tara Stone's backer. Qin Zhe said. After the two of them finished their foot bath, Qin Zhe was about to leave. It was now 8:00 in the evening. It's quite comfortable. My waist has been revived. Qin Zhe stretched. Let's come again next time. You. What do you want me to say? Seeing that he was about to leave, Huang Yizong sighed. You didn't realize the beauty of this club at all. No matter how beautiful the shared bike is, it's not mine. Brother, let's go. Qin Zhe left and walked to the changing room. I'll get someone to send you. Don't drive after drinking. It's okay, I'll ride the shared bike. It's not far from my house. Huang Yizong was speechless. Didn't he not want the shared bike? This B***TCH was really pretentious. When they reached home, it was 8:30. Dynamic music rushed to their faces. The TV was playing a dance tutorial video. The sisters were wearing yoga clothes and learning to dance on the TV. It was a very hot dance. Coupled with the sisters' domineering figure, it was pleasing to the eye. The way her butt moved could only be described with one word, awesome. Wang Zijin was half lying on the sofa, wearing headphones and looking down at the video. I'm back, Qin Zhe said. The sisters replied with an, oh, and then went back to their own business. That's why Japan's etiquette is pretty good. When the male host returns home, the female host will cross her hands and stand at the entrance. Welcome back. Have you guys had dinner? Yes, Bao Bao. Wang Zijin said, how about you? How's the company? Fortunately, we've formulated a preliminary development plan. A's, come dance with me. Qin Bao Bao panted. I don't know how to dance. Big sister will teach you. There are some things that men have to try. Learn from big sister for the first time. Qin Bao Bao said. What a terrible line. Qin Zhe took off his jacket. How about a tango? You know how to dance? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. I don't know how. Go wash up and sleep. What are you doing here? Wang Zijin snorted. His sister bounced to his side and said with a smile, if you don't know how to dance tango, then we'll dance ordinary aerobics. Qin Zhe glanced at her deep cleavage. Coach, I want to play basketball. Zijin, you come too. You'll get a belly if you sit all day after eating, Qin Bao Bao said. No way. Wang Zijin refused. Come on, only A's will accompany me. It's boring. One A's can't satisfy you. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, your lines are terrible too. Qin Zhe held the remote and chose a more intense dance that was suitable for both men and women. Hey, this dance again? It's tiring. His sister said. It's your body that's too weak. Wang Zijin complained. His sister put her hands on her chest and said in distress, it's tiring here. It's heavy and swaying. Wang Zijin. Suddenly I don't want to dance. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Qin Bao Bao looked at her back and whispered, she's inferior. After all, she's just a C. Qin Zhe nodded. Sister Ziwei's sadness is the ocean. Besides, you'll be beaten by other women if you say that. By the way, you practice dancing during the day and dance at home. I don't remember when you liked dancing so much. I'll walk in a few days. I'll dance. Oh, okay. Dancing is good for your figure. Qin Zhe thought that dancing women had particularly soft figures. He and Suyu practiced 365 moves and finally encountered a bottleneck because Suyu couldn't do some postures. For example, trapeze. If it was his sister, she should be able to do it easily for more than 5 minutes. Qin Zhe didn't dance with his sister. He slipped into Wang Zijin's room and comforted his sad girlfriend. In fact, C is already very good. Really, I especially like women who can be grasped with one hand. Qin Zhe comforted. Also, what's so good about a big cow? Wang Zijin hypnotized herself, Qin Bao Bao big cow, Qin Bao Bao big cow. Suddenly, she smiled. Wang Zijin sat on the bed and patted her side. Sit down. Qin Zhe hugged her waist and shamelessly said sweet words. Chasing girls now, do you only know how to say sweet words? There's nothing practical. Wang Zijin said. Watch a movie. Do you only know how to watch movies? Wang Zijin said, by the way, today, several of my female employees were chatting while eating. They said why boys don't chase girls now. Maybe it's because they're not good looking. Qin Zhe said. They're not bad. They're quite pretty. Then let me analyze. Qin Zhe thought for a moment, I think I know the truth. What truth? Let me tell you, treating a girl to a meal, watching a movie, playing around, and finally sending her home like a gentleman. In a day, it'll cost at least 400 to 500 yuan, right? If it's once a week, it'll be 4 times a month. Almost 2,000 yuan. You might even have to buy gifts, and it'll easily cost thousands. In the end, you might just get a good person card. However, if you use this money to get massages, eat and drink, and find a girl to give you the full service, you can still buy a skin and show off in the game. It's simply too good. Wang Zijin, get out, I'm going to sleep. Wang Zijin kicked her feet repeatedly. Qin Zhe held her warm and soft little feet. I'm talking about others. Of course, I'm not. I'm different from the coquettish bitches outside. Wang Zijin said angrily, then did you give me a gift? The way you chase me is to take me to the movies every day. You're a coward who's afraid of being seen by your sister when you buy gifts. I do everything I can to wash your clothes, do housework, and cook for you every day. What else do you want me to do? Shouldn't there be a gentle and virtuous sister who knows how to take care of people? I'm obviously a sister Khan, but I'm doing what a sister Khan should do. I might be a fake big sister complex. Qin Zhe said, I can give you my most important thing. Then give it to me. Okay. Hey, why are you taking off my clothes? Isn't this what you want? Get out, get out. Another series of kicks. The next day, Suyu asked someone to register the company. The registered capital was 3 million. It was an internet technology company. Qin Zhe also exchanged the antivirus software code from the system. In order to write the code, Qin Zhe also exchanged elementary computer proficiency. The core code must not be given to others, otherwise it would become someone else's. In addition, he also transferred 3 IT specialists from Baoza and Tianfang to help him. It took him 2 days to make the antivirus software. After the antivirus software was made, he forced the company's employees to install this software. The office computers must be installed, and private computers were ignored. This is the antivirus software you tinkered with? Suyu sat on Qin Zhe's lap, half lying, operating his computer. It has a lot of functions. Not bad, you made such a software in a few days. She said. If Suyu was knowledgeable, she should be shocked now. When others make software, they upgrade and improve it step by step to make the software perfect. Qin Zhe directly reached the point in one step, saving the long improvement process. The rest is promotion, but the antivirus software is almost monopolized by the industry bosses. It is difficult to promote, it costs money, and it may not be able to eat the market. Suyu said. Take it slowly, put it into the market first. If the software is good, there will definitely be more and more users. Qin Zhe said. Then. Okay. Suyu suddenly said, by the way, why is your sister so annoying? What's wrong? Qin Zhe heard this sentence, just like many men heard their wives say, why is your mother so annoying? Last night, I ordered a big meal. I posted it in my circle of friends, and everyone liked it. Your sister replied, single dogs eat so much, he he he. Suyu gritted her teeth and said, I almost replied to her, my husband is Qin Zhe. My sister has been busy recently, so she is in a bad mood. She has a lot to do, and her mood will be bad. Don't pay attention to her. Qin Zhe comforted her. Then am I very free? I have to work during the day, and I have to be done by you at night. Suyu glared. Qin Zhe, a woman who has been developed is really different. If it was before, her face would be red and she couldn't say the last half of the sentence. My sister is going to walk in a few days, and I'm going to walk today. Qin Zhe pressed her on the table and lifted her office lady suit. What's wrong with your computer? Suyu suddenly said. Qin Zhe's computer suddenly popped up a dialog box. The dialog box background was red, with the logo of a lock, the time, and a text description. What did you just do? Qin Zhe was stunned. I opened the file, and then this dialog box popped up. Suyu was confused. Looking carefully at the text description, well, it was a virus. The general meaning was, the file was encrypted, and if you want to get the important files on the computer again, you have to send a remittance to the other party, and it only costs XX coins. Not only the files, but also photos, compressed files, audio, documents, and so on, were locked. How did my computer get a virus? I didn't enter the site. Qin Zhe looked confused. How do I know? I wrote a proposal on your computer, which is tens of thousands of words. Suyu was depressed. In fact, Suyu just clicked on an email. The content of the email had nothing substantial. It was just an advertising spam email. She didn't know that because of this email, Qin Zai's computer was infected with a virus. Crazy, I'll try to kill the virus. Qin Zai said. He clicked on the antivirus software on the computer and detoxified it. Soon, the antivirus software scanned the virus and began to kill it. But it was useless. The virus dialog box was still there. Suyu was about to cry, or send money to try. Damn, it's a few thousand. A few thousand yuan is not much. Tens of thousands of yuan is a small matter for Suyu. She just felt aggrieved. I'll try it with my own software. Qin Zai said. He opened the software of the low-level system, scanned and killed. 5 minutes later, the virus dialog box was gone. Suyu's little face was happy, and she clicked on the file. There was no loss, no mess, and it was as good as before. Oh, husband, your software is very powerful. Suyu was very happy. That's, Qin Zai's products must be the best. That's what the internet says. Qin Zai boasted. At the same time, it's very fast gunman. Suyu joked. Damn, lie down and let you see how fast I am. Qin Zai said angrily. Chapter 397. From Tuesday to Friday, a virus suddenly broke out. Ordinary users were the first to be affected. Their computer documents, pictures, videos, and so on were all locked. A dialog box popped up, demanding payment of XX virtual currency, which was about 2,000 yuan. The infected user immediately activated antivirus software, but it was useless. This virus was unexpectedly strong and could not be killed. The only way was to format the entire computer. However, that would mean that all the files and information would be destroyed. Ordinary people were fine. There were no confidential or important documents on their computers. However, some business elites, white-collar and gold-collar workers from various industries, were troubled. Their computers usually stored more important business information and customer information. At first, the virus did not cause much of an impact. It was only mentioned on some forums, Tieba, Weibo, and other social media platforms. Not long after, the virus broke out. Part of the reason was that it was highly infectious. If infected users kept going online, it would spread to other computers. The most obvious case was the office network. The virus changed its target from ordinary users to enterprises and institutions. Many institutions were stunned. They were infected with the virus out of nowhere. Moreover, antivirus software was useless, causing huge losses. The News Online reported. Recently, a virus has swept the country. Enterprises and individual users are threatened by the ransomware virus. The ransomware virus originated from abroad and has swept the world, including China, the United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, and other places. Currently, the ransomware virus in the country is expanding. According to the Internet Security Agency, this is the use of criminals. The ransomware virus that has swept the world continues. At least 150 countries have been attacked. A considerable number of enterprises and institutions have also been infected. According to an employee of XXX branch, the day before yesterday, all the computers in the unit were affected by the ransomware virus. In addition, many universities and networks in the country have been attacked by the ransomware virus. They can only be restored by paying the ransom. In the country, apart from the education network and campus network, the virus's range of influence is suspected to be gradually expanding. There are user feedback on Weibo. Oil gas stations, police stations in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai have also been attacked by the virus, causing huge losses to major enterprises and institutions. The opinion of Internet security experts is that files encrypted by the virus are basically unrecoverable, regardless of whether the ransom is paid. Unless you have the key to the virus encryption, but that is basically impossible. School websites, corporate websites, telecommunications websites, and many other websites were affected by the ransomware virus. Foreign countries had it the worst. The virus's influence had spread, and many foreign news had been dug up. It was said that more than 40 hospitals had been exposed to the ransomware virus, and even the National Cyber Security Bureau had been invaded by the virus. It sounded scary and lofty. Rumors spread like wildfire, and the ransomware virus became a hot topic among the people. Even individual users who weren't infected learned about it on the internet. Recently, netizens' expressions changed when they talked about it. The company's network has been taken over by a ransomware virus. 2 days off. Why do I feel so happy? F***ck, my computer is infected. Everyone, please don't open any strange emails. Currently, it's all formatted. Luckily, there's nothing important on my computer. The campus network can't be used anymore. Damn it. They even hacked into the students' computers through the campus network. Several students in the dormitory have been infected. This virus reminds me of the panda burning incense. It makes me shiver. It's true. Currently, there's nothing we can do about the virus. We can only swallow the bitter fruit. It's still fine for us. At most, we'll just be formatted. The hackers won't be able to get a single cent, and the enterprises will be finished. The experts only know how to blabber, telling us to pay attention to safety. It's just that there's no way to kill the virus. In fact, the ransomware virus had been circulating overseas for a long time. It had only entered China recently. Many experts overseas were actively trying to crack the virus. Not long after, someone overseas found a way to intercept the ransomware virus. In the era of information explosion, the news immediately spread to China. Foreign network engineers discover a way to intercept ransomware virus. The spread of ransomware virus has been curbed, and the virus is under control. There's always a higher mountain, the bane of the ransomware virus. All the major media outlets wrote exciting news. On Weibo, netizens were excited. Someone overseas discovered a way to intercept the ransomware virus. That's great. But there's still no way to unlock an infected computer. No matter what, it's still a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about being poisoned in the future. In the field of internet engineering, our country is still too young. F***ck, the bootlicker above. Although I don't want to admit it, it's the truth. There are too many overseas experts. Our country is lagging behind in many fields. There's still a long way to go. But in just 2 days, the ransomware virus broke out again. This time, it was a variant. The previous method was no longer effective. The ransomware virus came in full force again. More and more organizations were implicated. For example, a famous movie company with a children's theme and a famous IP movie company had their new movie stolen by the ransomware virus. The hackers demanded that they pay $10 million. Otherwise, the new movie would be broadcast to the audience for free. This seemed to be a benefit. For the first time in history, the pirated version was faster than the original version. This incident shocked all the local film companies. They were afraid that the hackers' next target would be them. However, it was obvious that they were thinking too much. Chinese films were only good in their own country. That was if they did not encounter any foreign blockbusters. Bad scripts and actors with no acting skills were not good enough for the hackers to take a liking to. Hollywood blockbusters were their targets. F***ck, the computer I just reformatted has been infected by a virus again. Is there an end to this? My 180 gigabytes of action movie. We're not the worst. The unit next to mine has been extorted by a virus again. 233. I heard that the boss has paid, but it's useless. The ransomware virus is still not cured. In the past few days, we've lost hundreds of thousands. This time, the target of the ransomware virus is a big company. Every day they delay, they will lose a lot of money. Don't worry. This virus won't last long. There are so many powerful people. There will be a way to solve it. Haven't all the previous viruses been solved? But to some infected companies, time is money. After the old master finished browsing Weibo, he clicked his tongue and said, "Look, this virus is really powerful. Even our school's website has been hacked." Beside him was Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting cross-legged. There was a plate of grapes on her belly. She was eating happily. Beside Qin Bao Bao was Qin Zhe. He was also browsing Weibo like his sister. Occasionally, he would eat a few grapes. In the kitchen, Qin Ma was cooking. Wang Zijin was also in the kitchen, helping her. Sister Ziwei was pretending to be virtuous. She didn't know that her scheming nature had been exposed on New Year's Eve. She felt good about herself. Qin Ma felt good about herself. Wang Zijin thought so. In Qin Bao Bao's mansion, Qin Ma and the old master came over for dinner and stayed for the night. After Qin Bao Bao received a call from her parents, she turned around and destroyed Qin Zhe's things. Then, she called her brother to inform him. Qin Zhe went home after work and bought some disposable items. He pretended that he had never stayed in his sister's house. Mrs. Qin was very satisfied when she saw this. "Dad, the virus is most widespread in the school. You have to be careful. Don't get poisoned." Qin Bao Bao said. "I didn't bring my laptop to school a long time ago. There is a lot of information I have collected over the years. I am afraid that hackers will hack it." The old master sighed. "Are you okay? My company has made an antivirus software. You can download it later and it will kill the virus." Qin Zhe took the grapes from his sister's plate. There were only a few grapes left. Qin Bao Bao didn't eat enough and slapped his hand away. Qin Zhe didn't want to lose his sister's grapes. He snatched them back. The two of them punched each other with 4 hands. The old master sighed bitterly. After the new year, one was 24 and the other was 26. He felt that they were still 14 and 16 years old. Back then, he was already married. "What are you doing? Are you still a child?" The old master leaned forward, took the plate and ate the grapes silently. "It's quite sweet. Bao Bao, go wash a few more." Qin Bao Bao, the lazy sister, changed the topic. "Hey, A's, what did you say just now?" "Oh, I said that my company has made an antivirus software that can remove the ransomware virus." Qin Zhe cooperated with his sister. "Nonsense." The old master snorted. "Even the experts are helpless. The cybersecurity agencies of many countries can't do anything. How can your antivirus software work? Then the virus won't sweep the world. It's up to you to believe it or not." Qin Zhe pursed his lips. "Dad, your son is just making a fool of himself. He is taking advantage of this wave of popularity to make an antivirus software and profit from it. Many companies do this. Some say it's 10 yuan, some say it's 20 yuan. They are all lies." Qin Bao Bao said, "This is called black-hearted wealth." "Shut up." Qin Zhe kicked his sister lightly. Qin Bao Bao jumped up like an angry kitten and pounced on her brother. "Are you trying to rebel?" The sister and brother were practicing their fists. With the old master present, his sister felt that she had a backer and was especially fierce. Qin Zhe couldn't press his sister on the sofa or touch her big butt. It's also a skill to be black-hearted. The old master pulled his daughter away and said, "Don't talk about black-hearted wealth. It's okay to be rich and heartless. As long as you don't break the law, you can make money however you want. In today's society, there is no moral bottom line. The law is the bottom line. If you can really make money, I will give you a thumbs up. Those who used a stick to serve their son at every turn, saying that a man should be indomitable, return to society, and have a kind heart, were just acting on TV. For normal parents, as long as their children were happy and healthy and could make money, it was enough. Wasn't it the government's business to benefit society? What did it have to do with us ordinary people? Qin Zhe poked his sister's waist. Help me say on Weibo and promote the antivirus software. I also said on Weibo that if I make money, I will give you a commission. Qin Zhe had encountered the blackmail virus before. At first, he didn't care about it. But these days, the virus had been fermenting. He wasn't stupid. It was a huge business opportunity. He turned around and made the official website. I don't want it. It will damage my popularity. Qin Bao said that she didn't want it, but her body was honest. She took out her phone and posted on Weibo. Send the download link to me. Original Weibo post, blackmail virus is so annoying. I recommend an antivirus software to everyone. Whoever uses it will know. It has a link. Chapter 398. This virus had been in the news for a long time, but no one paid attention to its dangers. Or it could be said that the virus went into hiding and did not cause much of an impact on society. Its main target was overseas, and China was not within its scope of business. Now, it had finally expanded its business to China. So, in the eyes of ordinary people and many organizations, the virus had suddenly erupted. It was very sudden and did not give people any time to react. If ordinary users were infected, they would at most curse and reformat their computer's hard drive. Only idiots would pay the ransom. Only a small number of elites from various industries gritted their teeth and admitted defeat. But they were still in the minority. Because of this, the virus targeted large organizations and enterprises. To them, a few 100,000 or a few 100,000 was child's play. Data loss was the real problem. After Qin Bao posted on Weibo, netizens immediately commented. On social media platforms, celebrities were always the most popular. Thank you, goddess. But this virus is unsolvable. I have tried many software, free and paid, but none of them worked. In the end, I reformatted my computer with tears in my eyes. Did Qin Bao accept an advertisement? Don't post such advertisements. It's useless. Nowadays, many trashy antivirus software use the pretense of cracking ransomware to scam money. Now, we can only hope that the overseas experts can crack this virus. In fact, no matter what kind of virus it is, it will be cracked eventually. It's just a matter of time. The antivirus software in China is all trashy. Previously, all of them claimed that they were good at protecting computers. But when faced with such a powerful virus, they are all helpless. Golden Shield antivirus? I have never heard of it. Maybe it's a black-hearted technology company trying to scam money? Yes. I downloaded it, but I found out that I have to pay to use it. 200 renminbi. It's so expensive. There were many comments, but not many people paid attention to Golden Shield antivirus. Paying attention to celebrities was one thing, and choosing to use the product was another. Everyone was used to celebrities endorsing all kinds of products. They would not rush to download and pay just because of Qin Bao's advertisement. But the reputation of Golden Shield antivirus had more or less spread out. The purpose of advertising was to make people familiar with it. Hey, I've helped you advertise, but I can't guarantee that it'll be effective. At the dining table, his sister looked at the comments and said, "That's enough. As long as the advertisement is released, people will try to download and use it. It's good that people use it. Gold will always shine." Qin Zhe picked up some food for his sister. Wang Zijin looked at him silently. Sister Ziwei, eat too. Qin Zhe immediately added. Mom, your cooking skills have deteriorated. It's not as good as A's. Qin Bao frowned. Qin Ma felt a stab in her heart. Stupid child. You grew up eating your mother's vegetables. Now you want to get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Qin Bao stuck out her tongue. Qin Ma said, You're not even as conscientious as the dog at home. Qin Zhe asked, Mom, when did we have a dog? Old Master said, You two don't have a conscience. Your mom was bored at home alone, so she bought a dog. What's its name? At the mention of the pet dog, Qin Ma smiled happily. Pomeranian. It's only 2 months old. It's small and very cute. Your dad and I are sleeping here today. I sent it to old Zheng's house. He was the Uncle Zheng who owned a teddy bear that was known as the God of Love. Old Master said, I bought it last week. The dog hasn't been named yet. Qin Ma joked, Why don't you just call it Bao Bao? Qin Bao puffed up her cheeks. No way. Why don't you call it Zhe Zhe? Wang Zijin immediately laughed, Yes, it sounds better when you repeat the words. Bao Bao or Zhe Zhe is fine. Qin Zhe complained, It can also be called JJ. He regretted it after saying that. Qin Ma, Old Master, Qin Bao, Wang Zijin, she was most afraid of sudden silence. What else do you want me to do? Your sudden message is enough to make me sad. She lowered her head and scrolled through Weibo. She poked at her phone screen with one hand and held chopsticks with the other. You have to eat properly. Old Master frowned. What song is it? It's pretty good. Qin Ma smiled. A's new song. Qin Bao smiled. She was cute and beautiful. Well, it's the theme song of the new movie, Wang Zijin said. It's not the theme song. It's an interlude. Qin Zhe said, Let's eat. You're shooting a movie again? What movie? Qin Ma asked knowingly. When will it be released? Take Mom to see it. Qin Bao panicked. No, there's nothing to see. It's a low-budget teen idol movie. Wang Zijin, little pervert, I'll help you advertise again for free. Qin Bao guiltily changed the topic. Okay. Thank you, sister. You're so nice. Qin Zhe said loudly and cooperated with his sister to change the topic. How do you advertise? Someone in the group is talking about the ransomware virus. It's a celebrity group. I know it from the entertainment circle. Qin Bao said. She picked up her phone and typed quickly. Qin Bao had many celebrity groups. Her celebrity friends would invite her to join them. Most of them were lurking and would occasionally say a few words. Qin Bao usually just watched and didn't say anything. There was an A-list movie star in the group just now. His surname was Luo, and the celebrities in the group called him Old Luo. Old Luo was crying about how his studio was accidentally infected with a ransomware virus. Old Luo, just because I accidentally opened an email, I got infected. I can't do anything about it because some clients are used to email. It's hard to guard against it. Li Rongxing, hurry up and unplug the internet cable. Don't let the whole studio get infected. Li Rongxing was the one who had pulled Qin Bao into this group. This guy had wanted to pursue her in the past, but Qin Bao had deliberately ignored his hints a few times, so he had given up on the idea. Old Luo, it's already infected. Moment of silence. Moment of silence. Moment of silence. Everyone expressed their sympathy. Old Luo, everyone, take this as a lesson. Don't get infected. Don't click on unfamiliar websites or emails. Pay the ransom. The information is more important. I can only admit defeat, old Luo. Old Luo, pay it. You didn't even remove it. I'm so angry. Qin Bao Bao, old Luo, I recommend you an antivirus software. Try it. She sent the link. Old Luo, Qin Bao Bao. Did your account get hacked? Qin Bao Bao usually didn't say anything. Her sudden appearance made him feel very abrupt. Qin Bao Bao, she sent a string of ellipses. Li Rongxing jumped out, it wasn't hacked. She also advertised on Weibo. Qin Bao Bao, don't accept such advertisements. It's bad for your popularity. Qin Bao Bao, thank you, but this is my brother's software. He's preparing to promote it. Li Rongxing, your brother's crossover is quite impressive. Is he preparing to make a fortune? In the group, there were a lot of ellipses. Old Luo, then, should I give it a try? Then there was silence. The discussion in the group was still continuing. I don't know if it'll work. I don't think so. There's no cure for this virus at the moment. It can only be prevented. Once infected, even the foreign experts can't do anything about it. I'm reminded of the panda burning incense from a few years ago. It's too scary. This virus is really rogue. I've already told the studio's staff to be more careful. Don't touch unfamiliar emails or click on unfamiliar websites. I hope the foreign experts can find a way to crack it soon. About 5 minutes later, old Luo came online. Old Luo, Qin Bao Bao, the virus is gone. It's really gone. This antivirus software is godly. Unbelievable, unbelievable. He sent over a dozen thumbs up emoticons. When the celebrities in the group saw this, they found it even more unbelievable. What's going on? Old Luo, are you joking? Old Luo, don't joke around. How can this be cracked? Old Luo must be joking with everyone. People started speaking one after another. Old Luo, no, I'm not joking. It's really cracked. I downloaded it to try it out. After the virus was scanned, it was really cleared. Furthermore, it only costs 200 yuan. It's not expensive at all. I was dumbfounded just now. This is a virus that even the Foreign Internet Safety Bureau is helpless against. It's a virus that has swept over more than 100 countries. It's actually cracked? Qin Bao Bao, how did you guys come up with this antivirus software? Qin Bao Bao, it's really effective. My brother made it. I'm just helping to advertise it. Another wave of ellipses. So you don't know anything and you're still so confident in advertising? Qin Bao Bao, old Luo, remember to help me advertise on Weibo. Old Luo, no problem, thanks. Qin Bao Bao, wave, she went offline. However, the group seemed to have exploded. Many lurking celebrities also jumped out. Old Luo, is it really effective? My company's computer is also infected. Old Luo, is this for real? That's impossible. Old Luo, try downloading it. It's definitely effective. I feel like there's going to be big news tomorrow. Then I'll download it. Send me the link. Scroll up yourself. Qin Bao Bao posted a link to the official website. Chapter 399. Reality proved that the effect of advertisements by celebrities was definitely good. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo had more than 40 million followers and countless fans. There were a lot of die-hard fans of everything recommended by the goddess must be bought and the goddess is always beautiful. Someone tried to download this chatting software, bought it, and used it to scan the antivirus. Then, he realized that the antivirus was really successful. The files were restored, the pictures were restored, and the cavalry's pride that had been accumulated over the years was restored. At that time, he was stunned in front of the computer. Didn't they say that there was no cure for the virus? Didn't they say that it could only be prevented and not restored? Didn't they say that it was a powerful virus that had swept the world and caused headaches for the internet security agencies of various countries? I downloaded a nameless local antivirus software for 200 yuan. With the thought that I wouldn't be at a disadvantage if I bought it for 200 yuan, I really cracked the virus. Could it be that I was infected with a fake virus? Then, they were ecstatic. This meant that the virus was no longer a problem. They could connect to the internet and not be afraid of being infected. The world was peaceful again. A small number of people posted on the internet and Weibo, saying that they used the antivirus software recommended by the goddess Qin Bao Bao to remove the virus and return the world to peace. Shocking. The antivirus software recommended by Qin Bao Bao on Weibo was actually useful. My computer was infected with a virus before. I downloaded it, scanned it, and removed the disgusting ransomware virus. Netizens commented below, Lanzhou sesame seed cake. Foreign experts want to beat someone up after seeing this. God sprinkles wisdom on earth, but the original poster is holding an umbrella. You lack intelligence, but don't think that everyone is the same as you. Verified by Internet Water Army. It's definitely an Internet Water Army. This antivirus software probably wants to use this wave of popularity to advertise. First, Qin Bao Bao promoted it on Weibo. Then, it hired Internet Water Army to praise it. Everyone, don't download it, and don't buy it. Whoever uses it is an idiot. Netizens did not believe it. Of course, they did not believe it. Ransomware viruses were notorious and difficult to deal with. Foreign internet engineers had a headache because of it. You're telling me that an unknown antivirus software cracked it? Whoever believes it is an idiot. There were many similar posts, but not many people believed it. There was a lot of cynicism and ridicule. However, very soon, an A-list movie star posted on Weibo, recently, the ransomware virus is very popular. I recommend that friends who have been poisoned download this antivirus software. There will be a pleasant surprise if you buy it. I have personally tried it. Users who are not poisoned can also download the prevention software. Even if you are poisoned, you don't have to worry. This movie star was called Luo Yuming, old Luo in the group. Then, Li Rongxing posted on Weibo, praising the antivirus software. This was not the end. The third, the fourth, and within an hour, 7 or 8 celebrities posted on Weibo or reposted it. What's the situation? Isn't this software company too awesome? They're letting so many celebrities advertise? This is not scientific. Don't tell me it's true. Will it really work? Could it really kill the poison? My computer is infected with a virus, and I've paid the ransom, but it's useless. There's a lot of important information inside, and I'm not willing to format it. I've been waiting for a way to crack it. I've already said in a post that this antivirus software is godly. You can't go wrong with it. You still don't believe me. So many celebrities are recommending it. Are they trying to stir up trouble? Let me download it and try it out. If they're lying, I'll destroy their Weibo. I'll download it too. That night, a poem could be used to describe it, like a spring breeze, please go to hell with the ransomware virus. In the atmosphere of despair, a ray of light fell from the sky, and the words, Golden Shield Antivirus, were written on it. Song size 24, bolded, with the golden glow of a tycoon. Many netizens who were infected with the virus tried to use the Golden Shield Antivirus software. Although it was unbelievable, the virus was indeed removed. Their computers were restored to their original state, and the information was intact. Hence, they posted on the internet and Weibo to express their shock. Word spread, and Golden Shield Antivirus became a hot commodity in the eyes of millions of netizens. The words Golden Shield Antivirus became a hot topic on the internet overnight. The most grateful ones were the bosses of enterprises and state-owned enterprises. When they saw the relevant information on the internet, they couldn't wait to call their IT staff and work overtime late at night just to download an antivirus software. They didn't have the patience to wait until tomorrow. Now that there was a solution to the problem that had been troubling them for days, how could they be in the mood to sleep? They were all anxious to try it out. Especially the bosses of private enterprises. Their computers were encrypted, and the company's information could not be retrieved, causing huge financial losses. It would be strange if they could sit still when they suddenly heard the news that Golden Shield Antivirus had cracked the ransomware virus. The next day, Golden Shield Antivirus was on the hot search list and the internet headlines. The words Golden Shield Antivirus could be seen on Weibo, forums, major news, and the front page of major apps. It really became famous overnight. The experts also found it unbelievable. The troublesome part about this virus was that it used a loophole in the system to encrypt the computer's information. It was like you forgot your bank password, but you couldn't change it at the counter. What could you do? Unless you had the secret key, there was no way to solve it. However, such an unsolvable loophole in the system had been cracked. In the online media, experts expressed interest in the antivirus software's process of cracking the ransomware virus in interviews. However, everyone suddenly realized that the company that made the Golden Shield antivirus software was called Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited. Other than that, nothing else was known. Not only was the antivirus software unknown, but this company was also unknown. It was as if it had suddenly appeared and rose to prominence. I've never heard of this company before. F***CK, is it a smurf account opened by some big shot? Who on earth developed this antivirus software? Who says our country is backward in the internet field? F***CK, such a tricky virus has been cracked. The foreign experts are probably dumbfounded. The netizens were relishing in the discussion. That night, Qin Zhe returned home and talked to his sisters about this matter. Golden Shield already has 1 million customers. More than 100,000 users have bought the antivirus software, Qin Zhe said. In just one day, the number of users of the antivirus software had reached more than 1 million. This number was enough to make all software developers green with envy. 1 million might not seem like a lot, but the country's population was more than 1 billion. 1 million was indeed not a lot. It could not be compared to those big shots who easily had more than 100 million users. However, the starting point was frighteningly high. Moreover, in just one day, the profit of the antivirus software was more than 20 million. Think about it, many units were infected by the ransomware virus. How many computers did a unit have? At least a few dozen, at most a few hundred. How many units were infected all over the country? Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited, Qin Bao said sarcastically, "Yo, what a good name. It sounds so familiar." I thought about it and realized that it has the same pronunciation as Zijin. It doesn't have the same pronunciation. Your front and back nasal sounds are mixed, Wang Zijin said weakly. To hell with the front and back nasal sounds, Qin Bao said angrily. This name doesn't sound good. I want to change it. I think it's better than Baoza, Wang Zijin retorted. Baoza is the best name in the world. Az's company. Who are you to interfere with the name change? Wang Zijin has been very arrogant recently. Qin Zhe got up silently and walked to his room. In a while, there might be a ranking battle, a battle between the king tiers. He wanted to hide for a while. At 10:00 in the evening, Qin Zhe was lying in bed and sending flirtatious text messages to Suyu. Suyu, are your sisters asleep? Qin Zhe, I don't think so. Their work and rest is at 10:30. Suyu, then after 10:30, come to my place. Flirting, Qin Zhe, do you think I'm Huang Zhong? Sweat, Suyu didn't reply. A few seconds later, she sent a photo. She was lying in bed, and the camera was aimed at her long legs. They were well-proportioned, slender, and straight. Su Yu, Master Huang Zhong, what do you think of this battery? Qin Zhe, veterans didn't die, but they gradually withered. Suddenly, he had a deep understanding of this sentence. The door of the room creaked softly, and the handle was twisted. Wang Zijin sneaked in sneakily in her pajamas. Qin Zhe thought to himself, what's wrong? Are you going to attack me at night? Oh, Miss Wang, why are you so unreserved today? Qin Zhe teased. Wang Zijin blushed and crawled under the blanket. She snorted. Look at your greedy eyes. I'll feed you some tofu. Qin Zhe hugged her waist and leaned against the bed, enjoying the rare time they had together. Unlike Su Yu, Wang Zijin gave him the feeling of a beautiful love in adolescence. It was sweet, warm, and had a bottom line that couldn't be crossed. This was the feeling of first love. To be precise, it was the feeling of first love on campus. Holding hands was enough to make one's heart pound. Unlike entering society, as long as the relationship between a man and a woman was confirmed, they could have sex that night. This feeling was something Qin Zhe had never experienced. In his adolescence, there lived a female demon. She was charming, domineering, and fierce. Any coquettish goods who dared to approach him would be swallowed alive by her. Your Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited. Wang Zijin whispered. Well, it was founded in your name. Qin Zhe said. Why? Wang Zijin's eyes sparkled. This question was not easy to answer. He couldn't say that Tianfang was for his sister and Baozi was for Su Yu, so he also wanted to create a company for her. If he said this, the sweet atmosphere would turn into a battlefield in the blink of an eye. Because I like Sister Ziwei, I want to name it after you. Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin smiled. Her dignified oval face was full of rare charm. By the way, I have something for you. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He took out a bank card from his wallet. The income of Amethyst was given to Sister Ziwei for safekeeping. He said. Is this considered a dowry? Wang Zijin glanced at him. Sister Zian is still brooding over the fact that my wife's money was taken away by my sister. Wang Zijin happily put the bank card into the pocket of her pajamas and smiled sweetly. Then I'll keep it for you. Well, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the money? I'll lose both you and the money. Damn, now that you mention it, I'm really scared. Give it back. Qin Zhe reached out to grab it. Ah, little pervert, don't even think about it. Wang Zijin quickly protected him and pushed him with a small hand. You took my money, so you can't lose money. Hurry up and do it. They started to play in bed. After a while, Qin Zhe held her in his arms and explored her body as if he was exploring the truth. Wang Zijin's face was flushed. She gritted her teeth and let out a soft moan. Don't move. I'll just touch it. Don't put your hand in your pajamas. I'll just touch it in your pajamas. Why are you taking off my pants? I'm just rubbing it, Wang Zijin slapped him. Get lost. Qin Zhe, didn't she say that after hugging, touching, and rubbing, he could enter and leave? She must be lying. Chapter 400. Nowadays, the internet was so advanced that it was very easy to find out the background of Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited, and its legal representative could be found directly on the company's credit information website. The next day, there were online media reports, articles, and headlines that the legal representative of Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited was Qin Zhe and registered in Shanghai. At the same time, they took a screenshot of Qin Bao's Weibo and speculated that this Qin Zhe was Qin Zhe. It can't be Qin Zhe, right? So awesome. This antivirus software developed by his company? I think that's most likely the case. Baby Qin was the first to advertise this software, and the legal person is Qin Zhe. That's right. Huh, well done. You've made our country proud. Some netizens who didn't believe it came to Qin Zai's Weibo to ask and soon got an accurate reply. Qin Zai posted on Weibo, "My new company's new product can protect everyone's computers. I'm deeply honored." Also, on April 1st, the new movie, If I Become Memories, will be released. I hope everyone will support it. Wow, it's really you. Awesome, awesome. You've made our country proud. Haha, overseas reports are all about Golden Shield antivirus. Brother-in-law is awesome. Qin Zai, I want to give birth to your children. Is the new movie starring Qin Bao Bao? I've seen the trailer. It's good. Within half an hour, there were more than 2,000 comments. He was quite popular now, with more than 10 million followers. This was because he didn't use Weibo normally and didn't post for 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, he would have more followers. Golden Shield antivirus software not only caused a sensation in China, but also attracted attention abroad. Foreigners were the worst off. Looking at the data, it was clear that the IT systems of more than 40 hospitals in the British Empire were attacked by ransomware. Their phone systems and patient management systems were all disabled. In fact, in the past few years, more than 20 universities, more than 30 hospitals, and many businesses in the British Empire were attacked by the virus, causing huge losses. The US was also hit hard by the ransomware virus. Just last year alone, the frequency of the ransomware virus had increased by 300%, with an average of 4,000 cases per day. The damage was not to be underestimated. There were 120 countries in the world that were attacked by ransomware, but no matter if it was the British Empire, the United States of America, or five-star countries, none of them could compare to Russia. Russia was truly miserable. Someone opened a post on the Qin Zai, Tiaba, awesome. The Golden Shield antivirus software attracted the attention of many countries. The Sun, the Daily Mail, and the New York Times were all reporting about it. I went to a foreign website to take a look, and the foreigners' comments are hilarious. On the second floor, it's a pity that they can only watch. Third comment, great, I feel so proud. Fourth floor, we can click on foreign emails and foreign URLs as much as we want, but they are still trembling under the threat of the ransomware virus. Fifth comment, OP, what's the use of taking a screenshot? You haven't passed CET 6 in English, so you can't understand it. The OP replied, let me translate it for you. Please wait a moment. A moment later, he translated the screenshot and posted it at the bottom of the post. This was a comment from a netizen in the British Empire, oh my god, the Chinese made an antivirus software to break ransomware? This must be fake news. I don't believe it. We have been troubled by ransomware for so long, and there's nothing we can do, it can't be fake. The New York Times also has a report on it. You can also browse the Chinese internet if you can read Chinese characters. The Chinese are too good. They cracked the virus in such a short time. We should let the Queen see how useless our country's bureaucrats are. Give it to me, give it to me. I want this antivirus software. I don't have to be afraid of getting poisoned for no reason anymore. There doesn't seem to be an English version of the antivirus software. I'm looking forward to it. The OP, this is hilarious. I've been browsing the entire day. As long as there's news about Golden Shield, I'll click on it. Then I'll see the foreigners' disbelief, shock, and excitement. I can't stop reading. It's so toxic. The netizens were delighted to see this and were in high spirits. They all asked the OP to continue translating. The OP, let me show you the comments from the Americans. The New York Times screenshots and translations were quickly uploaded. The comments from the American netizens, it's fake. It's definitely fake. The Chinese can't be so good. The internet engineers are helpless. The British can't solve the problem. The Chinese have a solution. If it wasn't for the news from the New York Times, I wouldn't believe it. The Chinese like to deceive themselves and think that they are very powerful. When can we use this antivirus software? Is the government not doing anything? The Chinese are no longer threatened by the virus. We are losing money every day. Will the hackers want to kill that Chinese? Xianxia? That's a familiar name. I remember there was a piano piece last year by the name of Xianxia. The Chinese names are very short and repeated a lot. I wonder if it's the same person. The OP, I have the Russian one too, but I don't understand Russian. Let's get the software to translate it first. This time, it took more than 10 minutes. Has China found a way to crack the virus? When can we use it? It's a software made by a not very famous company. I don't know if it has any business in our country. It'll probably take a long time to use it. Hurry up. We can't live anymore. We've been targeted by hackers. That's great. The Americans' conspiracy has been cracked. F***ck the Americans. The Americans will eat sh**t. It was said that the virus was leaked from the Americans. White bears were the most affected by the ransomware virus. The white bears privately claimed that it was Old Eagle who was behind it. It was not wrong to think that way. To Xianxia, this was a great opportunity. Purple Crystal Network Technology Company, Limited was not only famous in the country, but it was also a chance to break out of the country. Its value in the future might even surpass Tianfang and Baoza. The low-level software had a hint of black technology. Its value was unquestionable. When everyone realized its power and convenience, they would continue to use it. Not only did it have a bright future in the domestic market, but it also had hopes of expanding into the international market. As more and more users used this antivirus software, there would be more and more partners. The benefits involved would be unimaginable. However, to enter the foreign market, even if countries applauded and welcomed it, the process was still more troublesome. Xianxia had been working on this for the past few days. Fortunately, he knew that this software would be popular and had made sufficient preparations. Otherwise, he would be in a mess now. At present, the manpower of Purple Crystal Network Technology Company, Limited was transferred from Tianfang and Baoza. The establishment was rushed, and so was the popularity. The few employees complained incessantly. Xianxia asked Wang Zijin to come over and help him. However, the pretentious artistic young woman did not agree. Hence, Xianxia asked Suyu to temporarily put Baoza aside and help build the framework for Purple Crystal. He would manage Baoza himself. He was the boss in terms of business. As for how to run a company, from the beginning to the end, Suyu was a veteran and an expert. When Wang Zijin heard this, she immediately changed her mind and expressed that she was happy to be the CEO. She turned around and fired the editor, who had a bright future. Chapter 401. Now it was Suyu's turn to pout unhappily. She didn't let Xianxia touch her for many days. Xianxia was too lazy to care about her little temper. He was so busy these days. Suyu was also stubborn. If he didn't take the initiative to comfort her, she would hold it in. If it was her sister, she would have beaten his chest with her little fists with tears in her eyes. You are cold, heartless, and heartless. Xianxia was not annoyed, but would coax her with good words. Suyu's words, she hadn't understood Xianxia yet. She was not good at acting coquettishly. After holding it in for a few days, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She stood in front of him with red eyes. She was about to speak. You don't love me at all. Xianxia said her catchphrase first. Suyu, the tall and cold beauty, stared at him with grievance. Her chest was so tight that she wanted to cry. You are the major shareholder of Baoza Investment Company. I gave you half of the shares. What else do you want me to do? Xianxia sighed. Purple Crystal is hers. Suyu was surprised and wanted to cry. I am a woman. I must have a little temper. I like you so much. Can't you coax me? Qin Zhe said in his heart, but you didn't act coquettishly to me. I have been too busy recently. Really, the movie is about to be released. There are a lot of things on Purple Crystal. Sister Ziwei learns things quickly, but there is a gradual process. I have to watch over there. Qin Zhe held her gently in his arms. Baozi is mine. You gave Purple Crystal to Zijin. Hey, Qin Zhe, what do you want to do? Suyu leaned her chin on his shoulder and breathed on Qin Zhe's neck. Is it compensation for me or for her when that day comes? He looked at her, and she looked at him too. She was concentrating, as if she wanted to see something from Qin Zhe's face. Qin Zhe's heart moved. He remembered the words of the old driver Huang Yizong, maybe it is your idea of wanting to choose that makes them feel insecure. She hoped that she would be chosen, but she was also afraid that she would be the one to be abandoned. Suyu was like this. She wanted to defeat Wang Zijin and take away the man beside Wang Zijin. Because she was afraid of being abandoned in the end. There was also Big Sister. Big Sister was pacing back and forth between being a coward and being tough. She wanted to be tough because of the desire in her heart. She wanted to cower because she was afraid. Like a cat, it looks at you, hoping to get close to you, but also afraid of being abandoned. It's natural for a man to earn money for a woman to spend. Qin Zhe's expression did not change. Suyu's smile suddenly brightened. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said softly, Qin Zhe, you can't abandon me. Even if you don't want me, I will pester you. Qin Zhe gently stroked her hair and said softly, be good. How can I not want such a good cannon frame? Suyu, at the end of March. If I Become Memories, was released on April 1st, along with several other blockbusters that were released at the same time. The so-called blockbusters were movies with large investments, so there were bound to be a gathering of stars. This blockbuster was slightly different from overseas. The concept of foreign blockbusters, stars plus script plus special effects. The concept of domestic blockbusters, small fresh meat plus small fresh meat plus small fresh meat. There was nothing wrong with it. The entertainment industry was too crafty and lacking in ingenuity. The small fresh meat only cared about pretending to be handsome and ignored the self-cultivation of actors. In fact, not only the new generation of actors, directors and screenwriters were also lacking in ingenuity. The actors couldn't be blamed for the bad script. The film emperors and actresses were not the same. Therefore, Qin Zhe had confidence in his heart. The script was adapted from a young age. The quality of the novel had passed the test of the market, and the script had not been modified beyond recognition. The script was okay. The popular Queen Qin Bao Bao and the super internet celebrity were partners. There was a proficient actor who carried the movie's appearance and acting skills. The actor was okay. A low-budget youth movie, love, so there was no possibility of being criticized for the 50-cent special effects. Well, perfect. In this way, if the box office did not reach the top 3, Qin Zhe felt that he could cut his penis live. Recently, the company has stepped up efforts to promote the movie, If I Become Memories. It fully used the shock party and the title party to attract the public. For example, shock. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe passionately kissed on the set. This was the shock party. Another example, the first sibling couple in the entertainment industry, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe act out an unforgettable love. This was the title party. When Qin Zhe saw these entertainment news on his phone, he was so shocked that his little heart was trembling. What F*** king kiss, what unforgettable love. How does sister do things? Sister is responsible. Are you kidding me? I'm just busy with the new company and don't have time to keep an eye on Tianfang. If I'm not careful, you'll cause trouble for me. If mom and dad see this title, do they want me to die faster? Besides, being drowned in a pig cage is not just a matter of gold. Sister, this promiscuous woman has lost her mind. Even if you're promoting a sibling relationship, you should be more reserved and low-key. You can write it like this: Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe act out a youth romance film together, or Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe, Chu Xiangxiang and Mo Chenfeng. This kind of reserved title is the right way to promote. If mom and dad see this, what if they insist on watching the movie on a whim? The most excessive thing is the publicity news of the small internet media. The above two, title party and shock party, are big internet media with a little bit of integrity. The title party and shock party of the small internet media are like this: shock party, shock. So the man Qin Bao Bao loves deeply is him. Who is Qin Bao Bao? The queen of popularity, countless fans, the goddess of otakus. There are too many people who like her. Even if it's a normal person, when they see such a title, they can't help but click on it. Title party, they are a sibling love in the entertainment industry that is not recognized by the secular world. It's just asking if you want to eat chicken or not. It doesn't feel like there's anything wrong with it. F***K, how can a real sibling love be recognized in the entertainment industry? Therefore, the topic was hyped up. The novel fans, Bao Bao fans, Qin Zhe fans are full of anticipation, and there's also the audience. Wow, it's going to eat chicken. The sibling duo is acting out a sibling love? Of course they have to watch it. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. After so many years in the entertainment industry, such an interesting thing has never happened before. At the premiere, the director and main cast of If I Become Memories were present. When Qin Zhe and the others appeared, the media reporters took photos like crazy and the audience screamed excitedly. Qin Zhe is wearing a black suit and a white shirt, looking tall and handsome. He is the most dazzling among the male actors. Qin Bao Bao is wearing an off-the-shoulder long dress. She is charming and beautiful. She is also the most dazzling among the actresses. While the audience screams, they whispered to each other, "They're out. My husband is so handsome, ah." To be honest, the two of them acted out If I Become Memories perfectly. Qin Zhe and the Mo Chenfeng in my heart are very compatible. Qin Bao Bao also fits the image of the female lead. The female lead in the novel also has a seductive appearance and a curvy figure. Don't you feel that the two of them are actually very compatible? It's a pity that they are siblings. During the Q&A session, the reporters asked about the position of this small-budget romance film in April, whether there are worries about being drowned in the wave of blockbusters. Director Mou answered them one by one, following the rules. After answering, Mou's next sentence attracted everyone's interest. The theme song and interlude of the movie are Boss Qin's new songs. Especially the interlude, you will be surprised. The reporters recorded it and the audience screamed. The name of the fast shooter was known by everyone. Next was the interaction between the actors, reporters, and the audience. A reporter stood up and said, "I want to know why the two of you chose to act in this movie. Is it because you feel that the sibling relationship is very compatible?" The audience laughed. Qin Zhe glanced at the tag on her chest and thought to himself, "You're from the XX shocking department, right? Do you believe that I won't release a virus to hack your software?" The smile on his face was impeccable. Originally, I wasn't the male lead in this movie. But because the actor we discussed in advance requested for a pay increase at the last minute, we couldn't reach an agreement. So, I'm the one. Reporter, which actor? Qin Zhe, it's not convenient to disclose. Reporter, how much does the pay have to be for you to not reach an agreement? Qin Zhe, 100 million. The audience was in an uproar and started discussing. The reporter nodded in satisfaction and sat down. The second reporter's question was also some gossip about the siblings. I believe it's not just me. The audience and fans who aren't present all want to know if Teacher Qin Zhe and Teacher Qin Bao Bao are dating. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao shook their heads and said no. The reporter joked, "I've read a novel before. It's a very touching novel. When the two of you are filming, do you get too immersed in your characters?" This question was very difficult. If they said no, then the audience would think that if they didn't even immerse themselves in their characters, how could the movie be good? If they said yes, damn, they were siblings. They really couldn't have that. Yes, Qin Zhe said with a smile. Qin Bao Bao looked at him in surprise. This was not a little pervert. The reporter smiled triumphantly. Have you ever thought of falling in love with your sister? The audience's eyes all focused on them. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao also couldn't help but stare at him. She didn't realize how gentle her eyes were and how bright they were. There were too many words hidden in her bright eyes. Qin Zhe said frankly, "Yes, if I had such a girlfriend, would cherish her for the rest of my life and spend all my energy to protect her. I don't have such a girlfriend, but I have such a sister. So, I would still do my best to treat her well." His answer was flawless. The audience applauded. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips secretly. He could have a girlfriend. Sister, crossed it out. On the 1st of April, the movie was finally released. At home. "Bao Bao, you're coming back tonight?" Qin Ma called. "Yes, Mom. Ace hasn't been feeling well recently. He can't cook, and takeout is not clean," Qin Bao Bao said sweetly. "That's good. Take Mom to the movies tonight." Qin Ma smiled. "You, as his mother, shouldn't you stay at home to take care of your precious son when he's not feeling well? You know I don't know how to take care of people." Qin Bao Bao's tone was a little strange. "If he's not feeling well, then rest at home. It's not like he'll die," Qin Ma said unhappily. "Wow, you fake mother. You don't want your son." "I want my brother. I want to stay at home to take care of him," Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Okay, I'm just kidding," Qin Ma said. "I knew Mom was the best." Qin Bao Bao smiled. In the office, Qin Zhe said, "How is it?" Qin Bao Bao said, "It's fine." "That's good. Mom doesn't know how to buy tickets with mobile phones, and she doesn't know the shooting time. She won't be waiting at the theater. As long as we don't take her to the movies, she won't be able to see it." Qin Zhe heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said angrily, "How did you promote it? Can't we keep a low profile? Even Dad would jump out of his skin if he saw the title, let alone Mom. What does it matter? As long as the movie sells well, do Mom and Dad have anything to say about it? Sure, we can throw a lot of money at their faces. Do you have anything to say about it? Su Lan is you. Do you have anything to say about it? And you, black-hearted Qin Zhenjiang, do you have anything to say about it? Do you believe that I'll bury you with money?" Qin Bao Bao slapped the air with both hands. A vile character who was intoxicated by his success was arrogant. "You're ambitious." Qin Zhe showed her the phone screen. "Qin Bao Bao, I've recorded it. I'll send it to Mom and Dad now." Qin Bao Bao was so panicked that she almost cried. "Ace. What did I do wrong to you? Why do you have to do this to me?" Qin Zhe grinned wickedly, "Little girl, I have your weakness in my hands. You should know what to do." Qin Bao Bao blushed. "Please. Qin Zhe? What does she mean? Is it because my language skills are not good enough? This idiom is used in the wrong place." On the other side, Qin Ma hung up the phone and looked at the afternoon sun outside the window. She mumbled, "Can't I go by myself if you don't take me to the movies?" She opened the chat history and clicked on a picture. It was a screenshot sent to her by Wang Zijin at noon. It showed the movie times of If I Become Memories, 12 o'clock noon, 3 o'clock p.m., 5 o'clock p.m., 9 o'clock p.m., 11 o'clock p.m. Qin Ma looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock p.m. There was a movie theater a few kilometers away. She could take the bus there and get to the movie theater at 4:30 p.m. The screenshot was the movie times of the movie theater a few kilometers away. The obedient Zijin had checked it on the internet for her. Qin Ma went out. Chapter 402. Taking a 10-minute break from her busy schedule, Wang Zijin sat in the spacious and luxurious general manager's office. The tea tray was boiling and steaming. She calculated the time in her heart. At this moment, Auntie should have arrived at the cinema. If she didn't know how to buy tickets, she might call her later. Well, the little chick was busy outside. She couldn't let him hear her talking to his mother. Wang Zijin originally wanted to take away her best friend's beloved brother and treat her mental illness by drugging her with medicine. Later, she found that mental illness was the common problem of the siblings. This was a pain in the ass. Oh, no, it was a pain in the ass. This made it very difficult. She forced herself to take the medicine and hurt herself. She was afraid at the beginning because she was not prepared to fall out with her best friend, although she did it for Qin Baobao's good. She was 26 years old and still had a brother complex. Didn't she find it ridiculous? She couldn't really marry her brother. Later, she found out that A's also had a sister complex. This was beyond Wang Zijin's control. Under such circumstances, the uncle's stick and the auntie's tears were obviously more effective than Wang Zijin's little tricks. Auntie, the mental health of the little chick and the big cow depends on you. About this movie, she could only say that the siblings were looking for trouble. Wasn't it good to develop wretchedly? They deserved to have their legs broken. No, they couldn't develop wretchedly either. Only she could save this pair of siblings who would be doomed sooner or later. Wang Zijin secretly swore in her heart from the perspective of her best friend and girlfriend. On the other side, Qin Ma took the elevator directly to the cinema on the 6th floor. In the spacious car, young couples were watching a movie on a date. Amidst the crowd, Mother Qin was like a charming Chinese rose that had bloomed amidst a delicate cluster of flowers. I actually want to watch Soul-Breaking Song. The scene is gorgeous and the special effects are good, the boy of a young couple said. What's so good about that kind of movie? If I Become Memories, it's right to watch this. I always like Qin Zhe, the girl said. I also quite like Qin Baobao, so I agreed to accompany you to watch it. Otherwise, according to my interest, I would definitely watch Soul-Breaking Song, the man said. From a bystander's point of view, Qin Ma's mood is inexplicably bright when she hears passers-by say that they like her son and daughter. After watching the trailer, I can't look at Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe anymore. Why? Because I feel like they're really a couple. That means their acting skills are very good. The young couple whispered to each other. Qin Ma was speechless. Ming Mei's mood suddenly became heavy. The boy asked curiously, have you seen the trailer? Are there any bed scenes? Qin Ma immediately pricked up her ears. Girl, there are no sex scenes. This is a more artistic romance film. But there are quite a lot of kissing scenes. There were quite a lot of kissing scenes, Qin Ma thought to herself. It's fine, old Qin said it's just a stunt double. Unexpectedly, the boy chuckled and said, their kissing scenes are quite interesting. Last time in Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach, they kissed so well. I heard that they kissed in real life and didn't use a stunt double. The girl smiled and said, yes, yes. They're different from other young hunks. They put a lot of effort into filming. Their kissing scenes and acting skills are excellent. Qin Ma was dumbfounded. Real life, kissing without a stunt double? The kissing scene was excellent. Such praise pierced Qin Ma's heart. That's not right. Didn't old Qin say that it was a stunt double? Did old Qin collude with them to deceive me? No, that can't be. There was only one answer. Old Qin, who thought he was dignified and wise, was fooled by the siblings. Also, what's with the real-life kissing in Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach? I haven't heard of it at all. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of it. She remembered. Originally, she wanted to watch it in high spirits. But that day, the siblings suddenly came home, and then her daughter suddenly had a stomachache. The stomachache lasted for 2 days. So that's why. How dare they? Qin Ma understood. She understood painfully that she wasn't being paranoid. There was something wrong with the siblings, something very wrong. The world was full of despair. Ding! The elevator dinged, and they arrived at the 6th floor. Qin Ma followed the crowd out of the car, walked through the aisle, and came to the hall of the cinema. Young people nowadays were used to buying tickets online and directly went to the ATM to get the movie tickets. The ticket counter was empty. Qin Ma walked to the ticket counter. There were popcorn, cola, and other snacks. The young waiter smiled and said, "Auntie, what do you want to buy?" "I want to buy a movie ticket." Qin Ma pointed at the screen. In the poster, there was a pair of children kissing. Her heart ached. It's their movie. Okay, 40 yuan. The young waiter took the ticket and smiled at the same time. Are you here alone? Yes. The waiter felt strange. Why would an auntie come to watch such a movie? She handed the ticket over. The movie will start in 15 minutes. You can sit on the side first. Qin Ma sat in the lounge, waiting for the movie to start. She was a little absent-minded. She hadn't been in such a mood for a long time. How could she describe this anxiety? Children masturbating and not ejaculating. No, it's not good for children to cough. All mothers had such anxieties. After a few minutes of anxiety, the ticket counter finally began. Usually, the ticket counter would be checked a few minutes in advance. Qin Ma entered and found the 3rd screening hall according to the number of the movie ticket. The movie was far more popular than expected. The screening hall was full of people. The bright lights above her head gradually dimmed. On the big screen, the picture jumped out. The movie started. The first scene was taken from a high altitude at the gate of Fudan University. It was the first day of school. People came and went, and the traffic was endless. A luxury car turned into the school gate, accompanied by the theme song, "If I Become Memories." This song is quite good. It's super touching when you watch it with the trailer, someone whispered. Qin Zai's new songs. Every one of them can easily enter the billboard, the companion beside said. The luxury car stopped at the campus. Mo Chenfeng, who had a cold temperament, came out of the car. He looked dazzling. There were screams in the screening hall. The girls were very excited. Those who had read the original novel were very surprised. In just the opening scene, their impression of Mo Chenfeng and Qin Zai became one. His eyes, temperament, cold expression, all kinds of details were portrayed very well. In a corner, Qin Ma looked at the excited expressions of the girls beside her. It was hard to understand. My son is so charming. Scream. Be excited. It wasn't strange to see girls screaming for an idol. But when that idol turned out to be her own son, this feeling became very absurd. I fed him shit and piss, where did his charm come from? I didn't even realize it. Sigh, is there something wrong? The camera turned to the girls' dormitory. What appeared in the camera was a pair of slender, well-proportioned, and fair long legs. She walked briskly, and there was also a short pleated skirt that fluttered in the wind. I'll play with this leg for 10 years, the audience thought at the same time. The female lead also appeared. The camera slowly moved up. Her waist was slender, her chest was firm, and her face was flirtatious. Qin Bao Bao carried a laundry basin from the washroom to the dormitory to clean up. The scene made the audience very satisfied. Extra drumstick for the cameraman. Give the cameraman some money. Some people were whispering. The first half of the movie was very sweet. Qin Zhe portrayed Mo Chenfeng's cold and ruffian image very well. And Qin Bao Bao's good looks were there. She just needed to be beautiful. The first time they met on the basketball court, the two left a deep impression in each other's hearts. One was very interested, the other gnashed her teeth. Mo Chenfeng's evil smile at the end made the girls in the theater exclaim. The scene in the library was very artistic and pleasing to the eye. The female lead, Wuxia Xianxia, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, reading quietly. The sunlight coated her with a layer of dazzling light. She was so beautiful that it made people obsessed. Her fair and slender hands didn't need any plot. Just watching her turn the pages was a kind of enjoyment. In the novel, this period of time was described from Mo Chenfeng's psychological point of view. It let the readers know that the male lead really started to like the female lead at this moment. But in the novel, people with rich imagination could imagine, and some readers couldn't understand why the male lead fell in love with the female lead at this moment. There were no words in the movie, only scenes. When the audience saw this, they suddenly understood. If it were me, I would also like this beautiful girl in this situation. The cold male lead was moved. So he went up to Wuxia Xianxia and asked her to have dinner. But the goddess ignored him. There's something on your face. The female lead took out her makeup mirror. It's my gaze. Ha ha ha. There was laughter in the theater. This part is very funny. I laughed when I was reading the novel. I like this part the most. It gives me the feeling that my Prince Charming is a joker. He's old and bad. Qin Ma kept a straight face and continued to watch. Soon, the plot entered the KTV part. The drunk Mo Chenfeng kissed the female lead, Wuxia Xianxia, in front of the toilet. Mo Chenfeng pulled Wuxia Xianxia into his strong chest and kissed her. One side struggled, the other sucked. Well, this kissing scene was very intense. It was very exciting. Because of their sibling status, it was even more exciting. The audience watched with great interest. Qin Ma stared blankly at her daughter kissing on the screen. Her eyes were almost blinded by the spiciness. Especially after the kiss, the female lead bit the male lead and they separated. Qin Ma noticed that her daughter's lips were swollen. Of course, she didn't know that this scene was repeated many times during the filming. It lasted for an hour. Qin Ma thought to herself, my daughter's lips are swollen from kissing. I'll ask old Qin to teach them a lesson later. Qin Ma changed her mind very quickly. After the KTV part, the son started to pursue the daughter crazily. He pestered her like a ruffian and loved her like a cold CEO. The worst part was that the daughter fell in love with the son after some hesitation. In the audience's eyes, Qin Zhe was called Mo Chenfeng and Qin Bao Bao was called Wuxia Xianxia. But in Qin Ma's eyes, she had raised her children for more than 20 years. She couldn't replace them with other characters. So the son kissed the daughter forcefully and the daughter hesitated. There was nothing wrong with that. The next part of the plot was a fancy way of torturing the single dog. They said sweet nothings and kissed at random. They kissed on the wall, on the grass, in the library. She would ask old Qin to beat them to death later. Chapter 403. On the big screen, in a 5-star hotel suite. Mo Chenfeng was wearing a bathrobe as he sat by the desk. There was a hint of nervousness in his cold expression. After dating for half a year, they were finally going to reach this stage. The door of the washroom opened and the mist drifted in like ribbons. Wuxia Xianxia's tall figure walked through the mist and stood in the room. The two of them were wearing bathrobes and kissing passionately on the soft bed. The siblings had no idea how much of a psychological trauma they had caused to their mother by showing off their affection for each other. Even in the movie, Qin Ma couldn't hold it in when she saw the two of them rolling around in bed and kissing passionately. What kind of movie is this? It's such a mess. Can such a movie be filmed? Qin Ma said angrily. Beside her, a couple glanced at her unhappily. The woman said, "If you don't like it, then leave." Nonsense. The man said, "This auntie is so funny. She's already so old and yet she's still watching this movie. It's natural that she doesn't understand. She doesn't know how touching this movie is." The woman continued, "Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe are so compatible. They look like a couple." Qin Ma, "I'm sorry, but the two of them you're talking about are my son and daughter." The couple who couldn't get married strolled along the streets filled with sycamore trees. Mo Chenfeng sent Chu Xianxia home. They happened to meet Father Chu, who was drinking at his old friend's house. Both of them were speechless. The scene changed to the small living room of the Chu family. Mo Chenfeng met Chu Xianxia's parents for the first time. It was still the same couple. They were whispering to each other. "It's here. Their identities are about to be exposed." When I saw this scene, I cried so much. Then did they get together later? Of course not. They were about to break up. I don't know if the movie can restore this scene. It's probably very difficult. Qin Ma's heart skipped a beat. It sounded like there was a twist in the movie. As she continued watching, Mother Chu saw a familiar face and her heart skipped a beat. She asked who Mo Chenfeng's father was. As a result, a melodramatic love affair from back then was implicated. It turned out that Mo Chenfeng and Chu Xianxia were half-siblings. In the camera, Chu Xianxia was locked in her room, crying her eyes out. At this moment, the theater fell silent. On the big screen, Chu Xianxia was crying her eyes out. Her expression of despair and her acting skills went from soft sobs to expressionless expressions. Many of the audience members had tears in their eyes, but they were afraid of being seen by their companions, so they turned their faces to the side and secretly wiped their tears. This crying scene was explosive. Previously, Qin Baobao's acting skills were mediocre, but this crying scene changed the audience's impression of her. It was her mediocre acting skills that set off the explosive acting skills of this crying scene. If they were not in the theater but on the computer, the bullet screen would be full of 666 comments. Qin Ma was shocked. Her daughter had been heartless for more than 20 years. Except for crying when she was a baby, she rarely cried, so rarely that Qin Ma almost forgot that her daughter could cry. The little princess at home was crying so sadly. In the field of literary films, a story without sadness and regret would never be able to reach a high level. Only a story that made people cry, regret, and leave a deep impression was the correct way to start a literary film. All in all, the more conflicted and uncomfortable the film was, the better the reputation of the film. The first half of If I Become Memories was a sweet love story, then the second half was heart-wrenching and the ending of Forgetting Each Other, forming a strong contrast. After watching it, it was like a fishbone stuck in one's throat, making one's heart feel empty. The first half was torturing the single person, the second half was torturing the heart. The sky was drizzling, and the long street was filled with sycamore trees. The scene on the poster reappeared. Chu Xianxia gradually walked away, and Mo Chenfeng stood alone in the rain, looking at her back view. In school, Chu Xianxia often stared at the empty seat beside her in a daze. There was originally a seat there, and he accompanied her to every lesson. From then on, Mo Chenfeng's figure disappeared from school. The few times they met during exams, the two of them did not speak to each other, like strangers. After that, they graduated. Many years passed in a flash. Chu Xianxia was about to get married, and Mo Chenfeng, who was at the other end of the distant city, was running his own company and had his own life. Everything seemed to be peaceful, as if the scars had been healed by time. Until a message came in. Under the warm sunlight, there was an endless stream of cars and people on the streets. On the big screen, all the colors faded, turning into black and white. Only Mo Qianfeng's figure was colored, and he was frozen in the black and white picture. The audience's hearts were heavy. Mrs. Qin heaved a sigh of relief. To her, the first half of the novel was a complete tragedy. The scene of A's and Bao Bao kissing was too painful to the eyes. The ending of the novel was Chu Xiangxiang's wedding, and Mo Qianfeng stood on the sycamore street in a daze. I cried until I went blind after reading it. Someone said. The ending was too torturing, I felt terrible for many days. His companion also said. I really hope that the movie can be changed to Mo Qianfeng rushing into the wedding and snatching Chu Xiangxiang away. Piano room? There's no such scene in the novel. Damn, did the scriptwriter change it? No, the ending is the most torturing, but also the most touching. Don't change the essence, or else it'll be the biggest failure. On the big screen, Mo Qianfeng walked into a piano room. The warm sunlight shone on the elm-wood floor, and the soft wind lifted the white curtains. The style of the movie seemed to have changed, because the details were too perfect, making people feel that this was the opening of a music video. He came to the piano, and the sunlight reflected on the elm-wood floor fell on his face, as gentle as jade. Silence, silence. He sat down. The sound of the piano floated. It was a piano sound that no one had heard before, a song that no one had heard before. It was not, If I Become Memories, as everyone thought. The song came from the stereo. You stopped at this street that we are familiar with. Recite all the lines that you prepared. I'm still trying to be brave, telling lies. I don't have the ability to cover the direction you went. As the song floated, it was accompanied by Mo Qianfeng's memories. In the picture, the two of them parted on a long street filled with sycamore trees. In the picture, the two of them met for the first time in a basketball game. In the picture, there was always warm sunlight in the library, as well as a sweet couple. In the picture, they walked through 4 seasons, and there were only smiles and no tears. The scenes of the movie were replayed as memories. The song ended, and the music lingered. The camera gave a close-up, and on the black and white keys, a pair of slender hands was fixed. This song, this plot, it was not in the original novel, but it was more touching and tear-jerking than the original novel. In the huge theater, there were sniffling sounds, and many girls were crying. The boy was silent, and his eyes were wet. The movie came to an end, and it was at Chu Xiangxiang's wedding. The guests were all smiles, and the atmosphere was lively. It was a stark contrast to Chu Xiangxiang's pale and silent face. She accompanied the groom on the long red carpet, but her eyes were searching the crowd. In the camera, all these details were shown. Especially at the end, when the priest presided over the wedding. Chu Xiangxiang, who was played by Qin Bao Bao, bit her lips and looked hesitant, which affected the emotions of countless people. I do. After a long time, she finally said this sentence, and a line of tears fell from the bride's eyes. Her acting skills were amazing again. The movie ended, and the ending song sounded. The ending song, If I Become Memories, was already familiar to the audience. They had heard it many times, and it was even in the top 10 of the top Chinese music chart. But when they heard this song again, the audience suddenly felt that it had lost its flavor. Their minds were full of the song played by Qin Zhe. On the first day of the movie, If I Become Memories, its reputation exploded. There were hundreds of comments, dozens of long reviews, and even more short reviews. Among the movies released at the same time, the online rating was the highest. After all, it was only the first day of the movie, and this kind of movie tended to be good, but not popular, so it was difficult for the movie's box office to crush the other movies released at the same time. One of the most popular long reviews, after watching If I Become Memories, I was tortured by this IP again. I remember crying when I read the novel last year. This time in the theater, I was too embarrassed to cry, but I couldn't hold back my tears. Last time, it was for Mo Chenfeng and Chu Xiangxiang. This time, it was for Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. It was really unexpected and pleasantly surprised. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's acting skills were very good. They didn't ruin the original work. No, I think they were better than the original work. Especially at the end, when Qin Zhe played that song alone in the piano room. How could it be so sad? The Fast Shooter brought us another good song. Especially when I was very sad. Suddenly, I heard that song and watched the scenes of their memories. I burst into tears. The netizens, what song? If I Become Memories? I don't like this kind of movie, but now that you mention it, I really want to watch it. When the piano piece started, I started crying. I cried all the way to the end. I couldn't hold back my tears during the piano song. I watched it with my boyfriend. When I came out, I found that my boyfriend's eyes were also red. I laughed at him for a long time. What is the piano song you're talking about? To Qin Baobao? Damn, my curiosity is piqued. I'll go and watch it tomorrow. After Qin Ma came out of the theater, she was stunned. She was in a daze when she crossed the road. Panic, anger, fear. All kinds of emotions were surging in her heart. How could it be like this? Her children's style shouldn't be like this. There was nothing wrong with them loving each other and supporting each other. But as a younger brother, he definitely couldn't have any strange thoughts about his sister. For example, the older sister throws the clothes, and the needle finds a gap. As an older sister, she could rely on her younger brother and act coquettishly to her younger brother. But she couldn't have any strange thoughts about her younger brother. For example, welcome to the street, get rid of the vulgar and get rid of the essence. Today, Qin Ma could no longer ignore Qin Baobao's younger brother complex and Qin Zhe's sister complex. She definitely wouldn't allow them to fight against each other. But what could she do? It wasn't convenient to talk about this kind of thing. At night, Qin Ma's cooking skills were greatly affected. Seeing her daughter frowning and complaining, her son comforted her in a low voice, and instantly coaxed her daughter into beaming with joy. And on the sofa in the living room, her son, who pretended to have a headache and was lying on the sofa, his head resting on his sister's lap. When Bao Bao lowered her head, the gentleness in her eyes was no longer an emotion that an older sister should have. Many details that she hadn't noticed before suddenly became clear tonight. Late at night, lying on the bed and leaning against the headboard, Qin Ma sneered. I'm so silly, really. Would a normal brother give his wife's money to his sister? Would a normal sister act coquettishly to her younger brother? You're not silly, old master said blankly. Xiaolan, I could tell that something was wrong with your face at night. It's all because of your precious daughter and son. Qin Ma said in a deep voice, I'm not silly. Qin Jianzhang, you're the most silly. Old master? Why did she lose her temper for no reason? Qin Ma took a deep breath. Let me tell you something. Chapter 404. Qin Baobao had a facial mask on her face and was holding her phone. Her two plump thumbs were flying as she typed and chatted with her brother next door. Qin Baobao, Mom didn't mention the movie. Dried fish fell to the ground in shock. Qin Zhe, it's all because my baby son is not feeling well. We are so distressed that we forgot about the movie. Proud. Qin Baobao, bah, it's obviously sister's good luck. The little bumpkin is still alive. Thank you, sister. Qin Zhe, sister's good luck is even better than my iron rod. I admire you. Qin Baobao, after this week, let's have a big meal. Qin Zhe, sure. Qin Baobao, how much was the box office on the first day? Qin Zhe, 60 million yuan, second place in the box office for the same period. Qin Bao Bao, 666, let's continue with the movie next time. Qin Zai, no problem. Qin Bao Bao, ha ha ha. Qin Zai, ha ha ha. Today's difficulties were unexpectedly easy. Qin Zai went home and said, "Mama, I have a headache." Mama didn't say anything. Well, she really didn't say anything. She just glanced at him and nodded coldly. Qin Zai was depressed for a long time. "Mama, don't you love me anymore?" However, Qin Ma was so calm and didn't mention the movie from the beginning to the end. The siblings were at a loss and relieved at the same time. That's right. Their mother was so busy that she didn't have time to stare at the movie. Empty essence, empty essence, empty essence. Wang Zijin was also wearing a mask. The imported seaweed mask cost 200 yuan per gram. It was very expensive. Wang Zijin glanced at her best friend. Even with the mask on her face, she could see her eyebrows. She calmly glanced at her best friend's chat. Qin Bao Bao immediately shrank back and guarded her with vigilance. "What did you talk to Ace about?" "Nothing much, we're just chatting." "I saw the box office. TSK, 60 million. Of course, you have to know that I'm a little fairy, the queen of the internet." Qin Bao Bao raised her chin. Wang Zijin sneered. "Little fairy? You should be called my Shiranui, and your brother should be called Careless. I heard the movie was very good." "Of course. Yeah, Auntie also said that your movie was pretty good." "What, did you say?" Qin Bao Bao's smile gradually disappeared. "Auntie said that your movie was quite good." Wang Zijin said insipidly, "She told me at night that she went to the cinema to watch your movie in the afternoon." "And, she went there alone." "Bao Bao, I always feel that Auntie's tone is a little weird. Do you know what's going on?" "Pata." The phone fell to the ground. "My Shiranui, Qin Bao Bao, China petrified. What's wrong with you?" Wang Zijin pretended to be confused. I feel like my body has been hollowed out." Qin Bao Bao leaned against the headboard and said in a hollow voice, "Sob, sob, sob, I feel like my body is full of energy." It was Wang Zijin's turn to be enraptured. Qin Bao Bao was stunned for a while, then bent down to pick up the phone and typed a message with the speed of a bachelor for 26 years. "No, I can't bear this kind of desperate thing alone. I have to share it with Ace. A good brother is to share difficulties with him. Ace, I really want to die." Sob. Qin Bao Bao sent a message. "What's wrong?" Qin Zai replied instantly. "Mom has seen the movie we made, big cry." Qin Zai was so scared that his little hands trembled. "Don't joke around. Believe it or not, I'll rush over and beat you up." "It's true." Wang Zijin said that Mom went to see it this afternoon. Think about it, she was very interested, but she didn't say a word today. Qin Zai was speechless. "What are you doing? Why are you telling me this in the middle of the night? Am I done for?" Reckless Qin Zai, China petrified. At this moment, Qin Zai thought a lot. He recalled the bitterness of the first half of his life and the flags he set. He swore in his heart that he wouldn't act with his sister anymore. He was so scared and had a lingering fear when they made Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. How could he forget the pain after the scar healed? My sister is really a troublesome little demon. It's all Qin Bao Bao's fault. Mother, there's nothing between me and this little demon. Qin Zai's heart was filled with panic. What should I do, what should I do? Qin Bao Bao sent a series of frightened emojis. Little sister, don't panic. Leave this matter to me, Qin Zai replied. Little brother, you're the best. What are you going to do? Qin Bao Bao felt a little relieved. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative to ask for it. Maybe mom and dad will be merciful on the account that they raised us for more than 20 years. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. Little pervert, what's the use of having you? After a few seconds, Qin Zhe calmed down. Let's analyze it. Although mom saw the movie, she didn't say anything. This means that mom doesn't intend to harp on this matter, right? Then let's pretend that nothing happened. Qin Bao Bao, that's true. Sister has a guilty conscience. Qin Zhe, funny. Qin Bao Bao, bah, it's all your fault. You black-hearted maggot. Seeing that his sister had calmed down, Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he couldn't expose the fact that his knees were weak. If he wanted to be the man behind his sister, he had to be hard. His mother going to the movies alone was actually a big warning light. It meant that his mother's mind was starting to wander and she was suspicious of them. Before his mother put on her glasses and shouted, "There is only one truth," he and Sister Bao would be safe for the time being. Then, Qin Zhe had to consider another thing. Should he continue to develop in a wretched manner or take on the proud dragon mode? This was the problem. He had heard people say that men were easy to soften because they were poor. Nonsense. I'm rich now, but I still can't get hard. Bah, it's not that I can't get hard, but I don't want to for the time being. Actually, he wanted to get hard, but he didn't dare to. Anyway, even if he was rich, he still felt that he was a child of the Qin family. If he angered dad, he would still be beaten. He still didn't dare to let mom and dad find out about his feelings. I'm indeed a salted fish, but even so, I still have dreams. A salted fish will never be a slave. Qin Zhe secretly made up his mind for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered something. How did Sister Ziwei know? He sent a message to his sister. Let me ask. I think she must be the one behind it, his sister replied. Half a minute later, his sister sent a message angrily. Sure enough, she helped mom check the shooting time. But she blinked her innocent eyes and said, "You're busy with work, so I helped Auntie check." What's the problem? Auntie wants to watch a movie, so you go with her. How can you be her children? Qin Bao Bao covered her face and cried, what she said makes sense. I have nothing to say. Qin Zhe, I know. Sister Ziwei is the most two-faced. After sending this message, Qin Zhe silently deleted it. Qin Bao Bao, what did you send? Qin Zhe, pretend I didn't say anything. At this time, it would be great if there was a transformation device. Transform, Long Out Yin. In the master bedroom. Grandpa Qin waited for a long time, but Qin Ma didn't say anything. She hesitated, as if thinking about how to say it. What is it? Say it, Grandpa Qin said. Let me think about it first, Qin Ma said hesitantly. It was hard to say, old Qin, I suspect that there's something wrong with your son and daughter. How should I say it? Old Qin, your son and your daughter's kiss is a shocking force. No, it's not convincing. Old Qin will definitely say that it's a double acting. Old Qin, your daughter has feelings for your son. No, if I say that, my son will be beaten to death. Qin Ma hesitated for a long time and said in a muffled voice, Bao Bao, I don't think it can go on like this. Grandpa Qin looked at her silently, waiting for her to continue. Qin Ma analyzed for her, look, after the new year, she'll be 26 years old and she doesn't even have a boyfriend. How fast time passes now. She'll be 30 in a while. Well, she won't be able to get married. Grandpa Qin was stunned. You've been hesitating for a long time, and you're just talking about this? Isn't this important? It's important. But haven't you been worried about it? You've been worried for years. Then what do you think we should do? Maybe in a few years, she'll feel that it's time for her to get married and she'll get married? Qin Ma, that's not what I want to say. Qin Ma felt that she had been led astray. Have you ever thought about why she's unwilling to find a boyfriend? Grandpa Qin thought about it seriously and came to a conclusion: our daughter is so beautiful. To be honest, there aren't many people who are worthy of her. I haven't seen anyone who can satisfy me. Otherwise, I would have introduced her to Bao Bao. Besides, she's a big star now. Having a boyfriend will affect her future. Old Qin, are you feeling too good about yourself? No one is worthy of your daughter. Huh, with your daughter's temper and bad habits, how many people can tolerate her? Qin Ma wanted to say something but stopped. What about you? Don't worry. There are so many older female stars in the entertainment industry, but they're all living a good life. Besides, they're all married in their 30s. Grandpa Qin muttered, you're just too free to worry. Qin Ma made up her mind and gritted her teeth. Let me tell you, Bao Bao likes her younger brother. That's why she's looking for a boyfriend. After saying that, Qin Ma went all out, intending to watch her husband fly into a rage. Grandpa Qin nodded, you have to be careful. She's already so old. She can't always rely on her younger brother. Qin Ma was stunned. You don't have any other thoughts? Grandpa Qin, I've seen through it long ago. Qin Ma felt as if she was struck by lightning. What's the fuss? Ace still loves his mother. He still wants you to hold him when he's 7 years old. Every day when he goes to school and comes home, he'll shout, "Where's my mother?" Grandpa Qin said angrily, but he'll be fine when he grows up. No, that's not what I want to talk to you about. Qin Ma was anxious. Then what do you want to say? Qin Ma hesitated again and subconsciously avoided the topic. Bao Bao, I'm 26 years old. It's not good for a woman to have a child after 30. Don't you want to hold a grandson? Grandpa Qin didn't want to at all. Anyway, Ace has a girlfriend. Maybe one day so you will be pregnant. I have a grandson to hold. It doesn't matter if my grandson plays for a few years. Qin Ma was stunned. Chapter 405. Qin Ma looked at her husband whom she had spent most of her life with and was dazed for a moment. Yes, if he had a grandson, why would he need one? His grandson's surname was not Qin. His grandson was someone else's. On the surface, this man doted on his daughter, and in fact, he did. However, in his heart, his son was the one who would continue the Qin family's bloodline. He only needed to dote on his daughter as much as he wanted. Whether she was smart or not was secondary. However, his son had to be successful. His son had to be a dragon among men. Therefore, he hoped that his son would be successful. He expected better from him. Just like his father, he favored his son, grandson. Grandpa had always wanted a grandson even in his dreams. His yearning was beyond words. His father also wanted a son, but he told his wife that it was fine to have another daughter. Do you think what I said makes sense? The old man chuckled. Let's not talk about it. Let's sleep. Qin Ma lay down and pulled the blanket over her, leaving the back of her head to her husband. The old man reached out to turn off the light. The room fell into darkness, leaving only the sound of their gentle breathing. Old Qin, I still feel uneasy, Qin Ma said. Old Qin, old Qin. The old man snored softly. He had always been a good sleeper. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The whole family was envious of him. Qin Ma sighed. After a whole day of thinking, she was very tired. Sleepiness gradually overwhelmed her, and she fell asleep not long after. The sound of firecrackers and chatter could be heard. It was very noisy, but it was very lively. Everyone's voice was filled with joy. Qin Ma opened her eyes and found herself at home. The sky was bright. The window and door were pasted with the word "Joy" in red. What's going on? Is my family going to have a wedding? Then, she saw her daughter in a white wedding dress sitting by the dressing table. 2 makeup artists were putting on her daughter's makeup. The daughter in the mirror was beautiful beyond compare. It was all thanks to her hard work that she gave birth to such a beautiful daughter. Bao Bao is finally getting married. This is great, the sister-in-law said with a smile. I've been waiting for this day. Bao Bao, it's so good to marry a good husband. The eldest sister-in-law said with a smile. My daughter is finally getting married. I'm so excited that I want to cry. Old Qin almost cried tears of joy. Qin Ma was speechless. Since all of you have said so much, then I'll be in charge of cheering 666. Qin Ma couldn't help but wipe her tears. Finally. My daughter is finally married. Mom, I'm getting married today. You have to smile. Her daughter said. Mom is just too happy. Qin Ma's long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. By the way, where's Ace? Where is Ace? Qin Ma looked around but didn't see her precious son. What Ace? Where did this Ace come from? Eldest aunt and youngest aunt were at a loss. What was going on? What did he mean by, where did this Ace come from? Ace, my son, Qin Ma said. Her husband was at a loss. Little Lon, what are you talking about? We don't have a son. How can we not have a son? I gave birth to a son for you, Qin Zhe. His name is Qin Zhe. I've raised him for more than 20 years. Qin Ma was anxious. Mom, are you feeling unwell today? Do you have a headache? Her daughter hugged her nervously and touched her forehead. She muttered, You don't have a fever. Bao Bao, your brother. Qin Ma grabbed her daughter's hand tightly. Her face was pale. They forgot about your brother. Mom, don't joke around. I don't have a brother. You and Dad only have me. I'm the only child. Her daughter was at a loss. Qin Ma was thunderstruck. At this time, the youngest aunt smiled. It's the auspicious time. The groom is here to pick you up. My son is missing. My son is missing, Mother Qin froze on the spot. Her joy had completely vanished. The groom came in. He was wearing a well-ironed black suit. He was tall and straight, and there was a gentle smile on his handsome face. Wait. Isn't this my son? Qin Ma's hazy heart suddenly brightened. Ace, you're back. Your father and sister said they don't know you. Qin Ma held her son's hand in surprise. Huh? The groom was stunned. Mom, although a son-in-law is half a son, Bao Bao is not my sister. If she's not your sister, then what is she? Qin Ma's heart skipped a beat. Of course she's my wife. The groom said. Of course she's my wife. She's my wife. My wife. Her son's words echoed in Qin Ma's mind. Honey. Her daughter threw herself into her son's arms. Her son took the opportunity to hug his daughter. Both of them smiled happily. What an eyesore. Qin Ma looked at her son and daughter. She felt as though her heart had been pierced through. No. You can't get married. You're siblings. You'll be executed if you get married. Qin Ma said loudly. I don't care about being executed. Her daughter pressed her face against her son's chest. Bao Bao, be good. Give me a kiss. The two of them kissed passionately in front of their mother. No. You can't get married. You can't get married. Qin Ma screamed as she broke down. How can my son-in-law be my son? No, you can't marry your sister. Dog lead, you dog lead. How can you marry your sister? But no one cared about her. Her daughter happily married her son. Qin Ma was awakened by the crackling of firecrackers. She opened her eyes and found herself in her own home. The windows and doors were plastered with the word "She" in bright red. Her relatives and friends were all there. Their faces were beaming with joy. I'm marrying my daughter again. This thought surfaced in Qin Ma's mind. Mom, why are you in a daze? I'm going to fetch the bride. Her son, who was in a suit, walked over. A's? Qin Ma turned agitated. Your sister is getting married. The groom isn't you, right? Huh? I don't have a sister. I don't have a sister. If I have a sister, why would I marry a wife? No, I don't have a sister anyway. Besides, I'm getting married, her son said blankly. All the relatives and friends in the house looked at Qin Ma with concern. They cared for a middle-aged woman with mental disabilities. Old Qin, our daughter is missing. Qin Ma said a very familiar line. We don't have a daughter. There's no need for a daughter. We just need a son, said the old master. All right, darn old man. You've finally said what's on your mind. Are you unhappy that your first child is a daughter? If you're unhappy, just say it. Aren't you tired of pretending for so many years? Qin Ma said angrily. Xiaolan, what's wrong with you? The old master was dumbfounded. But we really don't have a daughter. Our first child was a son. I said that we should have a daughter, but you refused to give birth. You're pushing the blame to me? Qin Ma was so angry that she cried. Relatives and friends gathered around and said one after another. They all said that the Qin family only had a son. There was no daughter. A daughter didn't exist. Qin Ma was at a loss. She thought to herself, did I lose my son or my daughter? After a long time, her son, who had gone out to fetch his wife, came back. He walked into the house surrounded by everyone. His daughter-in-law's head was covered with a white veil, so he couldn't see her face clearly. However, her figure was amazing. She had a perfect S shape, big where it should be and slim where it should be. She also had a pair of long legs. The guests in the house were envious. Wait. They were all familiar with this domineering figure. The sister-in-law was all smiles. The sister-in-law said, A's is so lucky to have married such a beautiful wife. The sister-in-law said, yes, but she's too gorgeous. I heard that her name is Bao Bao. Qin Ma was thunderstruck. She rushed over and lifted the veil of the bride. Wasn't it her precious daughter? Bao Bao, you can't marry him. He's your brother. You can't do this. Qin Ma broke down and cried. What? The bride was dumbfounded. Mom, I haven't married into the family yet. Don't worry. After A's and I consummate our marriage, you can show me who's boss. I'll definitely deal with the relationship between mother and daughter-in-law. Qin Ma was in tears. You stupid child. I knew you had feelings for your brother. I asked you to get a boyfriend, but you didn't. All you did was flirt with A's. My God, what sin have I committed? Hubby, your mom is crazy. It's okay. I'll send her to the mental hospital later. You're enough for me. Hubby, you're the best. Qin Ma said, A's, you can't marry her. She's your sister. Her son panicked. Mom, how do you know that I have a sister complex? Qin Ma stopped crying. You can't marry her. You're not allowed to get married. Qin Ma threw a tantrum. Who's not allowed? Her son said domineeringly. I'll even exterminate the gods. Wow, hubby, you're so manly. Humph, I'm not that coward. Hubby, mwax. The two of them kissed passionately in front of their mother. Don't. How can you marry your own brother? Dog leash. Dog leash. Qin Ma cried like ye see on the spot. Regardless of whether it was her son marrying her daughter or her daughter marrying her son, she couldn't do anything about it. She was in despair and fear, but she couldn't change anything. All of a sudden, both her son and daughter were gone. All the scenery disappeared. "This is your retribution," a voice said. Qin Ma looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman standing behind her. "Return the child to me," the woman said. "That's my child," Qin Ma said angrily. "You're the one who stole my child." The woman stared at Mrs. Qin. "No." Qin Ma said sharply, "If it weren't for me, would you have gotten married? Would Arong have had the glory he has today? That child isn't yours anymore." The woman ignored her and repeated, "Return the child to me." It sounded as if it was a malicious spirit that was demanding his life. Shaolan, Shaolan. A familiar voice woke Qin Ma up. She opened her eyes and found herself soaked in sweat. The chandelier was on, and the light was so bright that she couldn't open her eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Grandpa Shen handed her a glass of water with concern. Qin Ma propped herself up and sat on the bed. After drinking the water, she gasped for breath and collapsed. It was too scary. It was too scary. Fortunately, it was a dream. "This is the first time I've seen you like this. What kind of dream did you have?" Grandpa Shen frowned. "On one hand, you said that you can't get married, and on the other hand, you said that you can't marry. Look at how shocked you are." Qin Ma's face stiffened. What else did I say?" Grandpa Shen shook his head. "I can't hear you clearly. One moment, you said Shanghai dialect, and the next moment, you said your hometown dialect." Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. The dialect was so good. Grandpa Shen laughed. "Did you dream that Bao Bao got married? It's really hard on you as a mother." Mother Qin's heart was tired. "That's right. She married your son in a flash. Although it was a dream, she had to be careful. She had to think of a way to give them a warning. Yes, she had to think of a reason to let old Qin teach her son a lesson." Qin Ma looked at her husband. "Grandpa Shen?" On the other side, Qin Zhe, who was tossing and turning, suddenly felt a chill in his balls. He turned on his phone and looked at the time.